Good morning. Class coordinator. Good morning ulit sa inyong lahat. Kita-kita naman tayo sa mas maganda tong aking kuan ngayon, no. Ah, okay. Okay bang audio natin diyan? Class March Fair?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Oh. Saan ba yung may class president nyo, si Rona Ibasco, are you there?
Present, sir.
Yun. Kasi hindi kita na-mention ng nakarang seminar eh. Yung
Yes.
last, kailan ba yun? Monday.
Opo, sir.
Ngayon, na-mention na kita baka, para hindi ka magalit.
Ay,
Mahirap
okay
na,
lang po, sir.
Baka pagalitan mo rin ako.
Ay, no, sir. Okay lang po.
Kasi usually, we will coordinate with the class marcher and the class president. At kita na kita dito, Rona. So, ano ko muna tong kwan ko, presentation ko, ipasok ko muna. Sandali. Pumasok na. Kita na ninyo.
Yes, sir.
May slides na ko diyan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, today, our topic is about principles of combustion and fire cause determination. Paano ba ito? Ilipat po muna itong mga mukha natin sa taas. Yun. So, importante rin to sa atin, ano? But while, of course, you have undergone your basic training already, parang review na sa iba, yung iba, may iba dyan, natutulog siguro during class time. Ngayon lang mag-review na. But just the same, I will give you my lecture materials through siguro sa yung course coordinator natin kay Blesa. Okay lang. So I have one presentation later about the Tugigaraw fire incident. Yun ang ating case study. And kung may time pa tayo, baka mag-pull out pa tayo ng isa. Kung may oras pa tayo. Kung wala na, yun lang, isa. So, at least one presentation. Okay? So, let me continue. The fire or arson potentials is constantly with us. It may happen here. It is up to us to be on the alert and remove it if at all possible. This, along with preventing and all other possibilities of fire, is our primary goal. So, as firefighters, isa yan sa ating goal talaga. Primary pa. Hindi ito na secondary. Now, history of combustion. Evidence for the microscopic traces of wood ash as controlled use of fire by Homo erectus, beginning some 1 million years ago, as wide scholarly support. So, yung mga archaeological diggings ng mga scientists natin, kuha sila ng mga traces ng kahoy na abuna or galing sa sunog. So, they were able to deduce out of that yung erectus indeed controlled the use of fire around 1 million years ago. Now, combustion can be considered the oldest technology of mankind and one of our most important discovery. So, may mga important discoveries tayo that move us to a civilized world just as now, no, that we are experiencing. Maraming mga technological breakthroughs At hindi natin nakalain na nag-umpisa rin to sa mga legends. Ano. There are numerous legends around fire. For example, how it was handed to mankind by Prometheus, a Titan god in the past. Ano. So, ito si Titan god Prometheus, allegedly, sa istorya, stole fire and give it to mankind, to us. So, nagkaroon ng advancement ang mga tao when this Titan god gave fire to us. And napagalitan rin to sa mga grupo niya, mga goddess. So, he was sentenced also to sinintensyan ito siya. So, in Greece, yung katulad ng istorya ni Prometheus and India, there are stories and myths about eternally burning fires, often in relation to religious or supernatural phenomena. Kasi although matagal natin na-discover ng fire, but yet, medyo to some of our ancients ay mysterious pa rin ang fire. No? So, ginagamit nila ito sa mga religious activities nila. Legend has it that the Oracle of Delphi is located at the site of such a fire. So, ito yung Oracle, ito yung magaling na manguhula in Delphi na kinukonsulta ni even the great conqueror, Alexander the Great. So, later, in the archaeological world, they discovered na ito palang site ng Delphi ay cross ang landas ng dalawang parang fault line, no? So doon sila nagtayo ng kanilang mga templo. So yung Oracle ng Delphi allegedly based sa mga history in the past ay pag kinonsulta yon, pupunta yun siya doon sa ilalim. Mahihinga siya doon. So yung mga modern archaeologists now surmise na yung energy from the earth, no, sa fault line, unusual yung fault line na nag-cross eh. Usually fault line isang linya lang, but nagkataon itong lugar na ito ay nagsalubong talaga ang dalawang fault lines. So yung energy nakukuha nung oracle doon. So masasabi niya ngayon yung yung hula niya. So even Alexander the Great was consulting this yung mga oracle. Our ancestors used fire for various purposes, and today it accounts for the major share of primary energy production, approximately 85%. The science of combustion has a long history indeed. Fire, one of the four elements of alchemy. So ito yung forerunner ng chemistry, ang alchemy. So yun sila yung mga this group of people or yung mga nagpa-practice nito, nag-seek sila na making base metal into gold. Tsaka yung searching for the elixir of life, hindi na sila mamamatay, mahaba ang buhay, ganon. So ito yung mga grupo na ito. Kumbaga sa ay lahat ng unusual na gagawin at hindi natin makakalain na gagawin itong mga tao na ito. We can even cook yung mga urine ng tao. Sometimes yung mga human waste. Daming mga ginagawa nila, inahalo-halo nila. Sa bagay, nagkaroon tuloy ng head start ang chemistry through this group of people. So, combustion processes were used for many transformations. So, Fire has long been used by man for a long time for various purposes such as cooking. Ito yung mga friendly fire na ginagawa natin pag nagluluto tayo. Metal production and warfare. However, as combustion phenomena are complex, significant advances in the understanding of combustion theory were only made in the last decades by a close collaboration between experimentalists and theoreticians. So dati, yung mga alchemy, galing sila yung mga grupo na nagtitinker ng fire. An early observation made by Flemish alchemist Johannes Baptista van Helmont, sometimes called John Baptist van Helmont, was that the burning material results in smoke and a flame. From this, he concluded that combustion involved the escape of wild spirits. So sometimes in the 1600s, ito ang kanya, tinatawag ng Spiritus Silvestri or Silvestris. Since it could not be constrained by vessels nor reduced into a visible body. So yun ang kanya findings niya. From the burning substance, Van Helmont's theory was further developed by the German alchemist Johann Becker and his student George Ernst Stahl into the phlogiston theory. So mayroon silang tinatawag phlogiston theory. So this is una pa ito sa triangle of theory na ating sinusunod. So according to which all combustible materials contain a special substance, the so-called phlogiston, which is released during combustion. This theory stayed in place for 2 centuries. Isipin, 2 centuries. Tagal na yung panahon niyan. Hindi na contest, and was strongly defended by Joseph Priestley, who with Carl Wilhelm Scheele is also credited with the discovery of oxygen. So in those times, ay may rami ng mga magagaling na alchemist mga tao na nag-support nitong phlogiston theory. Other names associated with the development of combustion technology are James Watt. So yung minsan makikita mo sa inyong electrical consumption ay galing dito sa tao na ito, si James Watt. 1700s pinanganak to nabuhay up to 1819. The invention of steam engine, more precisely, he made improvements to the Newcomen steam engine. Isa pa, si Rudolf Diesel, 1800s. The inventions of the homonymous engine. During the Industrial Revolution, this is between mid-part of 1700 to mid-part of 1800, combustion of fossil fuels began to be used on a large scale for energy production. So, yun na yung mga fuel ng galing sa gasolina galing sa ilalim ng lupa, fuselized part ng mga plants and animals nung araw, mga dinosaurs na libing sa lupa. So through time naging fuel na minimina na ng mga tao hanggang sa magamit natin sa ating modern times. So raw materials, the manufacture of various goods, mainly from steel and transportation, for example, via steam engines. The black smoke coming out of factory chimneys during the Industrial Revolution was seen as a sign of progress and prosperity. So in those times, talagang pag tinignan mo yung mga cities na may mga factories, talagang itim na itim. Parang smog na yun. Sa panahon ngayon, galing yung mga smoke natin, smog galing sa mga cars natin. Kasi minsan ang city natin ay minimize na yung mga industrial companies na magtayo doon. So, more or less, nasa probinsya sila nilipat. In archaeology and physical anthropology, one uses the so-called three-age system for the periodization of human prehistory into three consecutive time periods, which are named for the respective tool-making technologies. So, dinibay nila into Stone Age, yung mga tao at in those times, gumagamit ng bato. So, nahiging kuan sila ng wala pang metal, capability sila mag-smelt na metal. The latter two are intimately associated with combustion kasi siyempre na-fire na, nakagawa na sila ng mga metals, yung Bronze and Iron Age. One can draw an analogy to energy and speak about the coal age, nuclear age, and renewable age. So all this ay nakinabang sa combustion techniques natin na tao through time. Matagal na panahon talaga. So, ang ating nagkagisnan ay yung mga modern way na of making fire. Now, in the fire code, RA 9514, Comprehensive Fire Code of the Philippines, the fire is defined as the active principle of burning characterized by the heat and light of combustion. So, I suggest to you, although there are many definitions of fire, depends on what is your preference, but for purposes of uniformity and for purposes of our mandate, you must memorize this one, no? Itong meaning nito by heart. Kasi pag tinanong ka, what is fire? Yan na isasagot mo. Hindi yung saka ka pa maghahanap kung ano yung meaning ng fire. So, fire is the active by you commit that to memory. Kaya ako, pag natanong, madali kong memorize ko na, tagal na panahon. Is the active principle of burning characterized by the heat and light of combustion. Kahit nakapikit tayo. In Webster's Third New International Dictionary, fire is defined as phenomenon of combustion as manifested in light, flame, and heat, and in heating, destroying, and altering effects. So, in Sir Webster, so at least may idea tayo that there are a lot of authorities out there that defines fire in accordance to their view. Sa atin, fire code, yan. So, yung PD 1613, PD, ano ba yun? Yung Fire Code of the Philippines before, kalimutan ko na yung PD. So, ganito rin ang definition niya ng fire. Now, under this present Comprehensive Fire Code, 9514, ganon rin ang definition. So, you remember, there is such a thing as phlogiston theory. So, bago ito lumapag sa ating mga isipan, yung triangular fire theory, mayroon phlogiston theory that was believed to be the theory behind the fire or combustion. So, pinapractice rin nila yun. Pinaniniwalaan nila yun in those times. So, sa atin, ito ang nakagisna natin. More on scientific na ito kasi may mga supporting laboratory na results nito. So, heat, oxygen, fuel. So, yung heat, initial source of heat yan. So, yung oxygen, the air that we are breathing now is composed of 20.95% oxygen. So, for purposes of rounding it off, we round it off at 21%. Lapit na lang sa 21 para madaling tandaan. So, air ay marami ring mga gases yan dyan na nakasama. So, as to the fuel, it could be solid, wood, liquid, gasoline. Sample is gasoline, gaseous. Sample is the liquefied petroleum gas. So, ito yung mga essentials or essential elements for a fire to be triggered or to appear, no? Or to be produced. So, meron kang initial source of heat, It could come from, sa ating modern times, lighted matchstick, sindihan mo yung isang bagay. The initial source of heat comes from your lighted match. If you have a lighter, you just trigger the mechanism, magsindi, sindihan mo yung papel. That is also the initial source of heat comes from that. If through the sun, meron kang yung tinatawag natin focus rays from the sunlight. So you can use your magnifying lens, let the sun rays pass through that, and then merong mga combustible materials doon, dried leaves, mga bits and pieces na mga maybe mga cotton materials, yung mga ng maninipis na bagay na madaling magsindi. So the oxygen, of course, we breathe that, no? And then fuel. Now, they still advance that in their theory. So dati tatlo lang. Through their tinkering with the combustion process, they discover na mayroon pa palang isang leg na nakaligtaan nila. Yun yung uninhibited chemical chain reaction, no? So yan yun. There is fuel or the reducing agent. There is heat, initial source of heat. There is the oxygen or the oxidizing agent. And then the fourth leg or the fourth element of the fire is the uninhibited chemical chain reaction. Yun. Medyo sa ngayon, under our modern times, dito tayo ngayon nakapako sa tetrahedron of fire theory. In the phlogiston theory, 200 years ino-observe yun. Hindi sila nagkaroon ng tagal nilang pinapractice. Now, ito, bago-bago lang. So, baka abutin rin tayo ng ilang 100 years ito. Baka mayroon rin namang theory na lalabas. So, these theories are established theories. So, this is acceptable already. At it does not follow na nakapako lang dyan. They may find out later in their tinkering with combustion na baka mayroon pang other element or another essential element ng isang apoy, no? Could be discovered by probably one of you or someone out there crazier than us. So ito rin, factors influencing burning. So, may kabaan, but you have to memorize this. If you appear in court, mas maganda, master mo ito rin. Bukod doon sa definition ng fire, dapat malaman mo rin to. Most ordinary combustible substances are compounds of carbon and hydrogen, often containing mineral matter and oxygen. When they burn, pag nasusunog sila, it will completely and freely burn in air. The carbon, part of the material that is burning, reacts with the oxygen to form carbon dioxide. So, pag nasunog yung isang sample yung kahoy, magkaroon ito ng mag-react sa oxygen ang carbon, magkaroon ng carbon dioxide. The hydrogen combines with the oxygen to form water, and the mineral matter remains behind as ash. So, may mga uling na naiiwan, So, in the first stages of a fire, the building structure and the materials such as wood and cloth contained in building are merely heated and give off gases and vapor. So, strictly speaking, it is not the material that is burning or that catches fire. It is the vapor or the gas and vapor that was given off by the heated material that catches fire. So if you observe, if you have you light a matchstick, you look at it closely, you will see na there is a flame and may space between the material that was burning and the flame. May space siya. So that space in between the flame and the material that was burning are the gases, yung vapors yan na lumalabas from the heated material. So with increased heat and exposure to flames, these materials finally reach the ignition point and burst into flames. So, I suggest you memorize that kasi baka tanungin ka ng court later on, paano sa'yo, what are the factors that influence burning, no? So, at least masagot mo yan. Maski makuha mo lang ng mga 75%, magkaintindihan na kayo ng korte. Hindi naman kailangan na 100% memorize mo word for word up to the commas and periods. Ang importante you memorize it and understand it by heart. Kasi later on, mag-appeal ka, simply fire tayo, tanungin ka, what do you mean by fire? Just to test your intelligence, your knowledge. Kasi you will be made to qualify whether you are an expert or an ordinary witness. So I mentioned in the past that to be qualified as an expert witness, it is the court that will approve that, So, doon ka tatanungin ng defense counsel, ng kalaban mo, abogado ng kalaban mo, testing your knowledge, experience, and training, so that they can come up also with whether your findings is more or less credible or not. So, pag nakitaan nila na hindi ka makasagot, baka banat-banatan ka doon sa mga points na mas lalong mahirapan ka. Kasi siyempre, yung mga defense counsel, nag-aaral rin yun. So, most probably, they have done their research also. So, may mga, lalo na yung makalaban mo yung mga magagaling na abogado, may maraming mga researcher yan. So, ikaw, appear ka, example, sa Senado, there is a Senate inquiry of one of the cases that you will investigate later on. Siyempre, yung mga senadors natin, mga magagaling yan, pati yung may mga researcher pa yan na super galing rin, babakbakan ka dyan, magugulat ka na lang. Okay? So, one time, I appeared there, yung 2007, yung kaso ko in 2004, tinanong pa. Mabuti na anticipate ko, dala ko na yung report. Alam ko doon nila ako tatanungin. Siyempre may mga intel sila intelligence gatherer kasi daming budget diyan, di ba? So makakuha sila ng tao. Tayo naman nasa intelligence rin tayo. Siyempre, meron rin tayong information na maka-advantage sa atin to make us to prepare us. So, ganun yan. Kaya nga tayo nasa investigation and intelligence units of the Bureau of Fire Protection. So, better still, commit this to heart, no? So, of course, if we remove any of the elements of a fire, we extinguish the fire. So, if there is fuel, you remove the fuel, there is no fire anymore kasi na-isolate mo na ang fuel or i-cool down mo ang fuel, mamatay na rin to. So, usually, kung mga malalaki, you need heavy equipments to do it. What about the oxygen? How can you stop that from joining with the fire? Well, either you smother it, yung tinatawag nating smothering, not smoldering, smother. So, you put in the carbon dioxide fire extinguisher into a room, the oxygen in that room will be displaced with carbon dioxide. So, the carbon dioxide fire extinguisher displaces the oxygen, yung kanyang carbon dioxide content. So, carbon dioxide does not support combustion, so the fire will stop. So, parang din-displace mo lang siya, pinalitan mo siya ng carbon dioxide. So, what about the heat? Well, you cool down the heat to below its ignition temperature. So, most of the combustible materials that are burning, you reduce that to 14% you reduce the heat to below its ignition temperature, patay yung apoy. So, may mga coolants yan. Ang carbon dioxide is also coolant. Malamig yan. Ito yung parang dry ice na tinatawag in solid form. Kasi carbon dioxide comes from solid, yung dry ice, to when it is exposed to air, back becomes gaseous form. So, but malamig yan. So, pwede ka ngang magkaroon ng tatawag na reverse burning, ma-scald yung mo, ay yung hands mo from these materials. Kaya maingat rin kayo dapat yan. Huwag mong hawakan pag nag-operate ka ng fire extinguisher na carbon dioxide, nawakan mo yung metal na nag-yilo, wala kang glove protection sa kamay mo, didikit yung kamay mo doon. Pag tanggal mo doon, sigurado parang lapnos ng dahil sa sobrang lamig, parang na-frostbite ka. So, yun, tanggalin mo yung tatlo. Hindi. If there is this fourth element, the uninhibited chemical chain reaction, usually when the fire is burning, it will burn until it is either extinguished or the fuel is consumed. So, how do you extinguish it? You use fire extinguishers. Depends sa anong klaseng material na susunog at saka anong klaseng fire extinguisher na apply mo. And then, the best is water. Most of the fires can be extinguished by water. Can be easily transported, available, cheap. So, yun ang madalas ginagamit natin as coolant, cooling agent. So, you remove the heat. What about the uninhibited chemical chain reaction? Well, as you can see, yung mga in the past, you're watching television, nagkagira ng Iran, ang Iraq o ang Kuwait, di ba? So, in the process of pulling out from that country kasi tatalo na sila. So, sinindihan nila yung mga oil wells doon, laking sunog. Hindi nila mapatay-patay ng mga local firefighters. So, they requested the assistance of a specialized firefighting group from the US, yung boss, to extinguish the fire. So, this group are experts in explosives. They use explosives to extinguish the fire. Why did you use explosive? They interrupt the uninhibited chemical chain reaction. The blast wave or the blast pressure wave that will be generated by the bombs that they made, will shut off the flames. So once the flames are shut off or snap off, the conventional firefighting tactics can be utilized. So, pwede na doon ang foam. Pwede na lang gamitin and water. So, to blanket the fire, that area. So, that hindi na magkaroon ng re-ignition, no? So, yun ang Pero, you use conventional method in extinguishing the fire, mga ganyang klase, o oil fires, mahirap mo patayin yan kasi may pressurize yan, lumalabas talaga. So, the best way is through explosive. So, hindi pa tayo ng mga ordinary firefighters reach that point na you are using explosive to extinguish the fire. But that can be done. It was done in the past. It can be done in the future. So, but there are also materials that does not need oxygen to burn. Ano yun? Well, hydrogen will burn in the atmosphere of chlorine gas. So, pag nasindihan to, silvery flame. And then, ang resulta nito forms hydrogen chloride. If you pass chlorine gas over hot iron, the iron burns to form iron fluoride. So, ibig sabihin, not all materials burn in the presence of oxygen. That is the point here. Even zirconium dust burns in an atmosphere of carbon dioxide. Highly flammable and can explode spontaneously in air. Once you expose this material, zirconium dust, sasabog yan. Spontaneously explode, Ito yung zirconium dust, ginagamit rin ito sa mga fireworks sa factories. So, hydrogen, hydrogen, of course, we know that once it burns in oxygen, it forms water. So, naging tubig siya. So, merong mga materials that burn in the presence of oxygen. There are a lot of them. There are also some materials that may burn under, not in the presence of oxygen. So, you can expand your research, especially if you are investigators already. You will be aware that hindi lahat na nasusunog na sinusuportahan ng oxygen. That is my point here. Okay? So, do not limit your thinking that there is oxygen, there is fuel, there is heat, initial source of heat, and there's an inhibited chemical reaction. So, it could be there is fuel, and then you expose it to another gas, which is probably hydrogen, chlorine gas. I-expose mo ang hydrogen in chlorine gas, magsindi rin yun. I-expose mo yung hot iron in chloride, in chlorine gas, ganon rin. Magsindi rin yun. Kung zirconium dust, i-expose mo sa atmosphere ng carbon dioxide, can also burn. So, hindi lang oxygen. Okay? So, as investigators, be aware of those. So, of course, as investigators, you seek the safety data sheet or the material safety data sheet, MSDS or SDS. So, either way, it's the same animal. Sometimes they are using material safety data sheet for certain materials. They are also using safety data sheet. So, the same. Sa pangalan lang nagkakaiba, nawala lang material, but they point to the same material, the same paper. No? It will enlighten you as to ano bang laman nito, ano ba mga hazards, ano ba ang dapat mong iwasan sa mga material na ito. Sa storage, sa firefighting, yun. Kailangan mong malaman yan. Especially if you will be assigned in the fire prevention division of your units or your OPAS cities or municipalities, dapat pag nag-inspection kayo at medyo alangan ka doon sa material na yun, unfamiliar sa'yo, you get the material. The name of the material and then search it in Google. Or better still, ask the one that stores it kung ano yung material na and request for a material safety data sheet. They will give you one kung talagang wala silang tinatago, no? So, these things. Pag ayaw, dapat alisto ka na. Bakit ayaw kayo magbigay? You search from another or you seek your mga consultants ninyo. You call them. Maghingi kayo ng advice o anong dapat gawin. Especially in the storage, in the investigation, etc. So, when there is a fire, of course, the fire is affected by different factors, ano? One is wind velocity. So, kaya nga, pag mahangin, alamin mo kung saan direksyon ng hangin, no? Na masabi compass device, ano? Na pwede mong gamitin to determine which is north, no? Where did the wind go? From what area did it came from? So, saan ba sila? So, and then, minsan pag sa actual, makikita mo, may nagkaroon ng corkscrew flames, ano? Umiikot, parang merong ipo-ipo or tawag sa Bisaya yon, yung alimpulos, no? There is a ipo-ipo in Tagalog. So, umiikot yung apoy. Lakas ganun, puntang taas. O makita mo yun. Ibig sabihin, yung hangin doon sa area na yun, talagang umiikot rin. Because usually, especially in a conflagration fire, malaki ang sunog. Siyempre, there is a need for the fire to breathe. Ano? There is available massive amount of fuel, mga bahay na nakadikit-dikit. So, kailangan niya ng massive amount of oxygen in the air. So, of course, the air in the vicinity will be disturbed. Higupin niya yung oxygen kaya magkaroon ng movement. Kaya minsan, ang observation ng mga tao, kung kailan nagkaroon ng malaking sunog, saka naman lumalakas ang hangin. Well, that is just a normal phenomena because as you review the elements of your fire, the theories that was presented, you will find out that oxygen is in the air. So once it is, so it supplies the need of the big fire, the disturbance of the atmosphere in the area will be felt. Manotice ito. It can be easily noticed. Ganun. Di lalong lumalakas rin hanggat may fuel, hanggat may hangin. The heat will be also be greater. So, nandiyan yung radiation. So, yung air temperature. So, siyempre, pag mataas ang temperature ng panahon because of the sun and the dryness of the air, maraming possibility rin na magkasunog. Kasi, siyempre, as I've said, sunlight can provide the way to ignite a fire, especially kung ipasok mo sa, padaan mo siya sa mga magnifying lens or glass that has bubbles in it. Kaya bawal tayo maghagis dito, hagis doon ng mga buti. Drinking Coca-Cola, soft drinks, whatever. Hagis dito, hagis doon. Kasi minsan yung glass, hindi mo na ikita yon, may mga impurities, hindi masyadong nagawa ng maayos, pwede mapasukan ng liquid, pero may mga bubbles doon sa may bubbles doon sa glass if you notice that. Pag yan hinagis mo, yun ang tinamaan ng sunlight, pwede maging yun, yung tawag nating focus rays. So tumama naman yung focus rays doon sa mga dahon-dahon, ay dali tayo magsindi. Walang tao. Ang carelessness ng tao that caused the fire. Of course, lightning can trigger the fire. At yung carelessness ng tao plus yung intentional shakoy ng ulo ng tao, mainit ulo, nagsindi. Sinindihan niya yung mga damo-damo doon. Ang bilis na tumakbo gumapang yung apoy. Kaya, ayun, minsan, you can see yung mga big fires, yung mga forest fires, di ba? So, nature and condition of any vegetation surrounding the building. So, sometimes, marami mga cases kami. In Manila, when I was there before, may mga garbage besides the building. Nagsindi doon. Hindi naman nakakala nila na papasok doon sa building. Well, of course, hindi naman nila, wala silang kaalam-alam. Mga lang yun, daring tao. Hindi naman nagseminar na about sa fire. Nagsindi. Yung hot gases, yung mga alipato, yung firebrands enters the building. May mga combustible materials doon. Dahil nag-ignite. So, just imagine, garbage lang ang cause ng pagkasunog. Minsan merong fire kaming nirespondihan somewhere in Manila near Lunita. So in near Calao Street, may building doon. Malapit sa isang hospital. Nakalimutan ko na mga hospital doon. So nanigarilyo from the 4th floor. Building, may awang. Hinagis na yung sigarilyo na doon. Hindi niya alam na dami palang mga rubbish doon sa, may taga-agis na ng papel o ano-ano doon sa ibaba. Hindi mo nakikita kasi pagitan ng building. Nasindihan. Yung lumaki ang apoy. So sometimes, carelessness talaga nag-cause ng fire rin, So the nature of building construction, so may affect also the spread of fire. We had a fire incident in Malacanang. There was this huge building, admin building, administrative building. So, during the time of President Fidel V. Ramos, nagkaroon ng sunog. So, yung gugulat yung fire natin, mga firefighters, kasi yung fire nag-start sa 4th floor, bumaba sa 3rd floor, bumaba sa 2nd floor. Nagkaroon ng mushrooming effect, mushroom. So, tanyo yung mushroom, parang ganun. O, bumaba. Mushroom do, pababa. Hindi palabas ng building. Later on, when we investigated, we found out na kaya hindi makalabas ang fire kasi yung flames ng sunog kasi yung mga yero niya dikit-dikit sinolder ba. And in the past, yung mga old techniques in laying of mga GI sheets ay sinusulda talaga na pulidong paggagawa kaya tatagal masira talaga. And unfortunately, if there is a fire, hindi kagad na breach ng fire. Nahirapan kung lumabas ang fire for that. So the fire goes down. Nagkaroon ng mushrooming effect. Goes down, burns the the lower floor, then goes down pa further, burns the lower floor. So mushrooming effect ang tawag nun. So it passed through the openings on the flooring kasi yung building, there are two buildings merged into one, ano? So, there is a pagitan. There is this old building that's already settled on the ground for quite some time already. And there is this new building that was integrated into the new building, the old building. So, hindi pa nila pinix yun. Naiawang siya, mga about 1 foot, and then they cover it with metal sheet, no? So, nagkaroon ng fire, siyempre, twisted yung metal, lalong dumaan doon ng mga hot gases. So, lalong nagkaroon ng spread ng fire in that manner. So the building, construction of a certain building that was burning or that got burned ay importante rin na titingnan nyo yun. So paano ba yung design ng building? So you evaluate that. Paano dumaan sa ceiling, sa flooring, sa walls? You have to look at all angles how the hot gases pass through that. Kasi sometimes it's only the hot gases. So remember, the smoke carries with it heat. So it will ignite materials once the smoke penetrates a certain area. So if you remember that electricity, the best conductor to electricity is water, in fire, the best conveyor of heat is also smoke. So if there is a smoke, mainit yan. Pwedeng dumaan dyan ang apoy. So, kasi for all you know, kasama na yung mga hot gases dyan. Pag na-ignite yan, apoy na sigurado yan kasi mga gases na nga yan. So, that's it. So, fire also is classified into several classification. One is the ordinary combustible fires such as wood, plastics, clothing, etc. Yung symbol niya is triangle kasi color of blue ang color code niya. So, if certain material has that, well, your extinguisher must also bear that classification in order to extinguish the fire because that is an appropriate fire extinguisher for this class of fire. So, pag wala yan, example, B and C lang, huwag mong gamitin dyan. Oh. Bakit? It could only aggravate the fire. I'll give you one example. When I was invited to give a lecture in Hacienda Luisita. Nagkaroon sila ng fire doon. So, there is this bagaso, this is waste product ng processing ng alcohol sa tubo. Naka-stockpile, gabundok. Talagang makita mo, malaking pile talaga. So, they will not just throw it kasi they found out na instead of bunker fuel, pwede palang gamitin yung fuel for their burner. So, kaya nag-stockpile sila. They are using the waste to fuel their burners in the process of alcohol or yung pagkuha ng tubo. So, mas mabilis, gawa sila ng conveyor belts. Nilagay nila yung bagaso, yung mga parts ng yung waste ng tubo. Ladaan doon para i-supply doon sa burner inside building. Yung mga stockpile na sa labas. As they put in the bagaso through time, nagkaroon ng friction sa mga rollers ng ng kanilang mga conveyor belts, na-ignite yung bagaso. So, nung ma-ignite, problema na, may apoy na. Pinatay nila ngayon ng carbon dioxide because they are parts ng process ng paggawa ng refine ng tubo, nakakakuha sila ng carbon dioxide. So, they use it as extinguishing agent besides water, no? So, pag-apply nila, siyempre, pressurize yan. Around 850 PSI. So, pag buga nilang ganun, nagliparan yung mga bagaso, lighted bagaso, ay lalong lumaki ang apoy. Hanggang sa maputol na yung conveyor belt, nahulog na doon sa pinanggalingan, gabundok yun. So, lalong na-damage yung mga machinery nila doon. So, na-stangko sila for how many days. Bawat isang araw, they will be losing million na pesos dyan. Diba? So, yun. They are using a fire extinguisher that is not for ordinary combustible fires. So, be aware of that. Pag B&C lang, mayroong mga tingnan mo yung mga fire extinguisher, mayroon lang B&C lang yung category. Pag may ABC, yan. That is not the brand of the fire extinguisher. That is the classification of the fire that extinguisher you are holding can extinguish. Pag walang D, classification, huwag mong gamitin yan. Sasabog yan. Pag ginamit mo yan, it's not appropriate for that kind of fire. So, these things. So, A, ordinary fires. B, flammable fires. Yung mga gasoline, alcohol, diesel. Yan. What about C? Energized electrical fire. So, if there is a fire coming from the electrical appliances, yung mga fluorescent fixtures, mga lighting systems inyo nagkasindi, it is categorized or classified as energized electrical fire. However, once you shut off the energy, the source of supply of these devices, electrical devices, the fire now will be converted to ordinary combustible fires. Ibig sabihin, you can use water to extinguish that. Pero kung may energy pa, do not use water. You will be electrocuted. As I've said a while ago, water is the best conductor, is a best conductor to electricity. So, pag ginamitan mo ng tubig, may makurinti ka talaga tiyak dyan. So, do not use that. However, pag naalis mo na yung energy, so it's no longer energized. It might be an electrical device, but there is no energy. Then it is just ordinary combustible fires. You can use water. But of course, you have to consider also yung tubig kasi is corrosive yan pag later on. Yung mga metals na babagsak ka ng tubig, magkurod, baka mamaya yung mga materials mo is made of mga highly expensive materials such as computers. Wala na ngang energy, pinatay mo ng tubig, patay na yun kasi wala nang energy. However, after the firefighting maneuver that you did, the material will also be destroyed because water is corrosive. No? So, kalawangin yung dapat kalawangin, patay na, sira na yung ano mo, no? Masisira na yung gamit mo. So, meron ring tayong tinatawag na combustible metals, ano? So, magnesium, ito yung mga, kaya minsan makikita mo yung mga magnesium na mga made of yung wheel, yung gulong ng mga sasakyan made of magnesium, aluminum. Pag minsan makikita mo yun pag nanonood ka ng mga motor, yung karera sa sasakyan, yung Grand Prix or whatever. Pag yung aksidente yung driver, ang car, tumama yung, pumutok yung guma, dumikit yung tawag nito, yung pinaka rim ng gulong sa simento, magsikislapan, magsindi yun because these are metals, these are combustible metals. So, yung potassium, plutonium, thorium, sodium, these are metals. So, pag ito'y nagsindi, hindi mo dapat applyan ng ABC fire extinguisher yan. dapat D lang. O, kung walang categorize, walang classification na D, do not use it. Kasi pag ginamit mo yan, the reaction, it will create a violent reaction. It will explode and it might kill you. Nag-extinguish, ikaw extinguish. You will die the result of your ignorance. So, ito naman mga materials nito, you seldom find this minsan sa mga ports, makikita mo yung mga cargos na ganito. So, meron rin mga extinguisher that specification D. Okay? So, that's it. So, you have any clarification, question as of this time, at this moment? None? We'll continue. So, there is also what we call ignition temperature. So, during combustion, the reaction is initiated by either external ignition source or auto-ignition. So, external, sindihan mo, externally, or yung material mismo will ignite on its own under certain conditions. They are the result of energy transfer. So, auto-ignition or automatic ignition, of course, when the slow oxidation reaction across the small volume accelerates suddenly, and the slow oxidation process transform into a sudden explosion. So, it may explode. The auto-ignition temperature depends on many factors such as pressure, yung pressure build-up niya, oxygen content, ignition delay, energy of the ignition source, the flow condition, volume of the combustion chamber. So, may mga tinatawag tayo na ignition limits. If there is an ignition, there are also limits of ignition at a given pressure. So, na-determine nila ito sa laboratories, Hindi tayo nag-determine yan. Wala man tayong laboratory. So, we'll just copy the laboratory results of probably credible laboratory groups, especially in the US, because we also adapt their standard, yung mga codes nila into our fire code. So, given na yan, talagang ginagamit natin yung mga standards nila. So, therefore, yung mga standards nila is back up with laboratory results. So, means na pwede mo rin gagamitin yun. So, they refer to concentration values outside of which range ignition will be possible. In other words, if the fuel concentration is above the ignition limit, mas mataas sa ignition limit, the laboratory determines the material's ignition limit. Hindi tayo undergone a standard test for that, for a specific material to be tested. They know the ignition limit. So, in the material safety data sheet, you will see that, or below the lower limit, the mixture cannot be ignited. So even there is a material, the fuel is there, but the ignition limit is above or below the lower limit, below the limit, hindi pwede siya magsindi, hindi siya pwedeng mag-explode. Ibig sabihin, if it is above, it is too rich, mas marami probably ang material over the oxygen presence. Or below the oxygen, mababa ang oxygen, maraming fuel, hindi rin mag-explode. So, or the oxygen is greater than the material, the fuel, hindi rin pwede mag-explode. So, below or above. So, tandaan niyo yan, when you investigate, you look at the material safety data sheet so that you will know what is the upper and lower ignition limit of a certain material. So, solid, difficult to burn. Alam natin, fuel, difficult to burn. Handle and control than liquid or gaseous fuel. So, may kahirapan ang solid. You have to liberate the material in its gaseous and vapor state to burn it. While yung mga liquid or gaseous fuel, ang mga carbons is not compact as solid. So, loose na ito. So, any it is easily ignited. So liquid fuels are usually not as easy to burn, treat, control, and as gaseous fuel. So even the liquids, magkaiba rin ang karakter niya sa sa gaseous fuels. So ito, may mga mga guide tayo. These are only guides. Sometimes you will find it confusing, but these are laboratory findings. So sometimes, minsan may sample slight difference. Just the same, different laboratories, may mga kanya-kanyang laboratory standard silang pinapalo. So, more or less in the ignition limits of gases or combustible gases such as methane. It has a formula of CH4, carbon, and 4 hydrogen. So, ang lower ignition limit niya is 5, ang upper is 15. So, ibig sabihin, within the range of 5 and 15, diyan ka lang pwede ma-ignite siya. They call it also the exclusive limit. The lower exclusive limit and the upper exclusive limit, or lower L, E, L, L-E-L. And then the upper is U, E, L. Upper exclusive limit. So, yun ang mga kuwan. Pag nakalagay UEL, so that is the upper exclusive limit. That's the acronym for that. So, lower exclusive limit, LEL, 5% to 15%. Within that range, mixed with air, that is already an ignitable mix. Ibig sabihin, pwede ka na magsindi. Below this, it will not ignite. It will not explode. Above this, above 15% material to oxygen, the air, the oxygen there present, hindi siya because it is too rich. No? The mixture of the material to the air or the oxygen in air is too great that the combustion will not take place. So, ibig sabihin, may maximum. Ibig sabihin, pagdating niya dun sa level na yan, 9.96 for methane gas, mix in the air, mas malakas ang pagsasabog yan kasi nasa maximum siya. So, depends yan ang effect ng explosion niya. It could be lesser in intensity or greater in intensity because the gas is a little bit lower or also in the maximum range. So, more or less, ito yung mga, mga guide natin, no? So, you can further see these materials in the material safety data sheets, no? For propane, it is between 2.2% to 9.5%. So, within that range, pwede magkaroon ng ignition. Pwede ring magkaroon ng explosion. So, butane, it is between 1.9 to 8.5. So, in our country, we use liquefied petroleum gas. There are 2 hydrocarbons inside the gas. It contains propane and it contains butane. In other countries, they split these two into 2 gases. So, they sell this product, propane, they sell package it as butane. So, dalawa, in-split nila ang LPG. In our country, isa lang. So, this is more dangerous kasi dalawang demonyo pinasok sa isang container. Kaya dami nating mga carelessness na nangyayari dyan. Kaya sumasabog talaga. So, in Sirindra. So, I hope you recover already the report that we did. Nandun yan naka-attach sa chairman's report ni Honorable Maruas when he was then the secretary of the DILG. Tingnan ninyo doon ang mga para mas ma-enlighten kayo. So, I encourage you that after our seminar, you add to your readable materials yung Sirindra fire incidents, yung World Trade Center incident prior to the 9/11 attack. So, makikita ninyo yung how how investigation was done, ano. Para ma-enlighten kayo, although you might be handling small fire, but better have a guide bigger fire incidents than small ones. Kasi malay mo, makaawa ka ng malaking incident, di ka na mangangapa kasi praktisado ka na baga. Nag-ano ka na, mayroon ka ng advance knowledge. So, yung acetylene, the lower explosive is 2.5 or ignition limits. Upper is nasa 80.0. Carbon monoxide, talagang ano rin, nasusunog rin yan. Baka kala mo carbon monoxide na nasusunog. Ayan, ang range niya, 12.5 to upper 74. So remember, below this, no fire. Above this, there is fire. No fire. Within the range, there is a fire or explosion. Natural gas, 4.5 to 13.5. So that's it for these ignitable limits. So yung plus points, so under the fire code, this is the minimum temperature at which any material gives off vapor in sufficient concentration to form an ignitable mixture with air. So yung mga plus points in a certain material, that's as flammables, may mga information naka-attach sa decals o sa labels nila. These are determined by the laboratory. So, guide rin natin yan. So, when you investigate, you get the label, you get the material safety. Kung walang label, you get the name. Anong name yan? Material data sheet, safety data sheet. You get the plus points of these materials. Or, better still, if you send it for trace evidence to the laboratory will determine the unknown materials that you submitted. They will also come up with yung mga plus points. So you will ask that in your request. But I'm sending you the unknown or undetermined material. You do not know what is the nature of this material. If na-recover mo ito sa area, karoon ng sunog or explosion, you will subject this to a trace materials laboratory. So you want to know the plus points of these materials, ignition limits, etc. So, the laboratory will subject this to a gas chromatography exam or mass spectrometry examination in the laboratory. They will come up with what kind of material that you submitted for examination. So, if the liquid is cold, the plus point is not reached. So, wala yung F. Dali ating isingit kayo. The plus point is not reached. So, pag masyadong malamig, ang liquid, hindi na reach yung plus point niya. So, plus point of a liquid, the lowest temperature as mentioned in the former slide. So, yun. And then, yung plus point of liquids having a plus point of at or below 79 degrees centigrade, except for fuel oils and certain viscous materials shall be determined in accordance with the standard method of test for plus point, the tag close tester or ASTM D56-61 or the American standard test method D56. This is the test that was done to determine a certain plus point, So, ito rin minsan makikita mo sa fire code provisions natin sa technical niya kung saan nanggaling yung mga anong test method ang ginawa. So, the plus point of liquids having a plus point above 79 degrees Celsius except for fuel oil shall be determined in accordance with the standard method of test for plus point by the Cleveland Open Cup Tester or ASTM D92-57. So, as you can see, there are different standards that were used. The plus point of fuel oil and certain viscous materials having a plus point at or below 79 degrees Celsius shall be determined in accordance with the standard method of test for plus point by the Penske Martins Close tester is TM93-62. So, you will find this in the fire code. May mga ganun na reference. So, I suggest that you visit these standards. Makita mo through Google. Ma-search mo yan para may idea ka kung paano nila ginagawa. No? Kasi kakaiba ng once you use that as a part of your report, dapat back up ka sa science. So, comparison of plus point and auto ignition. So, for fuel, gasoline, -20, mag-plus point na yan siya. And auto ignition temperature to 40 degrees centigrade. Diesel, 55 ang plus point. Ang auto ignition niya to 20. So, you will notice na mababa ang auto ignition ng diesel, but that is the laboratory. You will notice in your engine, if you have a car, merong spark plug ang gasoline kasi mataas masyado ang auto ignition. Hindi na paabot doon sa auto ignition temperature niya. I-trigger na siya ng spark plug para gumana yung sasakyan mo. Kasi pag sasabog, mataas ang temperature kailangan. So, for diesel to 20, it will also automatically ignite or explode, just like what happened in the Glorieta incident. There are, in our presentation, there is this huge tank, 20-footer tank inside the basement, about 3,000 plus contents of diesel fuel. So, the head space of this is, yan yung vapor, yan ang vapor ng fuel. So, this was ignited by the exploding methane gas. So, nung mapasok doon sa chamber niya, nag-increase ang heat ng fuel ng diesel in a few seconds, split second. The build-up of high pressure also triggered another explosion. So, ganon yun. So, auto ignition is important. So, you have to determine if a certain chemical has an auto ignition point. So, initiation of combustion by heat but without a spark or flame. So, it is just the temperature that was too high. Walang apoy. Ang apoy nandun sa labas. Yung spark nandun, hindi nakarating ang spark. It's the heat that triggered the combustion process of that certain material. Na-liberate ang material, the vapor was ignited. Just like in wood, it is the vapor and the gas liberated from the material that that caught fire. So, spontaneous ignition, initiation of combustion of a material by an internal chemical or biological reaction that has produced sufficient heat to ignite the material. So, may mga materials na magkaroon ng spontaneous ignition. Example, yung mga turpentine, yung ginagamit sa pagpintura ng mga paintings. So, if you are a painter or an artist, you use turpentine in the dilution of your, you dilute the paint pigments of your material. So, once you wipe it off with a rag and then store the rag in a poorly ventilated area, these materials will spontaneously ignite without the spark. No spark, no flame applied to that material. On its own, the heat that builds up in that area will trigger a fire. So, yun. So, yung ating triangle of fire theory, yung initial source of heat, mayroong mga material na mag-generate siya ng init na sarili niya. So, yan. Dapat malaman mo rin yan. If you search the materials, you will also find it in their material safety data sheets. But since yung mga paint materials, meron rin mga water-soluble materials, hindi yan mag-spontaneously combust kasi hindi naman hinaluan ng turpentine. Example, if you are an artist, use materials. Tubig naman hinahalo. So you must be aware na yung ito, tubig ba? Is this water? If you can dilute this with water, are you using water as a material to dilute the paint? Or you are using some kind of also mga solvents or some kind of liquids, flammable liquids to dilute the paint or something. So, dapat sundan mo yon, tingnan mo ang materials, data sheet or the data sheet of that material, whether it has a characteristic of an auto-ignition or spontaneous combustion. So, induced ignition, an ignition source is used to start combustion. Of course, may spark, you use it to start combustion. So, it can be hot surfaces, sparks, flames, and others. So, ito yung mga induced ignitions. So, now you have the ignited material. So, this material be transferred from one point to another. So, merong tinatawag tayong heat transfer. The investigator must be aware of this. Usually, ito, sama sila, hindi lang isa sa heat transfer, different combine, Heat travel through a solid or between solids in contact with each other or through intervening heat conducting medium. So, example in my illustration, there is a metal tube and then you have a lighted part there on the other end. The solid material, the heat travels from these cold materials, these heated materials on the left side goes to the right side. The heat will travel through the metal. So, magkasindi doon sa kabila. In real application, we had one incident in Binondo area. Ito, story building, the bank. We responded there kasi nagkasunog. Ang ginagawa doon sa area, nag-building doon sa ibaba, sa one of the columns, metal columns, ilam na on the second level, may nakakadikit na curtains doon sa opisina sa taas. So nagsindi yun doon sa taas. Nagulat sila. So, tataranta sila. So, when they extinguish it, they have no available fire extinguisher for, computer fire incidents, Ang kanila more on EBC fire extinguisher lang. So, in-apply nila doon, nasira. Kunti lang yung nasunog na kortina. However, when they introduce this extinguishing materials, it further destroy the machines kasi corrosive yung mga materials na yun. So, yung extinguishing agents na gina-apply. So, mas lalong malaki ang damage na nangyari. So, ganon. So, conduction can happen in that order. It can travel from one point to another. Another heat transfer is convection. Heat travels from one molecule to another, but the particles or molecules are themselves in motion. Gases in particular, being heated, tend to circulate and spread the heat through circulating mediums. So, yung mga hot gases can spread from one point to another. So, example, in my illustration here, there is a fire on the lower floor. The hot gases, superheated gases, passes through the stairways. If there are dumb waiters in openings, the smallest I've seen is about 4 inches in diameter. Pwede rin mag-travel, igniting the material on the other side. Lalo na kung mas malaki pa sa 4 inches, dahil lalong lulusot yung In the Tugigaraw or the bed and breakfast fire incident, we found out that there was a fire on the lower floor. It passes through a hole on the flooring used for materials to be lowered to the ground floor kasi they're selling motorcycle parts there. So doon dumaan yung yung heat, the smoke. The smoke is a conveyor of heat. So susunog din sila doon sa taas, masok doon. So sometimes the heat will be trapped on the upper floors. By passing the sikan, in this illustration, nagkaroon ng trap siya doon sa taas kasi mas doon siya nag-accumulate, magaan ang air papunta sa taas, doon siya na trap. So it will also ignite once the ignition temperature of those materials found there will be reached. So heat transfer by means of radiation. So heat energy is radiated from a hot body to a cold body. So, ayan. Light is visible form of radiation. So yung sunlight, that is visible form of radiating heat. Kaya minsan, if you are in the outdoors, nakahubad ka, nakita ng araw yung balat mo, nagsunbathing ka, minsan nasusunog yung balat mo. Nagka-sunburns ka. So, light is visible form of radiation or through intervening space by heat rays or electromagnetic wave without an intervening medium. So there is no intervening medium. It is just the radiating heat that was transferred from one point to another. So in my illustration, there is a fire outside the house. Then the heat that was radiated reaches that combustible part of the house. It ignited the house. So how the fire was transferred from one fire to another could be radiation, could be convection, could be through conduction. No? So either of these three, either saksak, sinagol, or mix, or one or two or three of those. Depends sa analysis mo, of course. So, anong oras na ba? May break time na ba tayo? Para malapit na. So, fire cause determination. Class Marcher, abisuhan mo lang ako kasi baka hindi ko alam. Tuloy-tuloy tayo.
Yes, sir.
Fire cause. Pag hindi natulog ang Class Marcher, ang il presidente natin, si Rona, si Basco. Ni kamag-anak na si Secretary Basco siguro to. Baka tatay pa niya. Tatay mo si Secretary. Runa.
Opo, sir.
Ang kilang.
Hindi ko po kilala, sir.
Yung tono ng pananalita mo, parang kamag-anak mo eh. So, huwag mo kong isumbong doon Dapat friend tayo. So anyway, Runa, pag natutulog yung Class Marcher mo, ikaw na magkuhan, 10 o'clock.
Yes po, sir.
Baka, hindi na siya kumikibo, hindi ko, tinanong ko nung magbigay siya ng break. So, ikaw na lang, kasi nandiyan ka. Abtik ka pa sa, mga Guardia Civil.
Yes
So,
po,
thank you, Rona. So,
Welcome, sir.
fire cause determination tayo. It is recognized that the real purpose of investigation is prevention. I've been telling you that. Why? Because, ano pang purpose natin ng nag-imbestiga tayo? We investigate so that we want to know what really happened. So that once we know, we will be able to prevent this kind of fire to recur again. Diba? So, the purpose is prevention. Or if there is an arsonist, he sets a certain building on fire, in the process of your investigation, he was arrested due to the evidence that you have gathered, techniques that you applied, science that you applied. Well, of course, ano bang ending niyan? Diba? It will deter other arsonists or potential arsonists from committing the same crime or similar crime in the future. So, therefore, you are preventing this from igniting another intentional fire. So, the result is preventing the fire. Diba? So, the real investigation is prevention. Yun. Kaya yung PAEC design natin is magkaakibat ang investigation at saka ang prevention. Kasi magkasangang dikit yan sila. Kumbaga kambal kapatid natin yan. So, if you belong to the prevention, you support the investigation. If you are in the investigation, of course, you need also some help from the prevention for some data, probably plans, etc., yung reports nila. Or better still, if there are violations committed by this prevention, you are the one that will counter-check it. Kasi counter-checking ang gobyerno natin, check and balance, diba? May tulad sa ating mga great branches of government, mayroong Congress, mayroong executive, mayroong judiciary. These are equal branches that checks each other, counter checks, etc. Just like us in the small structure of our bureaucracy. We have the fire prevention, we have the investigation. So, ganun lang yon. Okay? Hindi tayo dapat maging balat sibuyas niyan. Talagang minsan na-imbestigahan ang prevention ng investigador ng IIU or Investigation and Intelligence Unit of your office. Ano yun walang personal trabaho lang. Kaya nga, ang prevention, if ever you are assigned there, you must do your work also honestly and efficiently. Ganun yun. So, fire investigators are, of course, these are special bred. You are special bred. You are specially trained to identify and collect evidence relating to fires and make determination as to their causes. So, bigat ang role ng investigador, pag nalagay kayo. According to this, presentation of mine, you are specially trained. Special training, kulbag yun. Mangilngig pa sa may special training kayo. Your PAIC is already in direction to that, So, you are to identify, you are to collect evidence, and make determination as to their causes. So, one of our goals as fire investigators is to come to a correct conclusion about the cause of the fire or explosion. So, coming into conclusion. So, dapat mayroong science involved yan, scientific findings. However, you cannot come up with the cause unless you determine first the origin of the fire or explosion. So, coming with the cause, you must first come up with the origin. The original location of the fire. Yan, origin. Asan ba ang origin ng fire? So, it would be that point or that area where most of the evidence are left behind in different forms. The material that got burned will be having another, probably another shape, or it's converted into another material. But this can be traced and this can be evaluated, examined, and of course the laboratory can do that for us. So what do fire investigators look for? Ano ba ang hinahanap mo? Well, they search for clues to the origin. To yung mga area of origin, fire point of origin, the epicenter of the explosion, the crater, baga, and the cause of the fire. Investigators are able to determine the original location of the fire through clues, such as char patterns, direction of melt. These are may mga melted metals, aluminum nagmelt. Ilang degrees yan. Yung ibang metals hindi nagmelt. Why? So there must be some kind of explanation to that. There must be scientific explanation. So yung mga material data sheet niyan, malalaman mo bakit itong isa natunaw, itong isa hindi. The same exposure to the fire. The glass, iba nag-crack, iba nag-melt. So, this can be explained by science. So, and heat shadows, yung mga shielding, yung mga soot marks on the floor, the walls, on the ceiling, etc. These are traceable clues for investigators to examine and make sense out of these chaotic patterns found in the area. Ang labad ulo, hindi ko maintindihan to. Ano ba ito? Crack ulo ko na nito. Ano ba ito? Ano ba meaning nito? This patterns may mga meaning yan siya. So these born patterns often point to source of the fire in telltale patterns. So yung telltale signs of arson can be traced through the patterns. So it could be V-shape, it could be hourglass pattern, it could be inverted cone. So have come from this observations and mga patterns come from common observation of actual fire scenes. So, you can document that. Some groups, especially mga yung practice and safety, the NFPA, I collated a lot of observation by investigator and laboratory examinations done on certain materials to make something out of the effects of the fire. So as a result, the observation are typically qualitative in nature. So it's not quantitative, in volume numbers, ganon. It is qualitative. So a qualitative refers to measurements of the characteristics of something. So what is the characteristic of this material when it got burned? Will it melt? Will it not? Will it crack? Will it change its color? Etc. As opposed to measurement based on the quantitative of something. So, karamihan ng mga observation, characteristics based, so it is qualitative in nature, not quantitative. So, Section 4 of NFPA 921, this is Guide for Fire Arson Investigators. This is also adopted in the standards of the Bureau of Fire Protection, states that any fuel source can cause inverse B patterns. When a fire burns against a combustible wall, it creates an inverted B pattern. As the fire burns up and out, it reaches the ceiling. Now the fire can no longer burn up, only outward. So it stops there, hits the ceiling. When it hits the ceiling, it stops, it spreads out. This creates an hourglass pattern that consists of both V pattern and an inverse B pattern. So, baliktad na B. As the fire progresses, the hourglass pattern becomes a common B pattern. If the fire is stopped before the fire reaches the ceiling, an inverted B pattern may remain for fire investigators. So, if firefighters already arrive in the scene, they use water streams to extinguish the fire. Nabutan yun, may matitira na inverted B pattern that will confront us investigators in our examination of the scene. So, or the material or some time or another na tigil on its own, ganun rin, magkaroon ng inverted B pattern. This pattern is not an accurate, of course, indicator of an accelerant or arson. So, but you must be aware that itong mga pattern na ito, itong B pattern, hindi yan indicator ng accelerant. So, some investigators, yung mga old wives' tale, yung mga myths in investigation, that's what we want to prevent, yung not based on scientific method, scientific findings. So, hula-hula lang. Kumbaga sa kwentong barbero. So, kung yung B pattern is masyadong sharp, ganoon, paakyat. So, they say na mayroong accelerants in-introduce. Pag wide, low burning fire. So, these things. Pag they say there is a pool of gasoline there. But, as you can see in the standard of the 921 which we apply, the fuel source can cause inverse B pattern. So, pwede magkakaroon ng B pattern doon sa area na yon. Not necessarily coming from accelerants. So, huwag mong sabihin na kaya siya nagka-create ng V pattern because there is an accelerant there. So, okay. So, this is the NFPA 921. You can search for Section 4 of this and master that. Kasi pwede ka magkamali sa iyong analysis. Okay? As I've said in the, yung doon sa presentation ko sa Glorieta, na yung methane gas nagkaroon ng cut sa upper level, okay? So, generally, this can be generated by a lighter than air gas. But the conclusion to this is, it is the location. Conclusive yun as to the location of the fuel. regardless what kind of fuel that was, the conclusion there that can be derived from that those patterns is that doon nagsettle ang gas, hindi sa lower level. So yan, acceptable yan sa investigation practice natin. Pero sabihin mo na ano yan, you jump into conclusion of something like say ano yan, lighter than air gas yan, methane yan kaagad, wag, dapat may process yan. Kaya hindi basta-basta ka mag-come across ng ganon. You have to make a lot of examination of the patterns there inside the burn or area where an explosion occurred. Do not jump into conclusion. Madaling sabi. As investigator, dahan-dahan ka lang. Unless you become an expert. Later on, mas madali na lang sa'yo. You can easily explain it also. So, but hindi ka pa expert, so better go slow. Pulido ang gawa. Efficiently done. No? Slow but surely. Safe and sure. Safe and accurate. Slow but accurate. Amen? Amen ba, Rona? Rona, El Presidente, narinig mo ba ako?
Yes, sir.
Amen. So, okay. So, significant features of cause determination are as follows. The cause of fire or explosion, the cause of property damage resulting from the incident, the cause of bodily injury or loss of life, and the degree to which human fault contributed to any one or more of the casual issues mentioned above. So, for the cause of fire and explosion, this involves a consideration of the circumstances, conditions, or agencies that bring together a fuel, ignition source, and oxidizer, yung oxygen. So, babalik na naman tayo doon sa triangle of fire theory, resulting in a fire or a combustion explosion. So, the cause of damage to property resulting from the incident. This involves the consideration of those factors that were responsible for the spread of fire. So, remember, the fuel ahead of the fire. So, usually influence the spread of fire. So, if you have fuel ahead of the fire or in front of the fire will move in that direction. Horizontally, it moves to the upper level also. So, upper, sidewards, downwards. There are situations that it goes downwards. Seldom it occurs, It could be through moss roaming effect, if you've heard that before. When I make my example sa admin building in Malacanang, in the past, when I was with Manila, Arson Group, mayroong ganong incident. So, pwede rin yan na mag-pour ka ng gasoline, so magkaroon ng, fire burning pababa. So, siyempre, yung apoy bababa siya doon sa saan tumulo yung gasolina. Susundan niya yun kasi yun ang fuel. But generally, fire goes up, upwards. It also spreads horizontal. Maybe simultaneous, but most probably it goes faster upwards than sidewards. Depends on what materials are burning. Of course, the dynamics of the contents of the building plays a role also, or the factors that influence the spread of fire. So, including the adequacy of fire protection, of course, yung mga protection, sprinkler systems, yun, yung, nilagay mo na mga fire protection, maybe made of, non-combustible materials. The beams are treated with non-combustible materials. Merong mga ganon, kinukot nila yung mga biga, tawag ito, mga floorings, yung back of the floor, kinukot nila yun. So, if there is a fire in that direction, non-combustible materials yun, coated with non-combustible materials, maapektuhan ang spread. Mabagal rin, of course, when the fire hits that area. The sufficiency of building construction and the contribution of any products to flame spread and to the smoke propagation. So, smoke can be propagated all throughout, can go down, through smoke, tawag ito yung mushrooming effect. It could go up. It could go through corners. It could go hanggat saan siya matutulak, pupunta yan siya doon. So, people will be trapped also because of the smoke. Smoke moves faster than the flame itself. So, most of the people that get trapped are trapped because of the inhalation of these smoke materials. Nandiyan yung carbon monoxide poisoning, nandiyan na nasuffocate siya because of the yung chemical contents of the material that was burning. So, pwede siya mamatay because of that. Malayo siya sa flame. We had one incident, in particular, I can still remember clearly in my mind. There was a building, Padilla building, in Quiapo, near Quiapo Church. Nagkaroon ng sunog sa second floor. Yung mag-asawa, may edad na, bumaba sa exit, within the building. Inabutan sila doon sa stairway. Kawawa, nakapunta sila sa landing, doon sila nag-sokom. Dapa sila doon. Ang layo ng fire, siguro maybe mga about 70 feet away from them. Yet, they succumb to the fire. Because the one that hits them is the smoke. Hindi nasusunog yung area na kinatayo, nilagyan nila. Layo sila. So, these things happen. No? So, if there is a fire for us, that is a dangerous already situation. You have to evacuate immediately because the smoke carries with it carbon monoxide. It will poison you. It will kill you. It will, if you inhale carbon monoxide, para ka nagrugi dyan. It will mate with your red blood sa iyong body. So it is just like alcohol. Once you inhale that and enough amount, yung vision mo, shut down. Ganun kagad yan. Dapa ka. So if you are in a bed, when you inhale that, the effects of fire, the smoke, the carbon monoxide, you can probably move maybe 3 steps onwards, but simply you are already disoriented, especially nighttime. You rise up, parang something's wrong, but you cannot discern what that was. Parang pakiramdam mo, parang iniwanan ka ng girlfriend mo, boyfriend mo kaya, ng misis mo, wala na, parang gano'n, parang uneasy ako, yung para, naisunog pala sa tabi, yung gas na carbon monoxide, napupison ka na lang, so pag lakad mo gano'n, bang, bagsak, hindi ka agad patay doon, you can still be revived, if a rescuer can bring you out, you can breathe, fresh air, you can be revived. But for us investigators and firefighters, once we experience carbon monoxide poisoning in the area and we are revived outside, do not come back again because the time that you can back for the second time that you will return to the scene, kunting carbon monoxide na lang ang inhale mo diyan, tumadatsi ka na. So avoid people from coming back to the scene. Kaya minsan yung iba na notice nila naiwanan sila mga wallets, babalik pa sila, hindi na nakababa, namatay na kagad, kawawa. So once you are out, you stay out. Okay? Once you are in, you go out. Ganun lang yun. Gumapang ka hanggat kaya mo, kailangan mabilis kang gumapang hanggang makalabas ka. Kasi once you are inside a burning building, or lalo na magkaroon na ng flash over, survival chances mo dyan is already diminished. May init na yung dyan. Your respiration will be affected already. So better evacuate immediately. Not because you've seen the fire. What you do not see is the one that will kill you. The carbon monoxide poisoning is odorless and tasteless gas. Hindi mo maaamoy yan. It is tasteless. It is odorless. So, hindi mo man notice yan. Kaya minsan mga tao, ilulit nila. Okay, yung manotis mo lang yan dyan, mga bluish yung panila, yung mga fingers nila, yung fingernails nila, bluish. Yung mga lips nila, bluish. Oh, carbon monoxide poisoning na yun. Unconscious. So, bring them out, revive them. Pag tingnan mo walang pulso, there is no breathing, there is no pulse, you apply the CPR. So, that's why we need to be experienced in firefighting. Investigators will apply their knowledge in CPR. So ako, I am fortunate because I was able to apply yung aking napag-aralan in CPR to people that collapse in the area. So collapse siya. Kasi na carbon monoxide. Ang fire wala sa bahay niya, nandun sa kapitbahay. It's a conflagration fire in Tondo. When I entered, I passed through them. Nagpaalam ako, mag-CR lang ako. So, when I passed them, conscious pa sila. So, while nasa CR ako, tinignan ko bakit ang daming mga suka doon. May mga suka ba, vomit materials doon sa flooring na yun. Sabi ko, dumi naman mga tao nito. When I came back, I passed through them. One after the other, nagsi-collapse na yon. So, I am confronted with 2 people already. Unconscious. So, sinipr ko lahat yun. Ganong kabilis ang napag-aralan yan eh. So, nabuhay naman sila. So, ganon. One event in Santa Misa, there was a big fire. Yung tao, paglampas ko sa kanya, nakita ko siya maybe at a distance of 8 feet away. Tumingin sa akin. Nagkatinginan kami. So, nagkaroon na ng eyeball-to-eyeball contact. Pagtingin ko, ay, yung mata ng tao, malaman mo ang tao mamamatay na kasi yung nasa glare, sa stare niya. Kita ko. So, you will experience that, of course, later on in your career, ano? So, nung makita ko ganun, seconds lang, split seconds, bagsak ka ganun tao, parang tinibag na saging. So, nakataon na padaan ako at a glance. CPR ko, chinik ko ang vital signs, then CPR. Nabuhay naman. So, December yon. So, nag-New Year siya, buhay siya. Salamat. So, meron naman akong CPR sa hotel. He was smoking, seaman from Cebu. Nakatulog. May mga babae siya na kasama siya doon, umalis. Kaya naimbestigahan mo sila mga people of interest. But the pattern there on the fire, sa edge ng bed, nagkaroon ng fire, maybe about 2 feet ang haba. But the material is made of foam. So nagka-smoke yun, na-inhale niya, na-disorient siya, bangon siya, kaso lasing kasi nag-inuman sila. Instead na papunta siya sa exit, nabuksan niya yung CR. So doon siya napasok sa CR, doon siya nagpulong. Wala mang exit ang CR. So, nandun siya na-trap. Now, non-conscious siya. Here comes now the firefighter. Hindi gano'ng alam mo anong nasa loob. Nag-apply ng fire stream. Na-flooded yung CR. Nakalabas ng tubig. Nalunod yung tao. Kaya when we did our CPR on the person, parang nag-gargle. May tubig sa baga. So, when we brought the person to the hospital, nakarating naman after 15 minutes, namatay siya. Succumb from injuries na internal siguro. So, namatay siya. Kawawa naman. Ang pamilya niya wala naman. Hindi naman siya nanakawan. Wala naman. When we interviewed these persons of interest. 2 babae. Wala lang. Jamming lang sila. Ganon. Kaso, sa sobrang kalasingan, hindi pa siya nakauwi ng Cebu, namatay siya doon sa Manila. So, drinking, plus smoking, and then you are in a bed, you have no company. Kasi yung mag-hire ka ng mga tao to accompany you, they will leave. Once they leave you, now the danger starts kasi kung ikaw na nigarilyo pa rin, baka masindihan mo yung kama mo. Hindi mo alam. Kasi antok na antok. Just arrived from abroad, yung tao. Daming pirang dala. Walang nawala sa money niya. So, that is a tragic event for the families in Cebu. no? Imbis na masalubong nila yung kamag-anak nila, buhay, patay na. So, kawawa. So, the cause of bodily injury or loss of life. This addresses life safety components such as the adequacy of the alarm system, sufficiency of means of egress or in place protective confinement, the role of products that emit toxic byproducts that endanger human life, and the reason for the firefighter injuries or fatalities. So, minsan may mga bumbiro rin tayo na dadali diyan, no? So, yan ang ingatan natin. Kasi tayo are expected to survive in the harsh condition inside a fire. Expected sa atin yan. Why? Because we are trained. Lalo na investigador ka, specially trained ka may special training ka dyan Ayon ko kung paano nangyayari sa buhay mo yun, ba't ka naabutan ng apoy, di ba? Or nasabugan ka ng secondary explosives. So, kapabayaan mo yan sa iyong sarili. Release ka, madaling sabi. You don't prepare yourself for this eventualities in your career as investigators. Or if you are a prior prevention, biro mo, namatay ka, nag-inspection ka lang, parang hindi ka panipaniwala. But pag namatay ka, kaya minsan ang bumbero pag namatay, sinasabihan mo, tanga-tanga kasi. So, buti kung buhay ka na, wala ka na magawa kasi patay ka na nga. So, huwag tayong tatanga-tanga sa ating trabaho, mga kapatid. You have to be protected always. You must know what you are doing in the scene. The focus on your work. But above all, safety overrides everything. Okay, the degree to which human fault contributed to any one or more of the causal issues mentioned in 1, 2, and 3, or the above. This deals with the human factor in the cause and spread of fire, or in the bodily injury or loss of life. So, yung human factor, kasama yan. Nandiyan ang negligence, no? So, pag may negligence, mayroong mag-answer dyan. They can be charged criminally for criminal negligence, or administratively, if they are in the government. So, it encompasses acts and omissions that contribute to loss such as incendiarism and negligence. So, even the felonies defined in the revised penal code, the one that controls or penalizes criminal acts, omission, even omission, you omit. You omit deliberately. So, the things that you should do to save lives, pwede kang mag-answer yan. So, whether you are in government, whether in the private sector, if you are involved in an investigation of a fire or explosion, omission or negligence can be penalized. No? So, even in the revised penal code, as I've said, acts or omission. So, acts or commission are committed by deceit, dolo, and of course, yung omissions, culpa. So, culpable acts, punishable. Intentional acts, punishable under the revised penal code. It could be under arson, it could be under negligence. So, the determination of the cause of a fire requires the identification of those circumstances and factors that were necessary for the fire to have occurred. So, the investigator has to determine the circumstances and several factors. There are many. Magugulo ang daigdig natin dyan. Ang fire is a mix, mix of una, sa sakit ulo mo talaga dyan. Ang daming i-analyze mo. Those circumstances and factors include, but not limited to, the device or equipment involved in the ignition. So, it's not only the device. the subject of your investigation, even the equipment. Hindi lang doon. The presence of competent ignition source, the type of form of the material first ignited, or the target material in arson cases. So when an arsonist targets the bed, that is the target material, that is the first material that he ignited. You must be able to identify those. Dapat malaman mo which material in the room that was first ignited by the arsonist. It is not only the area of origin. Kasi dalawa ang area of origin mo. O dapat alin diyan sa dalawa niyan ang in-ignite niya muna bago yung isa. Or there are 3, or there are 4. Which comes first? So you have to identify those. The type and form of the material first ignited and the circumstances of human actions that allow the factors to come together to allow the fire to occur. So, my example is a foam mattress on top of the closet ignited by incandescent lamp. So, there was this fire in Pandacan area. Yung may cabinet siya, there is a incandescent lamp above it on the ceiling. So, siniksik ba naman niya yung foam mattress doon sa ibabaw? The foam mattress incandescent lamp. The heat that was generated by the incandescent lamp triggered the fire in that foam mattress. So, there is negligence there also. So, classification of the cause of fire. It could be accidental. Oh, yes, madam. Who is this?
Partlini Soriano. Sir, Partlini Soriano, class marcher for Sir, permission to speak.
Yes, granted, Madam Soriano, class marcher for the day. What is your pleasure?
Sir, shall we have a 15 minutes break?
No problema. Basta kayo. Ayaw mo ng 20 minutes? Gusto mo 15 minutes? You will grant it. Yan ang gusto mo. Your pleasure is approved. Okay ba? Okay lang yung 15 minutes. Wala problema sa akin. Kung gusto mo 20 minutes, baka pag-isipan pa natin yan. Okay? So, kayo. 15 minutes.
Thank you po.
Kailan tayo babalik? Anong oras tayo babalik?
Ay, 9:50 po. 9:50. Mga 10:05.
Okay, 10:05. See you, 10:05.
Okay, sir. Thank you
Okay,
po.
no problema. Elements of the fire. You know how fire will spread. We go now to classification of the cause of the fire. So one is accidental fire cause. Include all those were proven cause does not involve a deliberate human act to ignite or spread fire into an area where the fire should not be. So lahat ng klaseng sunog na does not involve a human act or deliberate human act in the ignition and spread of fire to an area or into the area where the fire should not be is classified as accidental fire cause. The next is classification is natural fire cause. It involves fire causes without direct human intervention such as lightning, volcanic eruptions, at carries with it lava, so masindihan yung mga vegetation, mga bahay, lightning, tamaan ng trees, tamaan ng bahay, without lightning arrestor, pwede magkaroon ng sunog. Undetermined fire cause. Whenever the cause cannot be proven, the proper classification is undetermined. Yung incendiary fire cause or arson are one deliberately set or under circumstances in which the person knows that the fire should not be set or ignited. So, ano yung mga incendiary fire cause or arson? Ito yung makikita mo rin to sa standard operating procedure natin sa BEP. Yung accidental
cause of fire. So, is this accidental? Is this natural? Is this arson or incendiary fire? Is this undetermined cause? So, arson. So, there was this case in 1998, decided in 2003, People versus Soriano. O, nagkaroon ng pagtatalo yung mag-asawa in somewhere in Davao at gusto niyang dalhin sa Manila yung pamilya niya, but yung anak niya ay dinala ng asawa niya, umpisa nila ng away. Parang na-insecure yung Soriano na parang yung kapatid ng wife niya ay yun na ang nag-asikaso sa pamilya niya. So, one heated word leads to another, hindi sila nagkaintindihan hanggang sa sinindihan na yung bahay nila. So, he was convicted by the regional trial court. So, but when it was submitted to the Supreme Court for finality, the Supreme Court modified the decision. So instead of destructive arson, ginawang simple arson. So destructive arson characterized as a heinous crime under our recent law, RA 7659, if my memory serves me right. So, it contemplates the malicious burning of private and public structures, hotels, buildings, edifices, trains, vessels, aircrafts, factories, and other military, government, or commercial establishments by any person or group of persons. Punishable, penalty is punishable by reclusion perpetua to death. So, if it is destructive arson, the penalty is reclusion perpetua to kamatayan. So, itong destructive arson under the revised penal code, this is under Article 320, which was amended by the heinous crime law. My memory serves me right, RA 7659, making arson as part of those heinous crimes that were classified, by our Congress when they crafted the law. The other one is simple arson. Excuse me. Contemplates the malicious burning of private and public structures regardless of their size and not otherwise classified in relation to destructive arson. So if it is not classified under the category of destructive arson, it falls under simple arson. This includes houses also, dwellings, government buildings, farms, mills, plantations, railways, bus stations, airports, wharves, and other industrial establishments. However, if death results, the penalty of reclusion perpetua to death shall be imposed. So, yun. So, under our law, if it is, the penalty is death, it is automatic subject for review by the Supreme Court. So, that is why the case of Soriano reached the Supreme Court dahil ang sentensya sa kanya is reclusion perpetua to death. So, doon sa destructive arson, it was modified to be a simple arson. So, na-scale down ang kanyang penalty to maybe around 40 years. So, based on the foregoing, determine whether the crime is destructive or simple arson. It would depend, of course, on the kind of character, the location of the property burned, regardless of the value of the damage caused. So, regardless what is the value, does not matter in simple arson. What is important is yung character and location of the property burned. If it falls under the categories mentioned, In simple arson and destructive arson, doon mo yan mapapailan ng kaso. So you have to identify. That is why as arson investigators, you must also knowledgeable, you must have a working knowledge in the law of our country. Kasi may mga amendments na yan. Article 320, itong destructive arson, Article 321 to 326B of the revised penal code were already amended. Article 321 to 326B, ito yung simple arson, amended by PD 1613, Article 320, amended by the heinous crime law. So, may mga, ano yan, kailangan sundan mo yan kung ano yung mga amendments na yan. Of course, the recent amendments governs the case, no? Yung mga luma, siyempre, luma na, pag lumaan na yun, may bago na. So, doon ka maghataw. Tingnan mo yung heinous crime law, tingnan mo yung simple arson. So, if you cannot determine who is the culprit, you resort to the motives. You go into the motives, no? Kasi sometimes you will unlock the case because of the motives. Hindi siya na properly identified. So, ano, ang gagawin natin dito? Do you mean to say that the investigation will stop on track? Nakatigil tayo, you are facing a blank wall, we stop there. Nothing, no activity, no further actions to be undertaken kasi hindi natin identified. Nobody identifies the person. Wala nakakita sa kanya. So you go into the motive because this might unlock, magkaroon ng mukha yung tao na hinahanap mo. So what are the motives? Well, is crime concealment. So usually there's no previous interest of the fire. Wala siyang interest doon. The setter, the arsonist, will use it to destroy physical evidence. So ang kanyang commit siya ng crime, murder, wala man siyang interest to burn. But because of the circumstances, he wants to destroy the crime that he committed, he will utilize fire to destroy. Or divert attention to another crime. So, may isang krimen nangyari, babaguhin na. Minsan, may mga documents na gusto niyang mawala, sunugin niya ito. Okay? So, may mga, siya, yung krimen nga, yung pinatay siyang tao, gagawa siya ng sunog para completely burn. So, one in the past, when I was in Manila, mayroong isang pari doon, pinatay siya ng kanyang pinag-aral na estudyante, pinalo siya sa ulo, then sinindihan siya. But since the crime scene was very close to the fire station, maybe a blocks away or a stone throw away, nakarespondi kagad ang firemen. So, napatay kagad ang fire. And then nahuli yung suspect. The suspect was arrested by citizens arrest by the barangay. So ayun. So yung ginawa nung suspect is he wants to destroy the crime of murder kasi pinalo niya sa ulo at the back. Tinatawag nating alibusia in treachery. There is treachery. There is no way for the victim to defend himself. Nakatalikod eh. So there is alibusia, there is treachery. So pinalo niya sa ulo. Naman unconscious, sinindihan niya. Why did he have to burn the cadaver? Kung papatayin rin lang naman niya. To hide the crime. He wants to appear na nagkaroon ng sunog, namatay yung tao. But contrary to the evidence on the fire patterns was still in the initial stages, hindi na completely burn ang room. So, easy for us to determine the location, whether the person was moved or not, whether his body is consistent with the burn patterns on the combustible materials surrounding the body. So, we were able to know na yung body minub, no? Kasi yung sunog, imbis na ang sunog na malapit sa body is to the right, dapat ang right ng body ang masunog, iba't yung kaliwa ang nasunog. O yung mga ganon, magkaroon ng you can compare it, no? These are evidence, so you can locate the body to its original position where it is in a situation that it is more logical for that person to be in that position. So, dapat malalaman mo kung saan ang mga burn patterns in the area, that also the body really in relation to the burn patterns on his body and on the material surrounding the body. So, pwedeng gumalaw yung body means buhay pa siya. So, this can be traced in the scene, lalo na initial stages pa lang ang fire, hindi pa ganong full blown, ano? Hindi pa malaki, maliit lang ang fire. So, terrorist or social protest. Usually, the work is done in groups. The methods and materials are more sophisticated. The fires are usually striking symbolic, political, or economic targets. So, yan, palaging ganun. So, minsan may mga social protest. Familiar kayo sa US, di ba? Yung may nag-protest doon, may napatay na black guy ng mga police officer. So, ang nangyari, nagkaroon ng protesta. Di ba? Nagsunog sila. On the process, sunog na, kasama na ring looting. So, social protest can be a problem, especially in our country, kung mangyayari yan dito sa atin. Siyempre, investigators will be tapped to investigate. No. Paano ka ma-investigate dyan? Nagrarally yung mga mag-imbestiga ka dyan. Puro bato abutin mo dyan. So, just like what happened in Manila na yung isang investigador ko, rally doon sa Malacanang, responde siya. Sinunog yung fire truck. So, bato inabot nila lahat. So, puro nagkabukol-bukol yung mga ulo nila. Good, sa Manila, may brotherhood kami na pag nasugatan ka in line with your work, the medication will be assisted by the brotherhood. Kung may problema ka naman sa legal, mayroon ring legal monetary consideration for you to hire a lawyer. So, these things, yung mga terrorist, siyako yung ulo, yung mga bombers, di ba? Gusto nila maging, siparit sila sa Pilipinas, yung mga ganon. Gusto nila, sa kanila na yung Pilipinas, portion ng Pilipinas. So, gagawa sila ng mga terroristic activities by burning and in the past, may tawag silang light a fire movement. Meron naman ngayon sa mga modern times natin yung mga terroristic bombings, may mga suicide bombings. So, ayun, these are people with different mindset than us, no? However, they are terrorists, we are anti-terrorists, so because we are investigators. So we can be subject of an attack by this group of people who are doing havoc or arson in your area of responsibility. Siyempre, kalaban kanila, nilangan di kayo sama, barbecuehin kanila. Kaya huwag kang kumpiyansa. Your confidence may kill you, no? So, medyo extra careful ka. Yung opisina ninyo, hindi dapat basta-basta makapasok sa office ninyo. Kasi mamaya mataniman kayo ng bomba dyan. Kawawa naman yung mga pamilya ninyo. So, dapat you have to in place your security measures. Even in your car, you have to see to it na hindi ka nataniman ng bomba. Kasi uso ang bomba. We investigated one incident in Batangas. Yung governor, tinaniman yung bomba, yung IED, yung yung car niya. Bagong-bago yung car niya. Humvee. Rather, Hammer. Or Humvee. Ang tibay nito. Pero because of that, na-spare naman ang buhay niya. Pero two of his isang driver and one aide ay patay. So they were burned. Crispy ang pagkasunog kasi extreme thermal on board the vehicle. Good for him, he was thrown out of the vehicle, no? So, these things happen. So, if you're investigators, huwag kang kumpiyansa sa vehicle mo, baka taniman yan. Either taniman ng mga contrabands para to discredit you, lagyan ng mga shabu, paraphernalias, o then tip sa pulis, isang investigator na daming shabu na deskarga, nag-imbestiga, lango sa drugs. Gawa-gawan ka ng ano. So, these things, you have to secure and protect your life, safety, your future, and your family. Hindi mo sa bahay, siyempre, baka mamaya, papatayin ka doon. No? So, mayroon akong friend in the Bureau, Engineer Tan. It's not part of arson cases, pero we were sent by USIC corpus there to the house. Kasi may logistics officer natin sa national office. Galing sa bahay. Paglabas niya doon sa car niya, nakapark sa labas ng bahay na, an assassin came close and shot him point blank. Buti yung asawa na hindi sinama. So, hindi siya nakaganti kasi yung baril niya, naiwan man niya doon sa bahay. Paglabas niya sa kutsi, disusi man yung kutsi na ng anti-theft. So, matagalan pa siya magbukas. Nakaabang na pala yung assassin doon sa harapan nila. Related yun sa, most probably, related sa mga hinahawakan niya na mga transactions doon sa bureau. So, pwede tayong patay.
Sir, excuse me. Wala ka pong audio? Sir?
Yan, meron?
Okay na po, sir. Thank you.
Meron na?
Opo, sir.
Ano ba yun?
Thank you.
Bakit nagkaroon ng glitch eh? Siguro naggalaw itong cable ko siguro. Hindi ko alam. Talagay natin sa malayo. Okay na?
Opo, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So, another motive to unmask these suspects or culprits is anger or revenge. Galit siya. Gusto niya mag-revenge. The reactions will be in an aggressive manner by setting fires under influence of course, alcohol or drugs. The targets have a personal connection with the fire sitters or arsonists. So, yung usually target mayroon yung personal connection sa arsonist. No? We had one example in Manila, somewhere in Ricto. Galit siya sa kanyang live-in partner. So, ang ginawa niya, sinunog niya lahat yung mga pictures nila. Pero sinunog niya doon sa kama nila. So, nilagay niya yung mga pictures doon, mga damit doon sa ibabaw ng kama nila. Sinindihan niya yun. On the process, nasunog yung bahay nila, nasunog rin yung mga neighbors. naapektahan yung isang senior citizen doon na hindi gano'ng makalakaw, PWD, people with disability, nahirapan, no, nag-evacuate, na-trap, patay. So, charge siya ng arson, convicted. So, ganon. So, minsan ang galit, katulad nung example kay Soriano, and Davao, ano rin, anger rin. Ang rage niya, galit siya, hindi mapigilan na galit. Maaring jealousy, nagsilo siya, or for other some reasons that mag-revenge siya, para nargabyado siya, baka nagulpi siya, sunugin yung bahay, parang ganon. So, nasa influence ng alcohol, nasa influence ng drugs, so wala nang pakialam yan. Di ba? So, ganon. Ang mga, even in Manila, 80% of our cases are drug-related. Meron doon na mga drug addicts, minsan because of their enhanced senses, they can hear the current flowing on the wires, electrical wires. Marinig nila 'yon. Just imagine that. Marinig nila, maingay sa kanila 'yan, parang natuturite sila sa ingay, no, sa kanilang tainga. So what they will do is nila 'yon, buting-tingin nila 'yon, sindihan nila 'yon. The process, nasunog yung tinitirhan nila. So may mga ganon cases. It's not anger, hindi rin revenge. These are drug effects of drug addiction, no? So mayroong mga ganon. We had one arson case, drugs rin. Marurumi ang kanyang kapaligiran. We went there, foreigner, Amerikano. Dahil sa sobrang drug drugista na siya, yung dumi niya, nasa fourth floor siya ng tenement, pagisan niya ng mga dumi niya ng mga primera klaseng pupo ang mga taong dumadaan. And then sa sobra ng kapraningan, sinindihan naman yung rin niya, yung kwarto niya. When we visited examine his room, daming mga nakasulat sa walls, mga typical characteristics ng mga drug addicts, dami. And then untidy, unkeep, ang kanyang mga gamit, para tapsiturbi, etc., parang basura. Yung CR niya, binasag niya, ang duro, then still continue na gamitin niya yun. So just imagine the dumi, but investigators, it is a dirty job, but we have to investigate it. Yan ang problema sa investigator talaga. Hindi ka mamimili ng malilinis na investigahan mo. May marurumi talaga. So, talagang ganun. Wala tayong magagawa eh. Now, arson for profit. So, no emotional component to this fire. The scene will tend to be highly organized and rational. So, why? Because there is preparation. They have all the time in the world to ignite the fire. Kasi sila may control. Di ba? Sila ang may kuha ng coverage ng insurance. Sa kanila yung building, sinindihan nila. So this is an unusual crime because he is the victim. He is also the one that will commit the crime. So he is a criminal, at the same time he is the victim. Kasi yung building, sino ba may-ari nun? Diba siya? He is the victim. So later on, if we will file cases and that we will be able to convict the person, his building can be, or property can be escheated in favor of the government. This property can be confiscated. So part sa penalty ng mga arsonista na may-ari ng isang property. Mawalan sila ng property ngayon. Kasi example na proven na sila, inarson nila because of insurance fraud, yung for profit, gusto nila kumita sila. They insure it with high amount of insurance. The value of their property is small, but yet they insure it for over insurance, daming insurance na. Left and right, 1, 2, 3 insurance, different companies. This can be traced, That is why as an arson investigator, know how to write letters to insurance companies, to the insurance commission. Kailangan marunong ka magsulat kasi mga other governmental agencies, insurance company, insurance commission. Pag yung ating hindi natin mailagay sa written form ang ating request o ano yung gusto nating mag-request, hindi maintindihan nung nire-request mo. Ano ba itong nire-request ng tao? So, you have to make sure that your requests are yung good, yung reviewed by your superior there, kasi susulat ka ng sulat ang lalo na mga other governmental agencies tingnan yung mga natin, baka wala na sa grammar yan or malayo sa hindi maintindihan kung ano ang gusto mong i-request sa kanila. Okay, so these things. Now the next motive is hero or vanity fire setters. These are psychological problems as the person seeks more attention and wants to play the hero role when he will set a fire. So, pwede karamihan nito yung mga example, security guard. Mag-end ang kontrata nila. So, they want to make sure that their contracts will be extended. So, anong gagawin nila? Siyempre, gagawa sila ng gimmick, di ba? Sugsunog sila kunwari ng sunugin natin itong aircon. Sunugin natin itong portion na ito. And then sila rin ang mag-responde. So the company where their contracts are applied. So pag-review sa kontrata nila, mag-expire na ito, pero buti na lang. Nagkaroon ng sunog sana tayo lahat dito. Baka nangamatay pa tayo dito sa loob kasi hindi tayo makalabas. Buti na itong security guard na patay niya kaagad yung apoy. So, he will be praised. Hero siya. Hero type. Fire na arsonist. So, the contract will be extended. Appreciations are given. So, or commendations. So, yun pala. The truth of the matter is siya pala ang may magsunog nun. So, did it deliberately. Ang kanyang purpose is for the contract to be extended. Yung hero type. Yung mga vanity type fire setters. Yung example, manligaw ka sa syuta mo. Medyo galit ang mga parents, strict ang mga parents. So, ang ginawa mo, sindihan mo yung basura. Then kunwari, paglabas ng mga magulang nun, grabe ang action mo kagad, tumbling-tumbling ka pa, then extinguish mo yung fire. Then believe na believe yung believe na believe, so all praises sa'yo. Pasok-pasok kasi magaling ka, ikaw yung hero ka tao. Kung wala ka, sunog yung building namin, lumaki sana yun. Oo nga So, as if ka pa na hindi mo alam, pero actually, ikaw pala may kagagawa nun. Ka lang, pa-effect ka lang para sikat ka sa mata ng mga nililigawan mo. So, ganun. What about pyromaniacs? Usually random with no conscious motivation. Walang pakialam mo doon. May sira ulo. Usually because of a psychological problem. Ganon. So, one time, may uncle ako in the Malaybalay area, Bukidnon, doon sa judge. Sabi na, James, iba ng panahon ngayon. Sabi ko, bakit ko? Meron akong tinatry na tao. Tinanong ko siya, bakit mo kinaga yung tao? Sagot naman ng tao, wala lang. Kinaga ko lang. Walang no motivation whatsoever. Just tinaga lang yung tao. Hindi naman niya kalaban. Wala rin siyang, hindi niya kakilala. Basta na lang yung tinaga. So just like pyromaniacs, kursunada niya, sinindihan niya yun para some kind of arousal sa kanyang magkaroon siya ng climax sa kanyang libido. Pag nakakita siya ng fire, can trigger his burning spree. He will be burning a lot of structures kasi parang nahahay siya or something. So this one. So, wala dito yung mga juvenile fire setters. Ito yung mga 15 15 years and below. In our country, they will be prosecuted as juvenile offenders. No? Minsan, manununog rin yan sila, pero they are treated under that a separate may batas para sa kanila. So that's it for the motives. So if you do not know who the culprits are, go into the motives. Hindi siya na-identify, go into the motives. Maybe you will be able to unmask the culprit. Okay, any question? Before we will proceed. Question, class marcher.
Sir, sir.
Pag di maka-question ng class marcher, malamang yung president natin. Madam President, Your Excellency, any question? Runa.
Sir, wala naman po.
Wala rin. Saan man yung former class marcher? Wala pa diyan. Yung
Sir Michael Ray Cervedero.
Nandito? Nandiyan na?
Yes, sir. Andito po.
Question from the former class marcher. Are you now the class marcher or binalik na sa yung trono ng class marcher for the day?
Hindi na po, sir. Bago na po yung class marcher.
Ganun ba? Bakit? Bakit ganun pala yun? So parang...
Daily, sir. Na nagpapalit.
Okay. So, maganda yan para ma-practice kayo lahat. So, pag na-assign naman kayo sa investigators, ganun rin. Meron kayong mga duty rin diyan. So, pag nakataas ka na duty, malas mo lang kung 4 ang kaso mo sa isang araw. So, yan. Minsan may matsambahan ka na marami kang cases, yung iba wala. So, lahat ng kaso natapat sa iyo, talagang either buinas ka o malas yun. So, you have any question, class marcher?
Sir, none, sir. Sir,
yung bago, si Michael Ray, you have? Doon sa mga o wala ka nung mag-lecture tayo? You are in another area. So, di ka na talaga makatanong.
Sir, ganito na lang question ko, sir.
Sino yun?
Si FO3 Rivera, sir. Michael, sir.
Michael, yes, Ray.
There was an incident, sir, na we respond structural bahay, made of light materials. And then, what happened is that, hindi naman, sir, sinunog yung bahay. Inalis yung parts, yung wall made of plywood, mga plywood, inalis yung wall, tapos sinunog, sir, sa labas. Sinunog, sir, sa labas. And then later,
binalik rin yung wall.
Hindi, sir. Yung wall, yung structure, okay pa naman. Wala lang yung mga plywood, sir, na And then, later we found out na pala yun, sir. Drug user pala yun.
Praning. Okay.
And then, wala, hindi naman kami, sir, hindi naman nag-file ng ng arson case. Kasi yung asawa naman yung yung nagreklamo sa
walang complainant.
O ganun. Sir, paano yun classify just in case nagporso yung yung asawa?
Hindi maging arson yun. Malicious mischief siguro, probably. Papasok doon. Pero yung arson, it will not fall under arson. Kasi, for it to be classified sa part sa bahay, nakakabit sa bahay yun. No? So what you should remember that any part of the building that is consumed by the fire, whether the fire is very small, but there is already destruction to the fiber of the house, that will be considered consummated arson. So, however, in your example, the parts of the house was removed and then brought outside and then parang nagsindi na lang siya doon, di ba? So, siyempre, kahit walls yan, may value rin yan. So, kung whoever owns that, kung conjugal property nila mag-asawa, yung asawa pwede magreklamo against the husband for malicious mischief. Pero medyo police matters ang gagawa yan. So, dapat ang police ang tawagin. So, in your case, arson, hindi papasok sa arson, although there is a fire. So unless the burning, although outside, it exposed to danger the lives and property of another, may mga neighbors malapit yung pagsindi na ng in-stockpile na part ng house. Yung apoy lumaki and then taranta yung mga tao, there is already danger. You expose the lives and property of another. Mere exposure to the fire by a fire fighter, pwede kang pailan ng arson, no? Exposing the people in the surrounding area and their property from the fire. So, ganon yun. Ay pwede mapasok ng arson. Pero maaring simple arson lang yan. So, tayo, kasi tinanggal naman niya yung part ng house. Sinunog niya. Gagawin natin dan. Remember, even if you burn your own house, walang arson committed unless you burn your house because you want to claim for an insurance. So you want to deprive creditors from collecting from you. Nakasangla yung bahay para hindi niya makuha yung bahay mo, sinindihan mo. So nainargabyado. Either yung creditors or either yung insurance companies who will be paying you the insurance coverage of your building. So, although you own the house, you burn it, there is arson. But if there is no fraud and that you are not escaping from creditor and that you do not expose to danger the lives and property of another, well, under your rights to dispose, whose dispodinde, the rights to dispose, whose pruinde, the rights to your fruits of your labor. Tanim ka, may karapatan kang harbisin yun, kainin mo yun. The host possidinde, the right to possess, you have to possess the certain property. May karapatan ka rin noon. At sinunog mo, you dispose it because you believe na papalitan mo yung building mo, eyesore na sa'yo, it will cost you a lot of money if you hire people to demolish it. So I'll rather buy one matchbox and light the whole house. And once it is destroyed, it's completely, it is already raised to the ground, magtayo ka na ng building. So there is no exposure to lives, to other lives and property. There is no insurance fraud. There is no evasion from creditors. You are not escaping from creditors. Walang other madadamage. So there is no arson. Although there is burning. Okay? Kuha natin trainee class marcher. Michael? Narinig mo ako diyan?
Yes, sir. Thank you po. Thank you.
Maganda yung example mo na yun. Unusual rin yung ulo ng tao, no? Kinuha niya. Kumbaga, ang matindi nun, binalik niya. And then nag-claim siya ng insurance. Maling, tarantado yun talaga, no? Sinunog niya mga gamit niya, wala nakakita, ibalik niya doon sa loob. Ibalik niya pati wall, sunog na. Claim ngayon siya ng insurance. Ngayon, yung investigator, diyan na ngayon masubukan yung mong galing mo ngayon. Paano mo mahuhuli yan? Binaklas niya parts by parts, sinindihan na sa labas, and then binalik niya. Mahuhuli mo ba siya? Well, that is a challenge to the investigators, no? Paano mo i-crack yung kaso na ganyan? May mga intelligent arsonist. Lalo na yung mga arsonist for profit. Talagang buwan nila piniprepare, minsan taon pa. No? Pero minsan mahuli sila. Example, sunugin nila. They are no longer paying electric consumption. They are no longer paying utilities for water. So, tayo, part sa ating technique is we request the Meralco or ano ba yung cooperative electric company in your area for a record maybe 5 months prior to the fire. Tingnan mo ang billing niya. Before, nagbabayad siya, then after 5 months from burning or 3 months before, wala na siyang binabayad, zero as in. Tubig, ganun rin. So, stop paying. Well, this can be circumstantial evidence to prove na meron nga siyang intention to burn the building. Why will he pay? if we will burn the building. So, minsan yung mga lapses na ganyan ng arsonist, maski kaano kaisip nila, magagaling yan sila, nag-iisip, nagpaplano, minsan nadadapa rin, no? There is no such thing as perfect crime, madaling sabi. For a good investigator, there is no such thing as perfect crime. There is only a such thing as a bad investigator. Diba? So, kailangan good investigator ka talaga. Amen? Ray? Class Marcher? Kuha natin.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
We will proceed. So, process of elimination. Any determination of the cause should be based on evidence rather than the absence of evidence. So, hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na dahil walang ebidensya, walang arson. Dapat, hanapan mo talaga ng paraan paano magkaroon ng ebidensya ka. However, when the origin of a fire is clearly defined, it is occasionally possible to make a credible determination regarding the cause of fire. So, klaro, the origin is defined, the cause can be easily determined also. Even when there is no physical evidence of that cause available by circumstantial evidence. These findings may be accomplished through the credible elimination of all other potential causes, provided that the remaining cause is consistent with all known facts. So, dami kang mga hypothesis na pinipresent. There are 3 or 4 or 6. So, dandahan mo i-test yun sa mga gathered evidence sa known facts. If nag-match yun, maybe you are in the right direction. So, mapapine-tune mo yon hanggang sa you will come up with one cause. And that once you test this cause to your peers, your kapwa investigator, they will say, oh, medyo okay yan. Maganda yan. No? So, ganon. So, in the Ozone Disco Fire in 1996 in Quezon City, yung isang investigador doon galing sa akin, galing sa Manila. So nag-seek sa akin ng consultation. Sabi nila, ang cause natin nito, sir, malamang sa yung plastic colored plastics na kinocover sa Klieg lights. Yung lights na magkaroon ng kulay-kulay, ganon. Sabi ko, Brad, kung radiation ang pag-usapan natin dyan into the material from the heat, medyo may kalabuan yan kasi yung distance ng mga plastic na yan may kalayuan. So, and you will be part of the Guinness of World Records na nagkaroon ng ozone disco fire incident from that material, colored plastics for lighting tawag natin yung mga lighting tricks, diyan nagkasunog. Walang sunog na ganyan so far sa buong mundo. Ikaw lang, you will go in the Guinness Book of World Records na ganon. So ang suggestion ko, you go back there, look at the electrical connections ng mga devices that provides that supplies this material. So binalikan nila. So ang findings nila after it was subjected for analysis by the laboratory doon sa device that supplies the power to the Klieg lights or the lighting system of the discotheque company. Kasi high-tech yun, daming mga disco. So yung few days before the incident, yung electrician nila nag-comment na may mga nanonotice na sila na nagtitrip or nag-overload yung nila, mga lighting system nila. But it was not corrected. Even the electrician died in the fire. So these things, you eliminate. Hindi pwede na hindi mo i-test yung yung hypothesis mo to your peers or your co-investigators that you have confidence, may tiwala ka. Hindi yung ibibigay mo doon sa siraulo ring investigador na pagtatawanan ka. Ha, tawanan. Loko-loko ka. Investigador ka, pul-pul ka, ba't yan ang findings mo, no? So, dapat may mag-guide. You can guide him what to do. Okay? If somebody will consult you or seek your advice. So, in my case, you can call me any time of the day. Medyo, pag nasa bundok ako, maraming mga monkeys doon, naghihilig rin ng mag-wifi, hindi makakarating yung message mo. But when I come down from the mountain, pwede na kitang ma-access. Pwede mo na ako ma-access. Nandito ako sa city. When I give lecture, I come down a day before, and today, and then tomorrow, I'll go up. So, ganun lang. So, you can call me as part of your friendly investigators, mga elders mo, mga lifeline mo. You have any confusing reports, malay mo, baka nadaanan ko yan sa aking investigation. I can give you samples of this. Okay? Okay ba, Ray? Si Ray siguro, interesado maging investigador ito. Ikaw, Rona, are you interested to be investigators later on o investigator or prior prevention? Smile si Rona, no? Ano, Ron?
Ako, sir, pong masyadong kasi sa region ko sir, naka-assign.
Ay, ganda. So, supervisory ka, investigation rin. Huwag mong pabayaan ng mga investigador. Dapat doon ka ikaw, sandali, ako dito kasi may alam na ako dito. Ganon. Sayang rin yung sino tutulong sa ibaba, yung taas, di ba? May mga regional investigators rin, Rona? Meron sa region, di ba?
Meron po, sir. Meron po. Sa planning kasi ako, sir, naka-assign.
Galing. So, yan, magagandang posisyon yan. Planning. So, bigyan mo kami ng planning ng planning ng bureau o planning ng mga na-inspection?
Planning po, sir, ng bureau.
Okay, akala ko yung maghihingi kami ng mga plano din ng mga building kung may sunog. So, planning ng bureau pala. That's good. Tataas na ba ang sweldo ng bureau ngayon? Madagdagan?
Wala pa naman po, sir. Dati pa rin.
Wala. Hindi part sa inyo planning yung 8 hours duty?
Hindi po, sir.
Wala. Kasi ngayon, yung mga nasa fire operation, that's 92 hours maximum to 72 hours minimum in a week. Diba? Lampas doon sa 40 hours ng civil service. So, maganda siguro matingnan rin yan kasi para sa ikaganda ng mga karamihan kasi ng mga bumbiro na tali na lang sa trabaho hindi na makauwi kasi sobra na nabugbog sa trabaho. Wala nang additional income. Sa bagay ngayon, malaki ng sweldo ng bumbiro maski walang additional income, no? Okay na. So, Rona, mabuhay ka sa yung ginagawa. Plano mo sana yung other benefits ng bureau personnel natin.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, we'll proceed. So, this is the scientific method. So, you recognize the need, you identify the problem, define the problem, you collect data, you analyze the data, this is the inductive reasoning, this is you develop your hypothesis, you test your hypothesis, and this is the portion of the deductive reasoning, and select the final hypothesis, then you can come up with the true findings as to the cause. So this is the scientific method. So I will open yung isang slides natin. Saan na ba yun? Ito siguro. Hanap tayo dito ng mas kumpleto tong isa na ito kasi iba ang title nito. Parang fire investigation to. Yan, doon taas. So, recognize the need. So, this is found in the NAPA 921, the Guide for Arson Investigators. So, this portion, part of the steps of scientific method of investigation, you determine that a problem exists. In this case, may sunog or may explosion, may sumabog. It has occurred and the cause should be determined and listed so that the future or similar incidents can be prevented. So yan, no? Diba? Sa first step, prevention pa rin. This is the standard na ina-apply natin. International standard as well as local standard. So, in the next step, you define the problem. So, you were able to recognize the need already na kailangan imbestigahan tong sunog, kailangan imbestigahan natin tong explosion para ma-prevent yung recurrence of these events, in the future. You recognize that. You have answered it already. So, you proceed to the next. You define the problem. You define in what matter the problem can be solved. So, you have a problem. There is a fire. There is an explosion. How do I solve this? So, mag-set up ka ng yung mga drafts kung paano mo i-approach ang problema. Mga resources mo kailangan. Dapat nakasulat na. Alam mo na kung saan ka pupunta. So, in this case, a proper origin and cause investigation should be conducted. So, there must be origin. Tingnan mo, origin first, then cause investigation should be conducted daw. So, origin, maraming mga patterns na dapat mong i-evaluate. Do not be mislead. Do not be jump into conclusion. Do not use the old wives' tale. You do not, mga myths ang yung laman ng yung investigation. Not back up with physical evidence, not back up with laboratory examination, forensic evidence, etc. Not back up basically with science. So that's what we should prevent as investigators. Kasi kung hindi scientific ang findings mo, walang laman, it is not comprehensive report, you will suffer later on the persecution and the problem later on of maybe cases will be filed against you. Mapapailan nga ng case yung tao na tama yung findings niya o much more yung mali na yung findings niya, no? Walang basis in science, walang basis in truth and in fact. Wala, none. Nolo. Nada, wala. So, that's it. So, first, recognize the need, define the problem. Second, so you have to determine the origin and cause. How do you do that? Many techniques to apply, So, kaya nga, ang arson investigation takes time to study. Hindi not taken in one day, one sitting only. But you are in the right direction already. Meron ng eye-opener kayo mangyari, no? So, this is done by examination of the scene. So, that's number one. Examination mo ang scene. You examine. How you do that? Well, you have to do a initial walkthrough. So, since it is an initial walkthrough, then anything that you do there are initial examination. It is not yet the final examination. Okay? So, dumaan ka. Anong purpose doon? So that you can prepare. You can now define what matter the problem can be solved. Paano ko ba ito hatawin? Anong gagawin ko nito? Nag-walkthrough ka na. So, sasaksak na sa utak mo, lahat ng makikita mo doon, ito, kailangan ko, mahirap dito, kailangan kapingin ito, so I need special equipment for that, or maybe I will improvise. Mabigat ito, nadaganan, I need this to be moved, you need heavy equipment, etc. So, estimate mo, it will take me maybe 3 days, 1 week, o not over 45 days. So, ang ating usual, unwritten standard, but best practice, huwag mong palampasin ng 45 days. So, kaya kami sa IATF, meron na kaming kwan dyan, parang manok na 45 days. So, diba, manok pag abot ng 45 days, pwede mo nang ibinta, lutuin mo. So, investigation, more or less, that is our shortest estimate. No? It could go beyond, but at least ma-estimate mo. So, pag tinanong ka, how many days will it take you? So, may idea kang masasabi. How do you make your estimates? Why did you come up with that kind of estimate? Because you visited the scene. You have examined it. You conducted the initial examination. You have seen it, how big it is, how small it is, how dangerous it is, how many days will it take you to clean the debris, to remove, to reconstruct, etc. So, ma-estimate mo na. Kasi tanungin ka ng commander mo, ilang araw ka pa ba diyan? Kang tagal mo na diyan. O, ganun. So, plus yung standard natin, mayroong kang isa-submit na within 24 hours sa initial, mayroong 72 hours, mayroong ilang days. You have to comply with that standard. Otherwise, administrative cases will be filed against you. So, you look at the standard of the investigation and intelligence unit once you are assigned there. The standard came from Manila. That is National, the IID or Investigation and Intelligence Division of the Bureau of Fire Protection. Ang standard ay signed by our chief, our fire chief, ano? So the last standard I've seen was signed by General Linsangan. So ngayon siguro baka nabago na yung mga standard na yan, baka mayroong mga slight modification or something like that, ano? So this is done by an examination of the scene, as I've said, initial walkthrough. And by a combination of other data collected methods such as the review of previously conducted investigations of the incident. So kung may mga similar, if there is a LPG explosion, you get the investigation in the Sirindra, and one in there is this investigation in San Juan done by Colonel kalimutan ko na, NCR commander ngayon. Sino bang NCR commander ngayon? Sa dila ko lang. Mamaya, maalaala ko na. May edad na talaga. Minsan, classmate ko pa naman. Sorry, classmate, from NCR. Hindi. Ang pumapasok sa isip ko, yung lalab ko na classmate ko, si Colonel Aguto. Yung isa, hindi ko maalala. Oh, so,
Sir Dulot, sir.
Ayun, si Dulot. Magaling ka talaga, Brad. Bata ka pa siguro. Talagang, naging under ka ba ni Colonel Dulot?
Sir,
Sino ba yun?
sir.
Oh, asan ka dati? San Juan? O sa,
Yo, sir. Dito ho sa Bicol, sir.
Galing ba siya diyan?
Regional. Apa.
Bago siya naging marshal sa district ng San Juan? Galing
Yes,
siya
sir.
diyan?
Yes, sir. Dito ho sa Bicol yan.
Okay. And then ngayon, nasa NCR na siya, di ba? So, pag LPG, meron siyang inimbestigahan na. Magaling rin yun na investigador, yung si, Colonel Dulot. General na ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. General pa.
Okay, Colonel Dulot ako ng sorry, mate, nadimot ko tuloy ikaw. So, General. Yan, mga ganon, di ba? Nakalagay dyan, review of previously conducted investigation of the incident. So, maaaring yung incident mo, nagkaroon ng another incident in the same area, you review that. There is a report for that. Saan mo kukunin? Baka yung opisina mo, meron yan. Pag wala, baka other areas of jurisdiction of under the Bureau of Fire Protection, sila. Di ba? So, ganon. So, magkaroon ka ng idea kung ano yung nangyari diyan. Then, interview of witnesses. So, gaano ba karami yung mga witness mo? 30, 100, 10, 5, 1? So, ma-chart mo ang sa roadmap mo, ma-chart mo. Kasi minsan, if you are working with the DILG people, lalo na yung yung commander nyo ngayon dyan, si General Colonel, Ochabi ba yan nandiyan? Ang training director natin. Galing ng NCR yun. Galing ng DILG yun, ang USIC OP. So, papagawa ka ng roadmap. Asan ka ba diyan sa roadmap mo? So, these things, no? So, hindi mo ma-chart yung roadmap mo kasi wala ka namang ginawa doon. Hindi ka nga nakarating sa area. So, dapat condition yan na makagawa ka kung nakarating ka, kaya alisto ka rin. And then, the result of scientific testing, sometimes, it takes time for the laboratory test to come up with the result. Usually, In my time, mga about 15 days. So, but maybe baka mas mag-aga na sila ngayon. And but you can make request for to expedite, ano? They can expedite the examination. Depends upon your request, no? Lalo na pressured ka, di ba? Wala kang mahahawakang papel, di ba? Alinlangan ikaw pirmi na tatanong, anong ginagawa mo? Ganun palagi natatanong diyan, parang na Yes. Sino 'yan? May tumawag sa akin? Michael? Ikaw 'yon, Michael? Baka classmate ko 'yon. Nandiyan sa inyong area. Wala na, nagretiro ng mga classmate ko iba, alis mga bata pa. So, or knowledgeable persons, ano? So, katulad ko example, o katulad nila ni General Dulot, you can call them. You can seek advice. Wala namang masama doon maging kay nasa Bureau of Fire tayo lahat, para makatulong sa yung definition ng problema mo. Mas maliwanag ngayon ikaw. Baka may ma-input pa sila masasabi sa iyo na maring na nakaligtaan mo. So, do not be discouraged. Call these people. Do not be like an island to yourself. No, you recognize other people out there who can help you. Marami ring tao diyan na hindi tutulong, but mas marami ang taong tutulong sa iyo. Hindi mo lang ginagawa. Magkaroon ka ng pressure mabuti diyan. Whereas gumawa ka ng letter, example, kung sa laboratory siya, i-request ka doon na pa-expedite kasi nga, lagay mo mga reasons mo doon because this incident was concerns public interest. Maraming tao, maraming namatay kasi dito. The people are banging our doors. They are always asking the local government officials, yung chief executive ng mayor, ganon. Tinatanong ako madalas dito. So, would it be possible for you to come up with the result as soon as possible? Kasi kung hindi ka nag-follow up, sa dami naman lang ini-examine, di ba? Baka nandun ka sa dulo. Pero siyempre, pag nakita yung letter mo, may reasonable, valid reason to. Action na nila ahead of those other investigation. Hindi naman kailangan mabilisan nila. So these things, you can do that, no? You can make so that when the media calls your attention or the local government official calls you, distinguished investigator from out there, ano nang nangyari sa investigation natin? Sir, ganito, at as of this time, ganito yan, nag-submit kami ng laboratory, ganon, while doing these things, dito, ganyan, follow up, etc. Yung laboratory inaantay ko. Kasi once I get that, i-attach ko dito, I can make my final investigation report. Sabi na, how many days will it be waiting? Well, sir, ganun. Ang normal nila doon, sir, kalakaran nila, take them about 15 days, estimate lang. Kasi hindi lang naman tayong kinikater nila na area para mag-imbestiga sila. But I already made my request, sir. Sabi na, anong ginagawa mo? Nagawa na ko na po ng sulat, sir. Ito. May letter ako, ni-receive nila. Hindi pa rin sila nag-respond. So, but I'm sure they will look into that. So, I'll just give you an update later on. So, hindi ka ganong napipressure kasi may turo kang tao. Diba? Kaysa yung ikaw lang talaga, anong nangyari? Sir, may pa sir, inantay kong laboratory. Inantay mo ilang linggo na ba yan? Ba't hindi mo pa pinapalo up yan? Kasi sir, mabagal doon sir paano ang gagawin natin dyan? Kailangan ba kaming sumulat? Sabi ng local government, kailangan ba kaming sumulat doon? Na-insulto ka pa ngayon. So, mas maganda, aksyonan mo na kaagad yun. Isipin mo na kaagad yung mga possible circumstances that may help you in resolving your case the soonest possible time because everybody is waiting for that. May mga victims, grabe ang sentiment na, daming patay. Sabi nila, nalibing na namin ang patay. Hanggang ngayon, hindi mo pa wala kaming assurance kung anong nangyari. Hindi natin may papailan ba tayong kaso o what? So, mangangamutis tayo. So, yung mga tips dito is standard practice by international as well as local. This can guide you. All you have to do is read it, i-attach ko ito doon sa ating tawag niyan, yung presentation. Idugtong natin ito, yung portion ng scientific method. So, one of the steps also in scientific method of investigation is collecting data. Familiar kayo sa data ng inyong cellphone, di ba? You need data, bayaran mo yung mga data. So ito, these are facts about the fire incidents are now collected. This is done, may sunog dyan, by observation, experimentation, or other direct data gathering means. This is called empirical data because it is based on observation or experience and is capable of being verified. So ito mga data na ginagather natin is called empirical data. Bakit daw empirical data? Because based ito sa observation mo, based on the observation of witnesses, based on the investigation observation of firefighters who responded to the scene, or yung mga experience ninyo na pag nag-come up ka ng observation and mga experiences ng mga witnesses as well as investigators inputted into the report, it can of course be capable of being verified. So lahat ng witnesses, pag sinabi niyang ganun, may nakita siyang ganun, this can be verified. Hindi po pwedeng hindi ma-verify yan. So if this is part of the documents that you gathered, the assessment of the property, the paying of taxes, this can be verified, So, siyempre na, mayroong kandita ang ganon, i-verify nila yun. Nandun yun kasi certified, true copy or authenticated copy of the original. So, you get records from the Securities and Exchange Commission. These documents form part of your data collected. So, can this be verified? Of course, anybody can go there at verify with the SEC. Itong record nito galing doon. Ayan, certified pang true copy. Ayan nga, authenticated pa. So, either certified or authenticated. So, make sure that if it is in Xerox form, you must have it authenticated. Kung nag-submit siya ng isang Xerox, make it submitted, pasulat mo doon sa document na Xerox, submitted by, ganon. Para ma-trace natin kung sinong mga, ano ba yung mga evidence mo. Because generally, under the best evidence rule, the original is the one that governs the evidence na mas maganda. Secondary lang yung mga Xerox na yan. But this can still consider, depends on how the document was submitted and retrieved, So dapat may mga markings ka diyan, may mga authentication, may mga certification, certified true copy, etc. Mayroong submitted by ganon. Kasi makita niya siyang owner, siya nag-submit ng real estate tax documents niya. Siyempre is in possession of those original, baka nag-submit lang siya ng Xerox, ganon. So submit siya example ng mga affidavit of loss. Make sure that the affidavit of loss that is submitted are the affidavit of loss also is submitted to the Insurance Commission. There must be one document only. Kung ano yung sinubmit niya sa Insurance Commission, yun rin ang insurance company for claims of damages or insurance claim, yung isubmit niya doon, yun rin submit sa iyo. Make sure of that. Kasi ito bang sinubmit mo, yun rin ang sinubmit mo doon? Sabi niya, okay, so pwede ba magawa tayo ng certification attached to this? When you submit these documents, pwede ba ilagay mo doon na these documents is also copy furnished also. We are copy furnished with these documents, or the insurance company was copy furnished of these documents. So in Xerox or in original form. So yung mga ganon. This now form part of your data that can be verified. Pwede nilang balikan yan kung sino yung nag-submit. Titingnan na. Kaya anybody can submit documents. Yung pala, wala siyang authority. So there must be an authority, and that the documents that submitted comes from an authorized agency of government also. Or if it is within the office, the right person handling these documents will be the one who will affix the document, the certification there in those documents that you gather. What is important is yung any data that you gathered, especially the Xerox ones, should have a sort of certification na ito ay galing talaga doon sa original, na Xerox lang yan. At that's sino ang nagbigay, anong oras binigay, anong araw binigay. Ganon. If you are you're not convinced with that, you can request for the original. You want to see the original itself. Para sa Xerox, you can compare it. Or better still, you can recover copies from the government agency, the repository of those documents. Makakuha ka ng certified true copy or authenticated copies of this. So, para credible ang yung gathered data. Okay? So, analyze. You have the data now. This is now inductive reasoning. You apply. The total body of the empirical data collected is carefully examined in the light of the investigator's knowledge, experience, and training. Yan, patay ka, bata ka. Ang nag-gather mo na empirical data, ito yung mga data that can be subjected to verification, i-examine mo ito. Carefully examine. In the light of your knowledge, your experience, and your training. So, kung asan mo siya saan mo siya i-analyze, ang knowledge mo, wala. Ang experience mo, wala. Ang training mo, wala. Di, equal zero. You have nothing to analyze under this light. The light of knowledge or KET. Kasi walang experience, walang training, walang knowledge, walang wala yung mga binabanggit na yan, wala siya. So, very big problem. So, you get my point. This is the scientific method, and then part diyan sa scientific method, one of the steps in coming up with the real cause in the scientific method of investigation, i-analyze mo or examine mo ang mga data na collect mo, the empirical data, and then i-compare mo siya. You'll study it within the light of your knowledge, your experience and training, para magkaroon ng liwanag kung ano yung direction ng investigation mo. So, subjected or speculative information cannot be included in the analysis. Only facts that can be proven clearly by observation or experiment. So, be aware of that. So, subjective daw, ito yung mga subjective opinions. Yung opinion mo, remember, I've said in the past, your opinion is just an opinion of an ordinary investigator. That is not the opinion of an expert. So, when you appear in court, you are categorized as an ordinary witness. So, since you are an ordinary witness, anything that can be accepted in court is that you have personal knowledge. Kaya palagi kang atakin dan. Saan ka ba nung mangyari ang sunog? Nasa opisina po. So, wala kang personal knowledge. O, yan ang problema ngayon. So, magkaroon ka ng di ba? So, maging hearsay madalas ang mo. So, kailangan back up ka rin sa mga system mo sa pag may mga testigo ka, you can I may not be there, but it's part of my duty as investigator to respond on second alarm or respond on the earliest possible time to the scene. And ito yung aking observation. So, yung mga observation mo can be your personal knowledge already. Na-observe mo, kaya nga dinlagay dyan, observation. And then experience. Ano na-experience mo dun sa scene? Etc. Mo yun. I-explain mo. Plati yung mga data of your witnesses. Ano yung mga na-observe nila? Ano yung nakita nila doon? Even the firefighters, anong ginawa nila? Where did they position their fire hoses when they attack the fire? Anong na-experience nila? Did they smell something unusual? Did they encounter some problems, etc. in firefighting? Dami. So, this portion of the steps, the inductive reasoning portion, ikaw as investigator, ikaw ang mag-analyze yung sarili mo, yung utak mo, sarili mo, hindi yung kapitbahay mo, hindi yung assistant mo, hindi yung commander mo. Ikaw, investigator, you are the investigator on case. You are the one doing the inductive reasoning. No. So, as said there, subjective or opinion, ito yung mga subjective information. These are opinions, mga opinions ito, hindi binding sa investigation sa stage nito. Opinions can be considered lalo na kung expert. So his opinion can carry weight, So or speculative. You speculate na maaring maybe ganon. Oh, yeah, maybe itong sunog na ito galing dito sa ganyan. Yung mga maybe na yan. Bakit naka-maybe ka? Kasi natutulog ako nung nangyaring incident talagang ma-maybe ka diyan. So speculations, subjective informations, no in this label, you are not allowed to insert your subjective or opinion or speculation in this label of the stages of or methods of investigation, scientific method. The next step is now you have recognized the need of that you investigate. You define the problem already. Then you gather your data, the empirical data that you've gathered, etc. Now you proceed to the next level, which is you develop your hypothesis. So based on the data analysis, you analyze the data. Then you, as investigator, should now produce a hypothesis or group of hypotheses. Maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe a group of 6 to explain the origin and cause of the fire or explosion incident. So you explain with your hypothesis. Saan nag-umpisa ito? Bakit mo nasabi yan? What are your evidence attached to that hypothesis? Dapat kasi this stage na, nandiyan na, nakagather ka na pinipis together mo na siya. Just like a big jigsaw puzzle, you are just piecing together the blanks and spaces there. So, you slowly assemble your jigsaw puzzle bago mo makita yung buong picture of what was there, what was inside that jigsaw puzzle. So, then, this hypothesis should be based solely on the empirical data that the investigator has collected. So, hindi ka pwede mag-hypothesize sa isang incident, sa isang inimbestigahan mo, outside the empirical data that you have collected. Huwag lalayo doon. Yun ang pag-develop ng hypothesis. Huwag labas sa yung nag-gather na mga ebidensya. These evidence are subject to this empirical data, as said, comes from your yung tawag nito, yung experience mo at saka yung recognition mo of this mga patterns, So once you have that, medyo nakalampas ka na dito sa level ng develop a hypothesis. Tapos na ang development mo. Meron ka na. How many hypotheses have you developed? As per the empirical data that I acquired and examined or analyzed or evaluated, I came up with 3 hypotheses as to where the fire started and what caused the fire. So then the next level is testing the hypothesis. Testing na. So ito na yung deduction, deductive reasoning. Deduct na by you deduct. Yan ang sinasabi na, are you now deducting? Dinideduct. Alisin mo na, subtraction na. Ialis mo yung mga bits and pieces ng ito, hindi consistent ito sa sa aking empirical data. Wala to, ganyan. Ito medyo maganda, may corroboration, ganon, this evidence, ganon, etc. Plus dumating pa yung mga laboratory results mo, dandahan. So you can now test. The investigator compares his or her hypothesis to all known facts. So gathered facts, compare it with your hypothesis, and that the testing may be either cognitive or experimental. Either you do your experimentation or by just your critical thinking, your mind. Kasi you can make some critical thinking because of your experience, knowledge, and training, or knowledge training and experience and training, KET. Magagawa mo yun. It's easy for you once you have acquired the proper level of knowledge, experience, and training. So, to recognize yung cognitive capability mo, ng brain mo, or you experiment by experimentation. In the Sirindra explosion in 2013, we did our experimentation on the site, near the site rather, but in the same city, in Taguig. We look for a vacant lot there, so safe from passers-by and building. So kakita kami doon. Set up yung aming test ng leaking ng LPG. So nag-leak ng LPG, ibig sabihin pinalabas ang LPG deliberately passing through a meter similar than the meter that was used in the building, to determine gaano karaming volume ang lumabas. From this time, which we were able to determine to a certain point when it exploded, then we will check the gauge kung tama nga ang aming hypothesis na ganun nga galing. So in the presence of the stakeholders, yung gas company that provides the LPG pipe-in gas into the building, it is located about 2 kilometers away from the subject building. Nandun yung mga engineers nila, lahat. And then yung city local government, and then yung building owner, yung Ayala Group, nandun rin yung mga representative ng occupants, etc. So nandun sila, BEP. So we supervise the whole kabudol. So when we test, the result are more or less the same. Hindi malayo doon sa reality na yung level of gas that was that escaped from the that leak into the room. Kasi metered dito mga gases na ito. So pag sumabog, nag-stop na yung nag-cut off na nila yung supply. So na-stop doon sa meter. So ganon ginawa namin, all the facts that were gathered, the empirical data, applied it to the experiment, leak it, then determine kung alos ba, parehas ba yung ang aming theory na doon nga galing. So, well, we were able to prove that. But of course, yung higher authorities medyo kabado sa ganon. Kasi sometimes you should be warned and cautious that when you do experimentation, it may favor you or it might not favor you. So this experimentation, since all stakeholders are there, they are interested. So that once it favors them, gagamitin nila laban sa yung kaso. Papailan mo sila ng kaso, iba ang findings mo sa yung experimentation, sa yung findings in your report, then karoon ka ng problema. So making an experimentation should be done carefully, cautious, and dapat mayroong kang approval ng higher authorities. Hindi ka pwede mag-experiment na ikaw-ikaw lang. You get it? So I hope I was able to impart that important caution. If the hypothesis cannot withstand an examination by deductive reasoning, it should be discarded. Alisin mo yan, wala na yan. Hindi makatayo ng sarili niya, hindi makasagot sa mga deductive reasoning. So sibak na siya. Tanggal na siya doon sa mga tatlo lang yung hypothesis mo, dalawa lang naiwan. Yung discarded as not probable, and a new hypothesis should be tested. So since you have 3, you test the other 2. So lahat yun. It may include the collection of new data. So pag naubos na yung dalawa mo, balik ka na naman doon sa una mong gathering ng data, paulit ka na naman ng gagawa ng hypothesis kasi nag-collapse yung hypothesis mo na pinipresent mo diyan na 3. So, magdagdag ka na naman ng panibago, i-subject mo na naman sa testing. So, hanggang sa it may last the only one, no? It may include the collection of new data. This process needs to be continued until all feasible hypotheses have been tested. Otherwise, the fire cause should be listed as undetermined. So, ganon. So, pwedeng undetermined na. So, of course, yun. Tapos na pala tayo doon. So, may time pa ba tayo?
Sir.
Anong oras na ba, Marcher?
Sir, per train, Soriano, sir.
Okay, Soriano, what is your pleasure? May tanong ka?
Sir, baka po pwede na daw mag-lunch break. Request lang po namin.
Kaya nga. Tama nga ang tawag mo. Diyan ka talaga magaling sa timing. So, yung hypothesis mo talagang based on science. Kasi timing mo talaga. Kaya,
sir, busy lang po.
Tayo,
may
diba?
ginagawa.
So, mamaya, yung ating slides naman, ang ating present, yung case study natin. Okay? So, with that, it concludes my presentation this morning. See you this afternoon. God bless and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Sir, what time po?
Thank you po, sir.
Ikaw, anong oras ba babalik tayo? Your pleasure. Good afternoon. Class Marcher.
Okay. Sir, good afternoon po.
Okay na?
Per train, Soriano. Yes, sir. All accounted for. A total strength of 55, sir. Ready for the instruction, sir, for this afternoon.
Okay. Hey, good afternoon. Again, kita-kits naman tayo. Kita-kits. I have here the presentation of the huwag nito na building, bed and breakfast building in Tuguegarao City. There was a fire incident around 1:25 a.m. December 19, 2010 at the Fondevella building located at Luna Street, corner Magini Street, Tuguegarao City, that claimed the lives of 6 persons. Our office was directed by Honorable G.C. Robredo while he was still alive then, buhay pa siya nung itong panahon na ito. We were dispatched to the area to investigate this unfortunate event in the lives of the students, newly graduate from nursing. And they're about to take the board exam, so minalas na matay sila. And some members of the family of the owners also. So our office was again tasked to proceed to Tuguegarao. It took us about three times we went there, different occasions. And we were able to come up with the final investigation report. Our office was designed to fast track investigation of cases. So usually we are given 45 days to finish the investigation. So, this is our timeline. January 13, 1992, the building permit was issued to Mr. Pipito Fondevilla for the construction of commercial building located at Luna, subject address. Then September 16, 1992, occupancy permit was issued. Then September 20, 1999, building permit was issued. And May 18, 2000, building permit was issued to Pipito for the construction of second and third floor of the commercial building along Mabini Street. Then February 2, 2001, Building permit was issued again to Condivilla for the construction of the fourth and fifth floor of the bed and breakfast pension house. So, 5-story na ngayon. December 5, 2001, certificate of occupancy was issued to Pipito Condivilla.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes.
Sir, yan po. May slide po ba yun na kasi ang slide po nakalagay, yung kanina pa natin, sir, na natapos.
Hindi. Meron yan, sandali. Paano ba ito?
Thank you, sir.
Sa Zoom. Mabuti, sinabi mo. Saan ba yun? Tingnan ko muna ang aking link eh. Saan ba yun? Ayun. Then, new share pala. And then, this one. And then, click this one. Meron na. Meron na?
Wala pa po, sir. Yung dati pa rin. Paano i-stop ko na po yung sir yung dati?
Yung dati.
Okay na po. Andito na po, sir. Okay na po.
Okay na?
Opo, sir.
Okay. So, repeat. Balik tayo sa dati. So, Tugigaraw, came the lives of 16 persons, Karoon ng sunog doon sa isang building in Tugigaraw, including some relatives of the owner. So, it happened around 1:25 a.m. of December 19, 2010 at the Condivilla building located at Luna Street, Corner Mabini, Tugigaraw City. So, medyo may kahirapan ng plane travel to that area kasi look at the date, December 19, so medyo fully booked na yan. So, we went there by land, so land travel. May kalayuan itong lugar nito, so I think 12 hours to cast 12 hours to go there by land. Tapos, we went there on several times to investigate. So, this incident is an unfortunate one dahil unfortunate incident ito sa mga victims na mga nursing, newly graduate nursing students, So, they are scheduled to take the board exam. Kaso namatay sila doon. So, I will give you the timeline. In January 13, 1991, there was a building permit was issued to Mr. Pipito Condivilla for the construction of commercial building located at Luna Corner Mabini Street. And then on September 14, 1992, an occupancy permit was issued to Condivilla for the building located at Luna at the said address. September 20, 1999, building permit was issued to Condivilla for the construction of commercial building along Mabini Street. The location of bed and breakfast pension house, the subject of the investigation. And on May 18, 2000, building permit was issued to Condivilla for the construction of the second and third floor of the commercial building. So, renovation was done on subject building. Nadagdagan ng second and third. On February 2, 2002, permit was again issued to Condivilla for the construction of fourth and fifth floor of bed and breakfast pension house. And December 5, 2001, certificate of occupancy was issued to Pipito Condivilla for the commercial building. February 3, 2009, a mayor's permit was issued to Michael Norman for the bed and breakfast house. So this building is a mixed occupancy. Merong bed and breakfast pension house, meron namang Sunshine Motor Parts. March 5, 2009, Yes, tawag nito yung Sunshine Motor Parts and Residential Occupancy for the family of Pontevilla. So March 5, 2009, Fire Safety Inspection Certificate was issued to Araceli Pontevilla for Sunshine Motor Parts. EPSIC was issued to Pepito Pontevilla for past Sunshine Marketing. And EPSIC was issued to Michael Norman Pontevilla for the Bed and Breakfast Pension House. So these are family members, mag-asawa at saka yung anak nila. So January 6, 2010, Sunshine Motorcycle Parts applied for a business permit for calendar 2010. Bed and Breakfast Pension House applied a business permit for 2010 also. December 19, 2010, fire incident occurred at Sunshine Motorcycle Parts of subject address. The fire and smoke spread quickly to the other parts of the subject building, resulting to the death of 16 persons. Based on the report of Center for Health Development of Cagayan Valley, dated 10 December, disclosed the following: unharmed occupants, 18 persons; injured occupants, 16 persons; fatalities, 16 persons. Name of fatalities. Ito yung mga ngalan: Ryan Malaki, Jensen Lopez, Henderson Lobidivico, Richard Gonzalez, not the famous actor, Nelmar Galapia, Francis Carambas, Jerome Sait, Ronaldo Respicio, Marlon Biernes, Jose Julius Gaduang, Jennifer Agtarap, Karel de Leon, Jos de Leon, Norman Pontevilla, Amibel Pontevilla, Mildred de Leon. So this is a exterior shot of the said building. Yung ibaba ang motorcycle parts facing Mabini Street. So yung other arrows on the right side ay yun ang bed and breakfast. Dito another arrow on the top left portion yun ang residential rooms ng Pontevilla family. So mixed occupancy, one building. So this is a close-up view of the area located underneath the stair leading to residential floors of Pontevilla family. So this shot was taken prior to recovery of evidence. So from that, this area was underneath the stairwell or the stairs. So as you can see, mayroong hagdanan paakyat, and then yung may mga ano siya nakalagay, steel racks at the sides of the stairs were filled with burnt stocks, an indication they utilized the stairs going up with stocks from the motorcycle parts. So obstructed yung stairs. They utilize it for entry and exit from the upper floors. So, yan, ang isang investigador natin, si now Major Alumno, carefully removing the ashes debris that covered the electrical wires. So these are the pieces of evidence that were recovered in said area. So showed the improvised extension wire with missing part consumed by fire of stranded wires connected at the convenience outlet. So nakakonect sa convenience outlet ay portion na missing, completely burned by the fire. So ito si ngayon Inspector Sir or electrical engineer traced the wires where it was tapped. So just outside the room, and diyan nila kinabit ang yung extension wires nila. So this is to the upper left is the hole the use for lowering yung mga stock from the upper floor down to the lower floor. So this is the second floor level, pababa. May manhole nilang ginawa dyan. To the right, upper stairwell at the ground floor along Mabini Street leading to the bed and breakfast where the black smoke traverse to the upper floor. So that is now the portion of the bed and breakfast. This is the parang rooms na ng mga kwan. Andiyan ang area na yan ng pension house. So the another angle shot of the stairs. Makita ninyo na mayroong mga racks sa gilid. Metal racks. May mga burnt materials dyan sa ibaba. Made of carton and yung mga parts nagkalat dyan. So this is the third floor. We mark it. Photo show the escape ladder from the residential floors of the Fundibida family that terminated at the storage room of Sunshine Motorcycle Parts. So ito, yung exit nila papunta doon sa storage ng ginawa na ng Sunshine Motorcycle Parts managed by anak nila. This is the fourth floor. Showed our team showing the grill steel door that separated the residential area upon the villa and the bed and breakfast where the fire easily passed through. Siyempre, hindi naman self-closing door yan. Smoke can go and fire can go as well. Either way, from the other side goes to our side or from our side goes to the other side. So, photo show the upper level na to. May dyan. May aso pa nga namatay. Hindi naman nabot ng fire. So, yun. Most probably, nasuffocate ito ng smoke or carbon monoxide. Now, ang unusual nito, dito sa bed and breakfast where the students are billeted, may nakalagay doon in one of the rooms where the exit rungs was located. Nakalagay doon. Nakalagay, ano ba yung nilagay nila dyan? Hindi ko mabasa. Baka may ibang angle. Wala. Nabasa ba ninyo yan? Nilakihan natin eh. Yan ba yun? Wala na. Okay. Ay. Ayan, nakalagay. Please be informed. So there is a notice inside the room. So if you are an occupant of the room, this notice is for you. Please be informed that you are occupying the room that has the only fire exit for the whole floor. In case of fire or emergency, please leave your door open for other guests. A fire-conscious reminder from bed and breakfast. Thank you and enjoy your stay. So, ano na kasimple lagay nila? Fire safety conscious daw sila. See that? So that is, you see this one on the left, ayan yung rang. So if you are occupying this room, kailangan pag na-emergency, na-fire, bago ka umakyat dyan, bababa sa ibaba, kailangan buksan mo muna yung pintuan. Otherwise, hindi makapasok yung mga ibang occupants in the same floor level, no? So that's how they maximize the use of the rooms there in that area, in that building. Okay? So, ground floor photos, Sunshine Motorcycle Parts. Ayan, sa ground floor. Ayan, yung mga angle shots na nakuha doon. Marketing area. Hindi kasalong damage, but may mga soft deposits na nakikita pa ninyo. Yan yung entry to the if you are facing the building, on the right side, there is a stairs going up. That is for the bed and breakfast occupants. So, to the left of the building, ito. Nakikita mo ang burnt area. May mga unborn na canister pa ng mga pintura. Yan. Yan. Kita mo, hindi naman nasusunog yan. That is more or less at the second floor of the bed and pension house. Third floor. Sa third floor yan, extensively damaged also. The bed and breakfast pension house. Ayan. Hindi naman ganong damage. The fourth floor, the residential floor of Pipito and Araceli, Pondevilla, and Mildred Pondevilla and her 2 children. Yan. Patay. Yan na-recover. Tinuturo ng ating fire officer din sa in that area. Yan na-recover yung patay. Another angle. Tinuturo naman niya dyan. Ay patay rin. Sa 5th floor. Sa 4th floor yun. Sa 5th floor, the residential floor of Michael and Amibel Pondevilla. Yan. Was out sila. Talagang sunog. Extensively damaged. Oh, yan. Abot sa top floor. Ubos ang in that area. Now, as to the cause. Ito ang unusual na cause sa karamihan ng cause isa lang. Ito ang aming pinipresent is the scenario or the 3 possible causes of the fire. But it points to the same area, the area of origin. So we were able to come up with 3 possible sources of ignition that caused the fire. Pointing to the missing part of the staircase, stranded wires connected at the convenient outlet, which was totally consumed by fire. So may portion doon na totally consumed, but the remaining of the wires were recovered. So we presented number 1 scenario. There is a loose connection of energized electrical conductor at the missing portion of stranded wires that could generate arcs and sparks and igniting nearby combustible materials such as paper underneath the stairwell lower level ground floor. Number 2 scenario, there might have been a load connected at the missing portion of the stranded wires that caused overheating at the point of connection that ignited the piles of papers at the area of origin. Number 3 scenario, the insulation of wire in the portion that was consumed by fire probably broke down. Be it noted that the electrical wires used was flexible cord used for extension wire that was supposed to be for temporary purposes only. By permanently tapping the improvised wiring insulation installation using flexible cord to the electrical installation without raceways such as conduit pipes that could protect it from physical damage, and due to wear and tear, it exposed the energized wire to piles of papers and combustible materials thereat, which should lead to ignition, such as arcs or sparks or overheating at the contact or exposed area. So, our conclusion, Sunshine Motor Parts stored hazardous materials such as motorcycle tires and aerosol paint and motor oil. That the stairwells located at Luna Street side and Mabini Street side were not enclosed, which could have effectively prevented or delayed the spread of fire. Number 3, that the spaces or room used by bed and breakfast pension house hotel do not have sufficient fire exits, as the only available exit can be accessed by entering rooms utilized for hotel guests. So, na yung may notice doon, na notice to the occupants. That the fire escape ladder located along Mabini Street terminated at the canopy of the second floor door, contrary to the provision of the fire code that it should terminate at a public way. Number 5, that the extension wire at the fire area of origin was used permanently to supply electricity to devices from the convenience outlet, contrary to safe practice under the electrical code. It remain unabated could lead to a fire, as in this case. Number 6, that the city engineer acting as the city building official did not issue certificate of annual inspection to the building in 2009, but the city mayor issued business permit in 2009. That the city mayor, number 7, in the exercise of executive function to implement laws and ordinances, should have ordered the closure or stoppage of operation of Sunshine Motorcycle Parts and Bed and Breakfast Pension House and pass Sunshine Marketing for the whole year of 2010, considering the absence of business permits of said establishment, especially so that the said business could not have escaped the attention of the city, considering that the building is within the business center of Tuguegarao City and located in a corner lot. So our team is composed of me, Attorney Beltran of the NBI, Inspector Alumno, BEP, Inspector Ropero, BEP, Inspector Pases, BEP, SFO2, Cerrito, BEP, SFO2, Respicio, BEP, FO3, Mirabite, BEP, PO2, Aquino, APNP. Consultants, Attorney Pacoribot, and Dr. Idabel Pagulayan as our forensic consultants. So that's about it. Ang presentation ngayon. So generally, you must come up with one cause, no? But there are situations like this one, seldom, or sabihin natin rare. In my more or less 4,000 investigation, isa lang ganitong findings namin. Kung titingnan mo yung ating guidelines sa scientific method, you must come up with one hypothesis. But this one we presented 3. But anyway, the court accepted our findings and convicted the owner, yung babae, si Araceli, for the crime of negligence. At despite her, nawalan siya ng anak, nawalan siya ng apo, wala yung katulong niya, yet the court might, the principle of, or the doctrine of jura lex sed lex, the law might be harsh, but it is the law. We cannot do about it. let Congress amend kung meron man silang gustong i-amend. But we cannot. We are implementors of the law. How harsh the law is, we have to implement. We do not discriminate from people. Oo nga, namatayan yun siya, pero what can we do? Because of her negligence, her loss also was transmitted to the loss of other people, more or less more than 10 people who died there. No? Portion of the 16 mga kamag-anak niya, loved ones. At wala tayong magawa. Batas talaga yan. Hindi natin mababago yan. So, I have the decision of the Regional Trial Court. However, I cannot, kanina ko pa ini-enter dito kasi PDF eh. Hindi ko maipasok dito sa ating Zoom. Paano ba yun? So, may mga technical ka dyan kasi yung technical ko, yung IT ko, nandun sa Osamis. Trap doon. COVID, quarantine. Paano ba yun natin yan? Mayroong nakaalam yan? Paano natin ipasok yung, para may guide kayo? Kasi this is the presentation is in PowerPoint. That one is the decision. So makikita ninyo how the court appreciated our findings, especially these three scenarios that we presented. So, meron bang mga IT dyan sa inyong hanay? Class marker? President, Bruna.
Sir, magtatanong po ako sa task. Madali lang po.
Oo. Ang problema ko, meron akong PDF. Hindi ko, paano ba yun ipasok dito sa Zoom natin? Meron bang expert dyan? Kasi, ang ginawa ko, hindi ko...
Ma'am Lutz, mas malapit ka pala kay Donald. Papunta na lang po.
Baka may mga expert dyan. While we are waiting for the expert, you can raise your question relative to this and the points that we discussed this morning. Any more clarification?
Ron? Ano to, Ron? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me po. Ma'am Ron? Yes, ma'am. Ano ito? Ma'am, patawag naman kay Donald o kaya kay Kadag. Babayin ko sa'yo. Hindi, ma'am. Ipaano mo lang dyan sa'yo kung papaano tayo kayo, magpapadive tayo para ma-share yung PDF ni Sir Audran. Thank you.
Ma'am Ron, ongoing ang program.
Sorry sir, ginagamit ang mga IT namin kasi ano po, may Zoom, may
paano natin gagawin ito? So, isubmit ko lang ito sa inyo. Pero paano? Ano kaya ito? Paano ko kaya gagawin ito? Mahirap itong Jurassic na itong alam ko sa mga ganito eh. Kasi hindi naka-PowerPoint presentation kasi yun. It was submitted to me in PDF form. So, the PDF, nandiyan. Ma-open ko dito from my end. Ang problema, hindi ko mabigay sa inyo. Paano ko kaya ipasok yan dyan? May master yan. Walang IT yan. Dapat magdagdagan natin IT natin kasi sa panahon na yan, mga IT na yan.
Heredero.
Sir, pwede pong basahin na lang po, sir.
Marinig niyo ako? Sige, pwede siguro. Subukan natin, ha?
Sir, thank you.
Subukan natin. Subok lang. Hindi ko sure kasi kung magawa natin. Nothing, no harm in trying, ha? Hanap ako. Siguro mababasa ko ito. Kasi nakikita ko. Yan ang problema. Makita niyo ako? Marinig pa niyo ako? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Sige, sandali. Kasi ito na may pinadala sa akin, nakabaligtad eh. I-rotate ko muna ito. Galing pa sa DILG ito eh. Baligtad siguro ang pagpasok sa machine. I-rotate ko muna saglit ha. Hindi ko mababasa. Nakatihaya eh.
Sir, excuse. Na-try mo na pong i-screen share, sir?
Paano yun? Wala.
Alisin ko muna po itong tapos na po ito, sir, na nasa screen natin ngayon.
Tapos na ko dyan. Ito na sana.
I-stop ko na po to, sir. Tapos i-try po natin i-open yan, tapos i-screen share po.
So,
i-stop ko na po ito.
Sige. I-stop ko. Ibalik ko ito doon.
Opo. Tapos, open mo po yan PDF, sir. Tapos i-share screen po.
I-open ko ang PDF. Andali, nandiyan kayo. Nakacover kayo eh. Pag in-open ating Zoom eh.
Okay po, sir.
Ang lumalabas dito, yung share ng computer, yung Fresh Paint, Mail, SkyDrive. Tapos may button sa ibaba. Wala, mga open na nakalagay. Naka-open na nga ako eh. So, paano? Balik na ako doon sa dati. Basahin ko na lang. Hello?
Opo, sir, opo.
Basahin ko na lang. Kasi hindi ako makaano, nabaligtad na naman, sandali. Nahilig magbaligtad ito eh. Tumbling na naman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, mahinig ako. Okay. This is the decision of people of the Philippines and criminal case number 29099 of the Municipal Trial Court in Cities Branch 1, Tuguegarao City. People of the Philippines versus Araceli Fondevilla, the accused, the wife of Pipito Fondevilla, the owner. So ito, co-owner, ito sila. For reckless imprudence resulting to multiple homicide under Article 365 of the Revised Penal Code. So, the decision. This court writes the decision with a heavy heart because it involves the untimely demise of 16 precious young lives. No matter what the outcome would be, this decision will no longer bring back their lives. At the very least, however, it is deeply hoped that the judgment will be a means to fairly and objectively administer justice to all concerned. The state, through the Department of Justice, accused Araceli Fondevilla for the crime of reckless imprudence resulting to multiple homicide, defined and penalized under Article 365 of the Revised Penal Code. Arraignment was immediately set. That is the basahan ka ng yung sakdal. And what is your plea? That is the arraignment was immediately set, and the accused pleaded not guilty of the crime charge. During the pre-trial conference, a defect in the information, particularly the number of victims who died during the subject incident, was noticed. Thus, pre-trial was deferred to allow the prosecution to rectify the error. Thereafter, the prosecution filed motion to amend the information which the court granted. Thus, the amendment information alleged the following: that on or about December 19, 2010, in the city of Tuguegarao, Republic of the Philippines, and within the jurisdiction of the Honorable Court, the said accused, the owner and operator of Sunshine Motor Parts, this is the one that occupies the lower portion of the building, situated at the ground floor of a 5-story building, owned by Pipito Fondevilla. Dead then and there, recklessly, carelessly, imprudently, and negligently manage and operate said business establishment by not complying with the safety regulations prescribed under the Building Code of the Philippines and the Fire Code of the Philippines of 2008, without the necessary clearances from the city building official and the Bureau of Fire Protection, and resorting to unsafe electrical installation, which brought about the fire that gutted the aforesaid establishment and thereafter resulted in the untimely death of 1. Ryan James Malaki, 2. Neil Jensen Babaran Lopez, 3. Henderson Bill Corpus Lubidico, number 4, Richard Allen Recto, number 5, liit ng, sandali, tingnan natin sa linte. Number 5, Nilmar Ritua Galapia, number 6, Francis Sanchez, number 7, Jerome Melchor Sait, number 8, Ronaldo Gulamnan Respicio, number 9, Marlon Justin Gunakaw Biernes, number 11, Jose Luis Bayang Gaduang, number 11, Jennifer Sibayan Agtarap, number 12, Carly Ann Fondevilla. So, isa sa mga family ng akusado. Patayan. Number 13, Andre Jos Fondevilla de Leon. Ito yung apo na ito. Number 14, Norman La Rosa Fondevilla. Mga apo na ito. Amibel Magantulaw Fondevilla, yung anak ata, and or in-law. Number 15, Mildred La Rosa de Leon, to the damage and prejudice of their ears, contrary to law. So that is the information by the prosecutor office. So the accused was rearraigned and she pleaded not guilty of the crime charge in the amended information, because the information ay may kunting error sa mga kulang sa victims. Nung makorek na, ni-rearraign siya. So there was a rearrangement. So during the pre-trial conference, the parties did not dispute the identity of the accused, that the 5-story building that was gutted by fire on December 19, 2010 was called Bed and Breakfast Hotel, BBH, that the residence of the spouses Pipito and Racili Fondevilla was located at the 5th floor of the building, and that the accused was the owner-operator of Sunshine Motor Parts, occupying the ground floor, of course. Facts of the case. On December 19, 2010, turned out to be a sad and horrifying day for some nursing students in Region 2. The day that the hope would bring them closer to their dreams turned out to be a nightmare for them and their families. On December 18, 2010, a day prior to the said incident, about 37 nursing students from La Salle University, Santiago City, Isabela, checked in at the Bed and Breakfast Hotel in Tuguegarao City. The school chose the hotel for the students. They were to take the board exam that would start on early in the morning next day in the city. Some of the students who checked in were the 10 victims who expired from the fire. The burned 5-story building was located at corner Luna and Mabini Streets and owned by Pipito Fondevilla, husband of the accused, Araceli Fondevilla. There were actually 2 adjacent buildings connecting to each other than that house 3 establishment. So, ayan, mga other occupants of the building. Facing, facing Luna Street. The Pass Sunshine Marketing, also at the ground floor facing Luna Street. And the BBH or the Bed and Breakfast Hotel occupying the second to the fifth floors of the building facing Mabini Street. So this is a corner lot building with dalawa bounded by 2 streets, owned and operated by Pipito Fondevilla. Bed and Breakfast Hotel was registered in the name of Norman Fondevilla, one of the deceased. The residence of the spouses, Pipito and Araceli Fondevilla, including their daughter Mildred and her children Andre, Josh, and Carly Ann, were at the 4th floor, while their son Norman, his wife Amibel, and maid Jeannie occupied a portion of the 5th floor. From the account of the witnesses, the 4th and 5th floors of the 2 buildings were adjoined and considered as one. So, the evidence of the prosecution. Tayo, part tayo sa prosecution. The fire. 2 of the survivors, Jerome Lactau and Christian Julius Gaduang, testified and gave the respective accounts of what they had gone through. According to Jerome Lactau, his first impression of the hotel was unpleasant. He felt unsafe and wanted to check out at once. The first noticed that the hotel staircase was narrow, with just about 1 meter in width. He had to move sideways when meeting someone in the stairs. There were 5 floors with the same narrow staircase. He could not count about 20 to 24 steps before reaching the next level. He could tell that the night side of the right side of the hotel at the first floor was a store for motor parts. As he and the companions climbed the stairs, he did not see any sign of the fire exit or smoke detector. He told his companions that he was not at ease with the place. He also saw in one corner a treadmill which he even tried to use. When they reached, so ito, naka-obstruct rin to sa exit sa taas. When they reached the assigned room of the 5th floor, they noticed that it was small and the door, when open, would bump the bed. The room had no window. There was an extra bed and a small bathroom about 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters with small window about 18 by 12 inches. Only 2 persons could simultaneously peep through the window. The room partition was made of plywood and was draped with curtain to block the sound. He was roomed in with John Tamani and Richard Rodriguez at the 5th floor. Other fellow students were at the adjacent room. He also noticed that the room smelled of cigarette smoke. He got worried about his asthma, so went to the front desk at the 2nd floor and tried to refund his deposit, but the person in charge refused. So he decided to stay for the night. He left for a while to see his brother at another hotel. Then he went back to the BBH or the Bed and Breakfast Hotel at around 7 o'clock in the evening. He took the medicine because of the smell of cigarette smoke at the hotel. His group slept at 9 o'clock in the evening. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, he was awakened by the loud knocks of Dondi Biernes, who told him that the hotel was on fire. At first he thought it was a joke, but when he saw black smoke already coming up the stairs, he went back to his room and roused his companions. They gathered their things and rushed out of the room. Their other companions were no longer around. Then his companions shouted that they should go back to the bathroom, which they did. They broke the jalousie glass at the bathroom, breathed in and called for help, but nobody came. They heard a siren, but it just passed by. He called up by cellular phone his parents and their clinical instructor at the Crown Hotel, who told them, another hotel, who told them to relax as they would be coming. He even spoke to a fireman who told them to stay put. They prayed and prayed until they heard the sound of a jackhammer. This is part of the victims. According to Dr. James Guzman, City Health Officer of the Tuguegarao, witness for the prosecution, 16 persons expired in the fire. He testified that he had attended to the bodies of victims, etc., etc., pangalan ng tao, and also reviewed their death certificate of Juan Jose Julius Caduang. The immediate cause of death of the victim, except Caduang, was suffocation antecedent to smoke inhalation, and the underlying cause was third-degree burns covering about 64 to 98% of their bodies. As proof that he attended to the bodies, he certified the medical report portion of the victims' respective certificates of death. So, yun ang ng doktor. So, here, the investigators. So, meanwhile, due to the magnitude of the fire and the significant number of victims, several government agencies were tasked to conduct an investigation on the fire incident, one of which was the Interagency Anti-Arson Task Force Composite Team composed of the NBI, BEP, PNP, SOPI, and the Department of Justice. The chief of the IETF, Fire Senior Superintendent, yours truly, testified as an expert witness. O, nakalagay na an expert witness. Nilagay nila dyan because I was subjected to a cross-examination by the court and the defense counsel. So when they were convinced, I was accepted as an expert witness. So kaya nilagay nila dyan, expert witness in the conduct of arson investigations. He claimed that on this December 20, 2010, he received mission order number blah 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 from the late DILG Secretary Robredo, dispatching him and his team to Tuguegarao City to determine if the incident fell within the mandate of the task force. They could name the mission as Hawk Eyes. Thus, in the evening of December 20, 2011, the team traveled to Tuguegarao City, but they first dropped by at the La Salle University in Santiago City and coordinated with Dr. Janet Kulubong, Dean of the School of Arts. Medyo may kalabuan to kasi si Roxanne itong pinadala sa akin. They learned from here that about 37 people were billeted. Another page. 89 at the BBH of the 37 persons, 27 were able to escape from the fire. 9 students died and 1 was hospitalized but later expired. There were 16 persons who died, including 6 members of the Pondivilla family. When we reached the Tuguegarao City, when we reached the city, we coordinated first with the BEP, Regional Commander. Then we proceeded to the bread and breakfast at around 11:30 o'clock in the morning of December 21, 2010. That was part of my narrative in court. in open court. Upon arrival at the bed and breakfast hotel, we found out that the area was cordoned by the local fire investigators. We conducted an exterior analysis of the building. Then we talked to Hel Simaniro, manager of the Sunshine Motor Parts, yun yung occupant ng ground floor where the fire started. Then we all entered the building. We made an invisible line and divided the building into half to determine the fire patterns. We entered through the accordion door that was earlier destroyed by responding firemen. We discovered that part of the building was totally burned. There were burned rubber tires, aerosol paints, and several display items, all burned. Based on the incident report that we prepared, incident report confirmed by witness in open court. Ako man ang witness, so I confirmed the incident report. I was asked to confirm it. The ground floor occupied by the Sunshine Motor Parts was extensively damaged. A large amount of ashes, debris of paper was noted throughout the mid portion and underneath the stairs. They also recovered at the ground floor burnt wires, AVR or automatic voltage regulator, and a CPU, the computer power unit, and the ITF submitted the ashes and debris to the laboratory for examination. At the stairs going up, we noticed burnt improvised metal racks and large volumes of ashes, debris of papers, and cartons of motorcycle parts. At the second floor, we entered the stockroom filled with lots of motorcycle parts. We saw cables of clutch and brake, plastic, and insulation of the metals all burned. We found a hole in this area, which was explained by Samanero as the manager of the motor parts, as the area where the stacks of motorcycle parts were dropped to the ground floor to be retrieved by restore personnel below. At the second floor of the BBH, where the reception desk, internet cafe, and stockroom for biddings, which were not affected by fire. But our team noted soot deposit at the ceiling, and at the third floor, the stockpiles at the sides of the stairs leading to the residential floor and a small stock room near the stairs were totally gutted by fire. And ashes, debris of papers were also noted. We evaluated the soot deposit. On the wall, ceiling, and lipat. 22 lumampas na to. Persons like the responding firemen also. We asked them, security guard and room boys of the hotel, which form part of our final investigation report. After consolidating all their findings and results of their interviews, witnesses claim that the ITF concluded that the origin of the fire was underneath the stairwell at this accounting office of the Sunshine Motor Parts at the ground floor. It was in that area where they recovered convenience outlets and a flexible cord connected to it. Therefore, there were three possible scenarios that could have happened. First, the extension wire that was recovered had a missing portion. The middle portion of the cord, which was found under piles of burned paper debris, was not affected by fire, but the other portion connected to the convenience outlet was missing because it was completely consumed by fire. The convenience outlet used a flexible cord that was supposed to be for temporary use only. However, the cord was tapped at the electrical source of convenience outlet, indicating that the cord was permanently installed and laid under piles of paper without any electrical conduit as its raceway. According to your witness, this was in violation of the electrical code. The same should have been placed in a raceway to protect it from damage, because if the wire becomes kinky or twisted, the insulation or any portion can crack, thereby causing spark or arcing, leading to the initial ignition of any material which could be easily burned, such as paper. And there were plenty of paper in the place. The second scenario was the possibility of overheat or a heavy load in the end part of the wire, which caused the materials like paper at the accounting office. The third possibility of wear and tear due to twisting and inversion of the wire, hence causing unprotected insulation. Any of those possibilities pointed to one extension wire, which was already submitted to the Arson Laboratory unit of the BEP. So, tatlo ang aming pinresent na theories or rather scenarios, but there is only one extension wire. Also, as shown in the fire incident report, the IATA found two stranded wires, approximately 1 meter in length, parallel to each other, and connected to the convenience outlet. The end portion of the two wires, kailangan natin na ma-recover natin ang wire. So, na-recover naman natin. Parts of the area to determine if they were affected by combustible materials. They also evaluated the smoke. So, kami yun. Of course, the fiscal was writing this, so referring to us. So, also went up to the fourth floor using the same stairwell, still with Simanero and the firemen. The fourth floor was partially residential area, and the other half was part of a BBH or the bed and breakfast. Both totally gutted by fire. 3 cadavers at the residential area and 1 cadaver at the hotel area were reportedly recovered. The SOCO, after evaluating the destruction and the fire patterns, the building and at the 5th floor, we noticed that the roof totally fell. It used to be a roof deck, but a structure was put up for the roof. Half of the 5th floor was residential, and the other half was also occupied by the bed and breakfast. 3 cadavers at the residential area and 8 cadavers at the hotel area were reportedly recovered. They also found an overhead water tank, and a dead dog inside a cage without any sign of burning. According to the witness, it took them 3 trips going back and forth to Tugigaraw, particularly at the fire scene, to conduct the investigation. The first trip was on December 21 to 23. Then he came back on December 27 when they started to build the case. They reported to the DILG Secretary that the incident should be handled by the task force because of concerned public interest, and the affected families wanted the Night Eye authorities to conduct the investigation. The last time he came to Tugigaraw, so was in January when they strengthened the case. So kami yun. Their ultimate, ipat mga. So, parts of the area by determine if they were affected by combustible materials. They also evaluated the smoke We also went up the fourth floor. Uy, tapos na ata to. Kadali. Their ultimate findings was based on the exterior and interior analysis of the building and the evaluation of fire patterns where there were soot deposits on the walls, ceilings, and the physical destruction coming from plain combustible materials like wood, paper, cartons, plastics, rubber, and heat damage. They also considered the load-borne patterns and the scorching on the walls on the outside where the black smoke came out. They concluded that the fire originated at the ground floor area where the accounting office was situated, based on the low burn pattern found there, which was consistent with the closeness of the source of heat. After the ocular inspection, they also interviewed about yun. May mga missing to, may page yan. Totally consumed by fire, an indication of intense heat in that area, which may be where the fire started. The IAT failed to interview the Sunshine motor cycle parts personnel, so they could not determine the exact number of electrical devices and appliances at the ground floor. Kasi pinigilan sila ng so we filed charges against Seminero obstructing justice kasi pinigilan na yung mga personnel nila na magsalita, magpirma. Nevertheless, mga nakauna na ng statement, pinatawag sila ng pirma, so okay siya ng kaso. Nevertheless, the IAT concluded that the most probable source of ignition could be attributed to the missing portion of the two stranded wires connected to the convenience outlet. The laboratory findings on the ashes and debris, including the burnt extension wire, contained in electrical report number blah blah blah, which indicated a negative finding for traces of short circuit, and report number blah blah blah, which indicated a negative findings for the presence of any flammable substance. The findings made them rule out arson as the cause of the fire. So we roll out arson. Our team submitted our final recommendation to the Secretary, the ILG, for filing of cases against Mayor Ting for violation of Article 208 of the Revised Penal Code and abuse of authority. Also against Michael Norman Pondivilla, being the owner of the BBH, but the crime was extinguished by his death. So remember, in criminal cases, death extinguishes criminal liability. And against Araceli Pondivilla for being the owner of the Sunshine motorcycle parts where the fire started. They also recommended that the filing of case against Gil Samanero for obstruction of justice for preventing the Sunshine motorcycle parts personnel to sign directly their sworn statements. Administrative cases were also recommended against 4 firemen and their chief against Inspector Karangian. Inom na ako tubig. Nauuhaw na ko pag nasa fire na. The City Fire Marshal, the Fire Safety Inspector, Unit Chief, and the Fire Safety Inspectors for neglect of duty. So, may mga bumbiro na pailan ng kaso. The ILG Secretary approved our recommendations and instructed us to prepare the endorsement of the Department of Justice, which we did. Then we filed a joint affidavit of complaint and filed the necessary criminal charges against the concerned persons. So meanwhile, our electrical engineer, Mario Cerrito, an employee of the BEP and a registered electrical engineer, testified as one of the IATF investigators who joined the Hawkeyes So, yun, tinanong siya about the electrical cord had many sockets, but when he recovered it, there was no male plug connected to it. He discovered that there was a missing portion in the convenience outlet, indicating that it was consumed by fire. The extension cord was connected permanently to the outlet and passed through under piles of paper. She also collected burnt wires and rubber, etc., which were subsequently brought to the arson lab unit. So, he testified that he also recovered burnt AVR and one computer unit. No other equipment was seen. He saw piles of papers on top and below the wire, but the paper below was not burned. Underneath the stairs, he saw also the AVR lighting installation. He explained further that overheating of wire can be caused by something with high wattage like water heater, electric iron, or a defective AVR. The prosecution also presented Senior Inspector Oscar Opero, one of our investigators, so to corroborate our statement. So, So, bukod sa amin, nag-present rin ang DOJ, DILG fact-finding team sa local. Ang kanilang so wala naman, hindi naman nag-contradict sa aming findings. Instead, it willed or strengthen our case. So, of course, the defense also presented the basis of their defense, Mahaba to, ilang pages kaya to. So, discussion and ruling. So, under Article 365 of the Revised Penal Code, reckless imprudence is defined as that which consists in voluntary but without malice, doing or feeling to do an act from which material damage results by reason of inexcusable lack of precaution on the part of the persons performing or failing to perform such act, taking into consideration his employment or occupation, degree of negligence, physical condition, and other circumstances regarding persons, time, and place. So, yun yung mga elements ng crime of negligence under Article 365. Hello? Any question? So, ito yung mga violation na. Manage, yung si Pondevilla, managed and operated, the accused managed and operated business establishment by not complying with the safety regulations prescribed under the Building Code of the Philippines and the Fire Code of the Philippines of 2008. Manage and operate said business establishment without the necessary clearances from the city building officials and the Bureau of Fire Protection. Manage and operate said business establishment and resorting to unsafe electrical installation, which brought about the fire that gutted the aforesaid establishment and thereafter resulted in the untimely death of the victims. In short, the accused was allegedly negligent because she did not comply with the safety regulation provided by law, managed and operated her business without the necessary clearances, and resort to unsafe technical installation. In her memorandum, accused insisted that she was not issued clearances by the BEP. So ito yung naman dipinsa ng ng may-ari. Hindi daw siya na-issue ng clearances ng BEP and the city government in compliance with the Building Code and the Fire Code. The BEP clearance she submitted was dated March 5, 2009, and incident 2010, and the mayor's permit was dated 3/2009. Lalong umatras. Under the law, the clearance and permit should be renewed every first quarter of the year. It is the position of the accused that since ito yung pinsa ng accused, she complied with the documentary requirements of the city government such as the payment of fees and taxes, then she cannot be faulted if the employees and officials concerned did not properly conduct the necessary inspection of the business, of her business. And the building itself, besides the Series Section 9 of RA 9485 of the Anti-Red Tape Act, which allowed the automatic extension of permits and licenses when a government agency fails to act on an application for renewal or of a permit. Sabi ng fiscal and ng court, while it is true that the accused was presumed to have the continuing authority to operate her business, while her application for renewal of her business permit was being processed, that did not free her from her obligation to keep her business safe and free from hazardous substances and installations. The court noted that she was also charged for violation of safety regulation imposed by the said codes and for resorting to unsafe electrical installation. Based on the evidences presented by the prosecution, the court believes that the accused use of unsafe installation and the storage of combustible materials in her business establishment without safety measures could suffice to meet the first element of the crime. The accused failed to rebut this, although she agreed or argued that the prosecution failed to determine with certainty the cause of fire or whether her alleged negligence was the proximate cause of the death of the victims. The courts will discuss this fully later, but it would suffice to say that first element of the crime, that the offender does or fail to do an act, is present. So, pasok siya sa first element. With respect to the second element and third element, the court said that the doing of or a failure to do an act or is voluntary, and that if be without malice, the court can also say that they are present. It was undisputed that the registered owner of the business establishment where the fire appeared to have started was the accused, and the acts of negligence were voluntary. The magnitude, rather, nasa na ba yun? The prosecution likewise ruled out arson as the cause of the fire. So there is an absence of malice. So wala mang malice, walang arson. As in the fourth element, napunta talaga sa negligence to. As the fourth element, there is no doubt that material damage was caused by the fire. The incident was undoubtedly disastrous and fatal as it involved the total destruction of the entire building and the horrific death of many young and precious lives. The magnitude of the conflagration caught national attention that even the national government officials immediately called for a full-blown investigation. What is crucial here, says the court, is the last element, that there was inexcusable lack of precaution on the part of the offender, taking into consideration her employment or occupation, her degree of intelligence, physical condition, and other circumstances regarding persons, time, and place. The prosecution presented expert witnesses, kasama na ko doon, who testified that the fire definitely came from the business establishment of the accused, especially underneath the stairwell of the accounting office of the Sunshine Motor Parts at the ground floor. Although there were 3 scenarios, so sabi ng court, that the investigators came up with, they all pointed to the extension wire that was permanently tapped to the wall. The extension wire could have been worn out because there was no electrical conduit or any raceway that could protect it from wear and tear. If worn out, the wire could have caused sparks and ignited the combustible materials nearby, or the wire could have sparked due to overloading, or there were loose connections that generated sparks. They also suspected that the 2 parallel stranded wires may have caused the ignition. Be that as it may, what was certain is that the area where the fire originated was the accounting office of the Sunshine Motor Parts, owned and operated by the accused, yung babae, Araceli Pontevilla. This was evident from the low-burn pattern seen on the walls. This was meticulously explained by Fire Superintendent Haujan in his testimony to wit. So, Prosecutor Bundok. So, after conducting your exterior analysis of the building, Mr. Witness, what were the result of your analysis? So, I was asked, ano daw ang resulta ng analysis ko? So, my response is, well, ma'am, we evaluated the fire patterns in the area. There are several deposits on the walls, the ceilings, the physical destruction coming from the plain combustible materials such as wood, papers, cartons, plastics, rubber, and also the heat damage on the interior and exterior, including the scorching of the walls from the outside where the black smoke came out. So there is pattern there on the openings, also the low burn pattern, which is common to us investigators. What do you mean by low burn pattern, Mr. Witness? I was asked. Well, under the guidelines of fire arson investigators, this is the pattern that to us investigators should look into. Commonly, this is the lowest burn pattern of the material that is subjected to fire. And in general, the fire plume will rise due to the nakalagay dito, sex, so may missing sa stenographer. It is less dense in the areas as the fire spread or increase in volume and size, and it tends to rise becomes buoyant versus the surrounding air. So doon po matitrace namin kung ito ay ginawa, sinadya o di sinadya. So we rolled out in that stage of first trip of our investigation na ito ay di sinadya. There are no traces or signs of arson. The fire originated based on the low burn pattern of that area in the ground floor. Where the accounting office was located, doon po ang pinakamababang low burn patterns sa buildings. This is consistent to the closeness to the source of heat, the low burn pattern on that area. Prosecutor asked, particularly what part of the first floor area? My response, the accounting office, ma'am, there is this accounting office underneath the stairwell or stairway leading to the upper floors. We trace fire, the heat, the smoke, soot, damage, the low burn pattern, that area. That is why we recover the pieces of evidence there, laboratory analysis. So, yun, yung statement ko doon. And then, nevertheless, assuming for the sake of argument that the scenarios that were being contemplated by the investigators did not actually take place, the court still believes that the accused was negligent based on the doctrine of res ipsa loquitur. The thing speaks for itself. It is Latin term. Res ipsa loquitur is a Latin phrase which literally means the thing or the transaction speaks for itself. It relates to the fact of an injury that seeks out an inference to the cause thereof of establishes the plaintiff's prima facie case. The doctrine rests on inference and not on presumption. The facts of the occurrence warrant the supposition of negligence, and they furnish circumstantial evidence of negligence when direct evidence is lacking. So in the absence of direct evidence, circumstantial evidence will still be considered. The doctrine, or the res ipsa loquitur doctrine, is based on the theory that the defendant either knows the cause of the accident, yung si Araceli, or has the best opportunity of ascertaining if the cause of the accident, or has the best opportunity of ascertaining it. And the plaintiff, yung mga nagreklamo, have no knowledge thereof, is compelled to allege negligence in general terms. In such instance, the plaintiff relies on proof of the happening of the accident alone to establish negligence. So the doctrine, yun ang ginamit ng korte.
Sir, Attorney Soriano, sir.
Yes, Soriano.
Permission to talk.
Yes,
sir,
granted.
pwede po bang humingi mo ulit kami ng 15 minutes break para rin po makapagpahinga kayo ng konti?
Taas nito Sige, break sa tayo. Ang problema. 15 minutes break by the order of the class marcher. Anong oras tayo babalik?
Sir, 3 o'clock po sa akin, mga 3:15, sir.
Okay. God bless. 3:15.
Okay, sir. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Salamat, sir.
Thank you po.
Muligtad na naman ito. Ayos ko lang ito. So, balikan natin itong ating decision ng court with regards to the incident in Tugigaraw. So, let us continue. The doctrine, which refers to the res ipsa loquitur doctrine, is based on the theory that the defendant either knows the cause of the accident or has the or has the best opportunity of ascertaining it, and the plaintiff, having no knowledge thereof, is compelled to allege negligence in general terms. In such instance, the plaintiff relies on proof of the happening of the accident alone to establish negligence. The doctrine provides a means by which a plaintiff can pin liability on a defendant who, if innocent, should be able to evade or explain the care. Another page. The care exercised to prevent the incident. complained of. Thus, it is the defendant's responsibility to show that there was no negligence on his part or her part. So, yun ang ng doktrina. To sustain the allegation of negligence based on the doctrine of res ipsa loquitur, or the thing speaks for itself, the following requisites must concur. Ibig sabihin, magkatugma sila. Number 1, the accident is of a kind which does not ordinarily occur unless someone is negligent. Number 2, the cause of the injury was under the exclusive control of the person in charge, which is, in this case, it was Araceli Condivilia. Number 3, the injury suffered must not have been due to any voluntary action or contribution on the part of the persons injured. Wala namang alam yung mga victim, yung namatay sa negligent act nung ginawa ni Araceli. So, therefore, if these 3 elements concur, then there is negligence. The doctrine of res ipsa loquitur will attach. So, under the first scenario, the concurrence must be one that does not ordinarily occur unless there is negligence. Ordinary refers to the usual course of events. A building that suddenly burst into flames, spewing firestorms and emitting black poisonous smoke is obviously not a normal event. Neither does the rapid and widespread blaze is an ordinary happening. Hence, in this case, without any direct evidence as to the cause of the fire, the doctrine of res ipsa loquitur comes into play, and from it, the court draws the inference that based on the evidence at hand, someone was in fact negligent and responsible for the incident. The test for to determine the existence of negligence is, in a particular case, may be stated as follows. Question: Did the accused, in committing the alleged negligent act, use reasonable care and caution which an ordinary prudent person in the same situation would have employed? If the answer is in the negative, if not, then she is guilty of negligence. Here, in the case at hand, there was a naked extension wire without any raceway, tapped to an outlet permanently, laid under tons of paper and so proximate to loads of combustible liquids and materials such as rubber and paint. The very high probability of sparking and setting the place ablaze instantly was very apparent. The place was like a ticking time bomb. Also, as testified by expert witnesses, there were piles of debris, ashes indicating tons of paper at the ground floor and at the stairwell, and there were metal trays, burned motor parts, and ashes of burned paper and cartons at the sides of the stairs, which facilitated the immediate rise of the fire towards the stairs. There was also an uncovered opening of the ceiling of the ground floor that the SMP employees or the Sunshine Motor Parts, remember the uncovered opening, yung butas na ginawa na manhole for lowering stocks, used to bring down stocks from the second floor. So this served as an opening for the fire and caused the noxious smoke to easily soar up and creep into the air-conditioned rooms upstairs where the victims were sleeping. All this showed that there was a wanton disregard for safety, which to the mind of the court was downright reckless and criminal. So, yan ang kuan ng court. Yan ang kanyang punto de vista. So, under the second requisite, so the first requisite, tagilid na yung kalaban. Second requisite of res ipsa loquitur, the instrumentality or agency that triggered the occurrence must be one that falls under the exclusive control of the person in charge thereof. In this case, the place where the fire originated was owned and managed by the accused. As such, she alone had the responsibility to maintain it and ensure its safe operations. No other person, not even the victims, was charged with that obligation except for her. So siya lang talaga ang may obligation to maintain safety. So pasok siya sa second requisite. In the case, so the court cited another case in Africa, in the case of Africa et al. Versus Caltex, Philippines, Inc., et al., and others, where the circumstances which caused the accident are shown to have been under the management or control of a certain person, and in the normal course of events, the incident would not have happened had that person used proper care. The inference is that it occurred because of lack of such care. The burden of evidence is thus shifted to the accused to establish that she observed all that was necessary to prevent the accident from happening. In this aspect, the accused utterly failed. So, hindi niya nagawa yun. To establish safe environment for the occupants. Under the third requisite, sablay siya sa second requisite of res ipsa loquitur. Second, for negligence. Under the third requisite, there is nothing in the records to show that the victims contributed to the incident. So, walang records na magpapatunay na yung mga namatay na mga nurses contributed to the incident. Wala naman silang pakialam doon sa another company within the building. Hindi na sila makapasok doon. Andun na sila sa kabilang side of the building. So wala talaga. Hindi malipinsahan ng abogado ng defense. They had no access to the business establishment of the accused, and there was no showing that they had even stepped on it for a single minute. So wala silang pakialam, hindi nga sila nakaapak doon sa portion na yun. So accused claim that it may be possible that some guests of the bed and breakfast hotel caused the fire. So nag-allege pa siya ngayon na pwede possible daw na yung may mga guests doon ng bed and breakfast that caused the fire. So he is alleging parang arson or negligently tap computers. So nag-tap daw sa mga illegal tapping ng computer. So nagnanakaw ng kuryente. Flat irons and other devices. So yun ang allegation ng depensa. Mukhang shallow masyado. So nangnakaw sila without the consent of the management of the hotel. Is plain ridiculous. As experts, bakit na ng mga experts have already testified, the fire came from the business establishment of the accused. Nowhere else. Sa kanila talaga. Nagagawa. Medyo na lalo na didiin yung akusado. The accused tried to exculpate herself from liability by simply denying that she was negligent. Her employees testified that the accused did have not anything to do with the use of electrical gadgets and appliances in the office. Hence, he should not be liable. So sabi ng mga employees niya, mga testigo nila na hindi naman siya gumagamit ng mga electrical gadgets and appliances sa opisina. Therefore, he is not liable. But, however, the court said, the court is not convinced. So, hindi na convince ang korte sa depensa ng akusado. It is a time-honored doctrine that denial is a very weak defense. So, just like alibi, it is a weak defense. So, wala yun. Between positive identification, mag-alibay ka man, malabo, matatalo ang depensa mo dyan. Depensa rin, pero mahina lang. So, medyo tagilid ka, mabibigat yung mga allegation dito. The next question now is, so ito ngayon ang dapat masagot. Was the negligence of the accused the proximate cause of the death of the 16 victims? That is the question. So, proximate cause is defined as that cause which in natural and continuous sequence unbroken by any efficient intervening cause produces the injury and without which the result would not have occurred. And more comprehensively, the proximate legal cause is that acting first and producing the injury, either immediately or by setting other events in motion, all constituting a natural and continuous chain of events. So kung may chain of custody ang ating investigators, meron ramang chain of events ang pinipresent dyan sa ng prosecution and ng court. The final event in the chain immediately affecting the injury as natural and probable result of the cause which first acted under such circumstances that the person responsible for the first event should, as an ordinary, prudent, and intelligent person, have reasonable ground to expect at the moment of the act, of his act or default, that an injury to some person might probably result therefrom. It must be shown that there was a direct causal connection between such negligence and the injuries or damages complained. So, another witness was cited, our forensic consultant, Dr. Pagulayan. According to forensic consultant Dr. Pagulayan, burn tires emit zinc oxide that when the small particles are inhaled, they produce inflammation of the lungs, causing enzymes and causing asphyxia and death. Burn paint has the same effect as burn rubber. In the case at bar, painful and unfortunate as it may be, all the victims, including the relatives of the accused, died. Kasama yung mga kamag-anak ng accused, namatay, died due to suffocation or asphyxia when the loads of rubber and paint that were recklessly stockpiled at the accused establishment got burned. The place was instantly set ablaze and toxic substances totally engulfed the place. The poisoned smoke soared with the fire, crept into the rooms of the victims, and choked them to death. So ako, parang akong maiyak ako dito sa nangyayari kasi siyempre, nakita ko yung mga wala silang matakbuhan talaga. As confirmed by Dr. Guzman, the immediate cause of death of the victims, except gaduang, was suffocation, antecedent to smoke inhalation. So, puro smoke na suffocate because of smoke inhalation. And the underlying cause was third-degree burns, covering about 64 to 98% of their bodies. So, remember, if you are an investigator and you hear victims with 50%, more than 50% burns on covering their bodies, kami sa Manila, we will be starting counting in 3 days time. Delikado, pwedeng mamatay yung tao. So, one incident, yung recent incident in 2013, hindi na recent yun, 7 years ago nata. So, yun ang pinakahuli na more than 50% ng body burns. So, sabi ko, delikado si Mang Juan. Mga 3 days, TP na yan. So, but, hindi siya namatay. Iba talaga ang ospital sa pag magaling ang ospital, pwede ma-extend ang buhay mo. Unfortunately, after 30 days, patay pa rin siya. So, he survived for 30 days. So, yung aking estimate na 3 days, pag 50%, depends on the hospital. Kasi marami sa ating mga hospital na wala mga burn units, no? Burn units. So, pag nadala ka doon, nasunog ka 50% more, or any kamag-anak, or any victims from a fire, nanganganib ang buhay natin. Pwede tayong mamatay. Kasi magkaroon tayo ng respiratory problem sa ating paghinga, no? Hindi na tayo makahinga. Part ng effect ng sunog. 50% ba naman sunog? Yung internal mo, grabe kainit yun. Dito, ang nasunog ng mga tao, 64 to 98%. Ay, mabubuhay ka pa ba dyan? Parang hindi na. Daming patay. Dr. Reyes also testified that victim Gaduang's immediate cause of death was hypoxic encephalopathy, the antecedent cause being smoke inhalation during fire, and the underlying cause was asphyxia. So, patay pa rin, asphyxiation pa rin. Dr. Reyes explained that hypoxic encephalopathy means that there was no sufficient oxygen in the brain. So, ubusan ng oxygen ng utak. In a fire, if you want to extinguish most common fires, you bring the oxygen contents to below 14% or below 15%. You extinguish the flames. You cannot see the flames anymore. But of course, tayo rin, kasama rin tayo, makukulaps rin tayo doon because we need oxygen to live. So fire and human beings more or less are intertwined with each other. So kaya we have to respect fire because part yan sa ating advancement, part sa ating buhay. Halos parehas tayo ng karakter niya na kailangan rin na ng oxygen. Tayo rin kailangan ng oxygen. So, smoke inhalation during fire means that instead of taking in oxygen, smoke is being inhaled in the form of carbon monoxide. Ayan na naman, pistios na gas na yan, carbon monoxide. I mentioned to you, it is odorless and tasteless gas. So, if you succumb to this, your blood, red blood, hemoglobin of your blood will be makipag-sabuhatan ito sa carbon monoxide. Gustong-gusto niya yan eh. Mag-mate yan sila, ganahan siya ang dugo natin sa carbon monoxide. However, it is fatal for us. Ma-unconscious tayo. So, bantayan ninyo yan. Any carbon monoxide poisoning, pag naka-revive, huwag na ipabalikin. Do not let a person who suffered carbon monoxide poisoning in a fire return or come back to his house or his room. Better stay out. Monitor talaga ng medical team or ng doktor para siguradong mabubuhay yan. Or ikaw, hindi ibig sabihin, fireman ka, naka-recover ka sa carbon monoxide, babalik ka naman lalaban ka naman sa apoy, baka sa second attempt mo, tumadatsi ka na, talagang hindi ka na mag-survive. So, this condition usually occurs during incidents of fire and it had occurred in this case. So, sabi ng doktor, Dr. Reyes. In other words, had there been reasonable care and diligence in the use of electrical installations and had safety measures been carefully and properly implemented in the storage of combustible and flammable materials, the inferno would not have occurred and the victims would still be alive by now. Even Gaduang, who was able to escape from the hellhole, did not escape death. Namatay rin siya as the deadly smoke had already infiltrated his lungs. So, although naka-escape siya, namatay rin. Kasi yan na sinasabi ko sa inyo, carbon monoxide poisoning is dangerous. So, kasayang, nakaligtas siya pero namatay rin later on. As his brother Christian testified, Julius Gaduang had a history of asthma. So, asthmatic pala. So, and as explained by Dr. Pagulayan, our forensic chemist consultant, small particulates released by burning tires worsen asthma. So, yung mga may asthmatic sa atin, may mga guma ng gulong, sinusunog. Bagbantay ka dyan, kapatid, baka tumadatsi ka dyan. And may contribute to heart disease due to zinc exposure. If there is no air or oxygen, and depending on the tolerance of the person, of course, kan depende yan. Minsan may malakas na tao, minsan may mahina, but just the same, papatayin ka talaga nito. This may cause asphyxia and death. Gaduang had low tolerance because of his asthma. May defect na siya one of the victims nag-survive, yet namatay rin. So that he eventually succumbed to asphyxia, leading to his death. Just imagine, hospital na yung tao, namatay pa rin. Clearly, the prosecution, ating side, kasama tayo sa prosecution, was able to establish the causal connection between the negligence of the accused and the death of the victim. So, klaro na establish ng prosecution. Moreover, the accused failure to comply with the provisions of Section 8K of Republic Act 9514 of the Fire Code of the Philippines is prima facie proof of negligence. So, non-compliance with the provision of the Fire Code will result to prima facie proof of negligence. You can cite this sa inyong cases if you become investigator. Na yung violation niya ng certain requirements in the Fire Code is a prima facie proof of negligence. If you file negligence, if you don't file arson cases. In this case, arson was not filed kasi nga wala namang deliberate intent. The elements of arson is not present. However, despite that, there is still a criminal liability we call negligence. Negligence. So, reckless imprudence, mga ganyan, mga negligent act yan. Because under our law, acts or omission are not only punishable by yung deliberate intention, but also by negligence, act of lack of foresight, and lack of skill. So yung mga situation na ganan, pwede rin silang mananagot sa Fire Code. So the Fire Code, must the law that of in the revised penal code that will be considered. Mag-link yan, dalawa na yan. The prohibited acts provided by the law is in the Fire Code, abandoning or leaving a building or structure by the occupant or owner without appropriate safety measures. That is his violation in the Fire Code. That is the prima facie of negligence in the Fire Code. The prima facie proof of negligence. Yun ang hinataw ng korte. So, the court used the paragraph K of the RA 9514 of the Fire Code in pinning down also the liability or the guilt of the person. Yung res ipsa loquitur doctrine, imas yung evidence ng mga experts, and then itong violation ng Fire Code, yun. Undoubtedly, the accused and her employees utterly failed to secure the place from hazard like fire, before they left the place. So, nang umalis sila, hindi nila sinecure. May mga tao doon, may mga yung nakitira doon na nag-stay sa hotel nila. Isipin mo buhay ng tao natutulog lang, namatay pa. Anong klaseng hotel yan? Na usually natutulog ka so that because you feel you will be refreshed and safe when you rise the following day, preparing for the exam, only to end up in a situation where you will be fighting for your life. And in fire, unfortunately, those who do not know how to escape dies. Those who are who panic dies. So those who are not conscious or cautious of their situation, they don't check the exits. Hindi nila inaalam muna. In the first place, when you check in a hotel, if the hotel is not provided with safety, mga safety or protection equipment such as yung mga fire extinguishers, yung alarms, smoke alarms, etc. And then mga fire hose, and then fire escape. Bakit ka ba mag-check-in dyan? You are just going to the cemetery. Okay? So, now, the court therefore concludes that the accused negligence was so gross, talagang mabigat, napakarami. It cost the lives of 16 victims, including the members of her family. Remember, mga niya yun, kasama niya sa pamilya niya yun, anak niya yung lalaki doon, mga apo niya yung namatay, 2. Oh, so mas katulong pa, 4. So under Article 8365 of the Revised Penal Code, any person who by reckless imprudence shall commit any act which had it been intentional, so it might not be intentional, kasi if it is intentional, it may fall under arson. The elements of arson will play a great deal. However, if there is no intention to commit a crime, your action is the one that lead to the death. Just reckless imprudence, as reckless imprudence, you constitute a grave felony, still a felony. So, punishable acts in the Revised Penal Code is called felony. Shall suffer the penalty of arresto mayor in its maximum period to prison correctional in its minimum period. So the maximum period of arresto mayor is 4 months and 1 day to 6 months, while the medium period of prison correctional is 2 years, 4 months and 1 day to 4 years and 2 months. So nagre-range ang sentensya mo ngayon sa 4 months to 2 years plus several months and several days. Applying the indeterminate sentence law, the minimum period shall be within the range of the penalty, next lower, so to that prescribed by the revised penal code, which is arresto minor in the maximum period, which is 21 to 30 days, while the maximum period should be within the range of the penalty imposed by law. Meanwhile, the court will not rule on the civil aspect of the case, considering that the same was separately instituted from this case. Remember, criminal case is different from civil cases, different from administrative cases. So when somebody will file an administrative case against you, that will be resolved in the bureau, or the worst is the DILG and the civil service. So papunta rin, pwede rin umataw ka administratively sa civil service, tanggal ka sa trabaho. So, ingatan natin magkaroon tayo ng administrative case. So, if there is a criminal case, pwedeng separate ang civil case, pwedeng separate ang administrative case. In this case, the criminal case was decided, the court refrained from giving a ruling on the civil aspect, kung magkano bayaran, blah, 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 kasi meron parang separate na institution of a civil case. So, mga claims yun. Marami, may mga millions na 16 katao at 1 million, that is 16 million. So, probida. Mabuti kung 1 million lang halaga ng buhay ng mga bata na yun, matagal sa eskwelahan yun, only to die because of your negligence. Malaki ang danyos perwisyo hihingin ito, mga tao na ito. That's why they separate it from this criminal case. In the criminal case, part of the strategy is you separate it kasi ang quantum of evidence in criminal case is proof beyond reasonable doubt. So medyo may kabigatan. Di ba? Sa civil, preponderance of evidence. Sa administrative, substantive evidence. So magkakaiba ng level ng ebidensya. Ang timbang ng ebidensya magkaiba. So kung mahirapan mong hatawin sa criminal case, baka sa civil case madali mong hatawin. Baka matalo ka doon. Lalo na ito, natalo na sa criminal case, madali nang talunin ito sa civil case. So bayad na ito malamang. So this was manifested by the counsel of some of the relatives of the victims at the outset of the case. Besides, it appears that the accused and the relatives of some of the victims had already amicably settled, as shown by the compromise agreement duly approved in decision rendered by the RTC Branch 24 Echagi Sabila, entitled Civic Manuel Bernes, versus spouses Pipito and Araceli Pondivilla for damages. So, may separate cases lodged at the revised at the Regional Trial Court Branch 24. May nag-amicable settlement. So, pera yung pinag-usapan yan. Hindi na nilagay dito magkano. Wherefore, in view of the foregoing, judgment is hereby rendered by finding the accused Araceli Pondivilla Larusa guilty beyond reasonable doubt of the crime of reckless imprudence resulting in multiple homicide, and is hereby sentenced to suffer the indeterminate penalty of imprisonment for 25 days of aristo minors as minimum, maximum maybe 2 years. Masyadong malabo nakalagay dito. So I will secure or you secure the a clear copy of this kasi binigay sa akin Xerox copy. Kung kailan pa doon sa ibaba nawala pa yung tas lalong lumabo yung tatapos na. So anyway, range ang case na ang penalty ang 2 years to rather 4 months to 2 years. Be that small because it is negligent. So pag arson case mas mabigat life yan ang pinaka mo diyan pinakababa. So sa ngayon kasi wala man tayong death penalty. So that's it. The decision was done by wala na akong salamin dito, Judge Aguada, Raquel Reyes Aguada or Aguawa. Hindi, Aguada to. So, yun. This was rendered in 2016. July 7, 2016. So, ayun. There was a complete decision already on one of these cases. And yung ating present na causes was also considered by the court. Wala namang objection nun sa causes natin. Naniwala naman korte. So, malaking bagay na mayroong kang jurisprudence, there is precedent. So, ganon. We'll go back to our group, So, salita ko, nakapasok ba yun o hindi? Class sir. Nagsasalita pala ko na hindi, hindi kayo kumikibo diyan na, Kanina pa ako nagsasalita. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Narinig ninyo?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Narinig ko na eh.
Yes, sir.
Kinabahan ako, baka hindi narinig. Karon, ngayon lang narinig o kanina pa?
Sir, kanina pa.
Kanina pa, sir. Kanina pa, sir.
Kasi sabi ko walang umuubo, walang na-COVID yan. Kasi pag may na-COVID, maralaman ko eh. Marinig ko dito na may naku-COVID na. So, anyway, you have any questions? We'll devote our remaining time with the question and answer portion.
Sir, question po.
Yes, sino? Identify first yourself para alam ko kung sinong magigiting na future investigator na magtanong. Sino kayo?
Ay, sir. Pakitry nila yun sa po, sir.
Okay, layo sa from where are you?
From Kamsur po, sir. Kamsur.
Ay, talagang magagaling yung Kamsur. Palaging nagtatanong yan. No? So, ano sa atin na Kamsur, distinguished fire investigator from Kamsur? What is your pleasure?
Okay, sir. Ito po, sir. Regarding po dun sa submitted ninyong causes of fire na. Di ba, sir, ang korte is very critic with regards sa mga wording natin. Kasi number 2, sir, there might have. So, ibig sabihin, sir, so, wala pa kayong precise na, so, kumbaga, assumption lang yun, sir. Hindi.
Scenarios yun ang tinatawag. We use the word scenario. So, even the court recognize that. Kasi unusual itong present namin. Akala natin, hindi lulusot ito. Pero the court accepted this. Kasi usually, nasabi ko nga siya, this is very rare, ano? Usually, when we come up with a cause, isa lang. But this one, we presented with several possible causes or yung scenarios na tinatawag natin. But what is important here is it points to the same area of origin, the same wires that was discussed. These are just the tawag natin yung scenarios kasi missing nga yung portion na yun. Ano? When we recover the evidence, hindi naman natin pwedeng magicin ano yung nangyari doon sa dugtong ng wire kasi naputol na yun, wala na. The fire completely consumed it. So, mahirap naman magsinungaling tayo na hindi natin banggitin, yun naman talaga ang nangyari. So, but we have to do with that. We have to live with that. Despite the lacking or the missing part, we have to still come up with what is the yung scenario involved there in that missing portion. So we presented 3 situations or 3 scenarios of our findings. So ang pagkakaiba lang nito kasi kung ordinary investigator ang mag-present nito, medyo mahirapan. As you can see, even in the records of the tawag nito, yung binanggit ko kanina, yung mga decision, di ba nag-mention sila of expert so kasi we were accepted as expert when we were grilled in court, simply you have to be accepted as an expert there. So once you are considered as an expert, as I've told you, you can make some opinions of your own. Mas mabibigat ang opinion mo over ordinary investigators. Kasi ang ordinary investigators, when they give their statements, they are considered ordinary witness. So ang ordinary witness kasi cannot come up with an opinion. You cannot, mas less ang weight ng kanyang sasabihin unless he personally has knowledge over such things when he appears in court. So yun ang pagkakaiba. The fact na na-admitted kami as expert witness, yung si Dr. Pagulayan, ako, makes a difference in our coming up with our scenarios. At ordinarily, mahirap ito ilusot lalo na sa korte. Mahirap ilusot yan. Kasi masilan masyado ang korte, mabusisihan sila eh. Bago ka ma-accept as witness, sa expert witness, daming tanong yan. The court will ask you, the defense counsel, yung pakulong mo, siyempre may abogado yun. Hindi ka niya tatanggapin as expert eh. Pag-appear mo pa lang eh, pag challenge ka talaga all throughout. But pag wala naman siyang valid argument na ma-deny ang yung expertise, the court once accepts you as expert, wala siya magagawa. So, ibig sabihin, the court now will more or less give way to your findings kasi magkaiba yung findings ng isang ordinary investigator over an expert. So, that is my point. So, rare as it may, but this one, that's why I presented it to you, para hindi aware kayo na hindi lang isa lang. Kasi under sa standard natin, you come up with one findings. But hindi naman sinabi doon na kung expert ka, silent trend. So, itong aking sinasabi from experience. And there is an actual case. And there is a convicted, tawag nito, the accused was convicted for his negligent act because of that fire incident. There was a multiple homicide cases resulting to her negligent act. Even to the extent na siya nga, yung kamag-anak niya namatay. Kasama, just imagine that, namatayan siya, makulong pa siya. Bira na situation na ganun, no? But the court, yun na sinasabi, mahirap man ang but the court has decided and the decision was in favor of the victims. So, ibig sabihin, we did justice to those who died. Kaya pinsan, pag pag ating mga cases ay nanalo tayo, be that rare as it may, mapiktahan rin tayo. Kasi alam natin yun, andun tayo sa area talaga, nakikita natin talaga yung dalamhati ng mga family of the victims. So, 16 sila, minus 4, so more or less 12 ang, 12 ang mga nursing students doon. So, marami. Kawawa talaga, no? So, yun nga, yung circumstances ng case is maganda if you read the whole, I cannot read you the whole, kasi masyadong mahaba. And then, I suggest that once I send it to you, you make some, you read it, the whole decision, and then plus these slides, These are only guides. These are only guides. And this is an actual case, nanalo tayo, ang BP nanalo tayo dito. So, it is a jurisprudence already. You can use this, There are cases also done by BP. Yun ang pangkunin mo, lalo na arson cases, So, I choose this because our standard is one. You come up with one hypothesis. This one, we presented 3. Yet, acceptable naman sa court. Hindi naman sila na nagugulat yan. So, kaya nga, pag naging president yan, minsan kasi ang there are exception to the rule. For every rule, there is always an exception. The standards is a guide. These are guide. Once we internalize them, we understand it clearly, baliktarin mo you committed it to heart, you can adjust, adapt to the real situation on the ground. Ikaw na yan, investigator ng case, ikaw ang gagawa talaga dyan. Hindi ka dapat natali sa guide strictly doon, Sometimes you stretch the boundary of the guidelines for as long that you do not violate. In this case, we stretch the boundaries of the guidelines, yet we were able to gain a conviction. So, walang masama doon. Kumbaga, it serves the purpose. It gives justice to those who died. So, ang point ko dito, these are only guides. Yung mga lecture notes natin just to guide us. Kasi, maaaring hindi kayo na-expose sa mga ditong kaso, but once you get this, ma-apply ninyo sa inyong situation, and you will be assigned future investigation units, wherever you are, may mga guides na ganito. Kaya nga, part sa ating doon, na magtingin ka, baka may mga similar incidents, di ba? So, baka magtugma doon, mayroon kang mababasihan. Kasi ang court naman will decide on precedents. May mga cases rin sila na sinasite. Remember yung case nito, nag-cite sila ng Africa versus blah blah blah, ng ba yung kalaban ng doon. Decided kasi they are also guided with under the doctrine of stare decisis et non queta movere. So what was decided should not be disturbed. So they follow that doctrine also. Just like res ipsa loquitur. Marami mga doctrines in law. That is why I encourage you to study law. So you want to be a good investigator, study law. Kasi how can you excel in investigation? Puro batas yung pinag-usapan yan. And then, hindi lang fire code ang pinag-usapan. Pwede tayo mag-usap about sa revised penal code. Pwede tayo mag-usap about sa building code. Hindi tayo magkaintindihan because hindi mo sinanda ang sarili mo. So prepare for that time in your life that you may be landing in court depending your case in court. So I hope you will be qualified. You will be able to qualify yourself as an expert in the court. Kasi magkaiba yun. Hindi yan automatic na I am a Bureau of Fire Protection investigator. I was assigned there and that for how many years. And then automatic ka na maging expert. No, sir. You have to qualify because the opponent, our opponent is the accused, yung abogado niya. Questionin niya tayo, hindi siya maniwala sa atin Maski pa naniwala siya sa isip niya, pero because of magkalaban kayo, hindi talaga siya maniwala by the nature of his work, he is defending his client. His client will be in prison if he does not defend it. So maski ikaw magaling ka, he will not always accept you as magaling. Hindi questioning ka talaga niya. Lahat ng question aabutin mo. So that's why you must prepare for that event in one of your investigation that will land in court. Na prepared ka na. So hindi ka mapifeathered. So I hope I was able to enlighten you on that. Trainee Layusa Jr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, hindi ko sinasabi na ito pangkalahatan ito. The circumstances surrounding this and the people handling this case are maybe different from the people that will handle another case in another place. So, in this case, as I've said, we were considered by the court. We were accepted as expert witness. Magkaiba yun. Iba ang import ng expert witness ka. Pwede ka niyang paniwalaan kaysa ordinary witness. Okay? So, kaya nga, doon kayo, yun ang i-aspire ninyo, na maging expert witness kayo in the future. Kasi hindi nga ibig sabihin na expert na kayo kasi sa investigation kayo. It's not. Para aware kayo niyan, baka sabihin niyo, Bureau of Fire Protection ako, dapat expert ako. No. Hindi, your statement is just like an ordinary witness. So, yung mga testigo mo i-present, your statement is the same as theirs. Tanungin yan, what do you, yung personal, do you have personal knowledge of this event, Mr. Investigator? Wala kang personal knowledge. Usually, dumarating ka lang sa scene, tapos na sunog, di ba? So, medyo malaking problema later on yan. But, in time, you will acquire the right equipment, the training, the knowledge, and the experience in due time. Ako, hindi ko naman na-acquire. I started from the lower rank. So, I traversed several ranks upwards. It took me several years to do it. So, hindi yan nakuha sa isang araw. But, I prepared for that event in the future when I was early in my investigative career. Nakita ko na saan ang takbo ko kasi I've been in the courts already. So, siyempre, may makita ko yung mga defects ng ating mga kasama. So, delikado tayo nito pag umabot sa time natin na tayo naman ang tanungin, magigisa tayo. But, talagang gano'n, you have to expect rewards, You can not only land in the court, maaaring sabihin ko sa inyo, sa tawag nito, yung Senate, maaaring sa Special Board of Marine Inquiry, kasi sometimes may mga investigahan natin doon rin sila naman mga authorities doon sa level na yun, talagang tanungin ka rin as witness. So, they will also be interested of your statements and whether you are really an expert in their eyes. You have to convince them because they will be questioning you. They will be grilling you. Even the senators, mga expert rin yan, sobrang magagaling ang mga senators natin. And then, you may land up in the the ombudsman in the Sandigan Bayan. These are the courts that you have to prepare, no? Kasi hindi naman yan ang ating investigation, nandiyan lang sa ating community, no? Hindi naman tayo pwede pang barangay. Tayo ay pang daigdigan. We are designed to be international investigators. What I mean is, when you are a member of the Bureau of Fire Protection, you can be an international investigator. Why? Nakita mo yung mga standard mo, puro international yan, hindi naman local yun eh. So, pwede yan, kunting tiyaga na lang. And then once you get the proper licensing, you can practice anywhere in the world. So, alam mo na, pag mag-practice ka na, siyempre, may budget rin yan. No? Siyempre, from medyo palibre-libre pa ba, lang araw, makasingil ka na. Ganun lang yun. Hindi natin reality yan. I will not be saying, magmamayabang ako, magkanong kinikita ko dyan. But, meron naman. Hindi naman yan, hindi naman yan na sabihin natin na wala. libre na nga tayo noon, libre pa rin ngayon. Ayan, yun. Di ba? Noong araw, libre tayo. Di ba? Nung maliliit pa tayo, do our picture ka sa mga building. Subukan mo, di ba, libre? Tanungin na, magkano po ba ang obligasyon ko sa'yo? No. Free. Why? Because you are gaining experience. Pero pag experience ka na, di ba, malaki rin budget mo? Di ba, magturo ka, malaki na rin budget mo. Ganun lang yan. So, I'm happy na nagka-ano tayo dito. Kaya, mas maganda, magtanong kayo para makamasagot natin. Pag hindi ko naman masagot yan, nandiyan yung fire chief natin, yung classmate ko rin yan, si, General Imbang. Magagaling rin yan sa, yung director ninyo, yung sa FNTI, si Otsabi ba yun? Otsabi. General na ba yun o Colonel pa rin? Colonel Otsabi. Kasama ko sa Serindra incident. So, remember what I'm saying to you. Yung Serindra case, you access it sa DILG webpage. You secure a copy of that. Tingnan mo how an incident of that magnitude is done. So that you can compare it to what you are doing. This can be guides, ma-inspire ka kung paano ginawa, paano hinataw. Hindi yan sabihin compare mo para anong dahilan. Wala, alisin mo yung yung tinatawag nating pataasan ng ihi. Wala. We are all brothers in the Bureau of Fire. We are fire officers, we are firemen once upon a time. So, ang importante na honest to goodness, gumagawa ka ng trabaho mo. Kasi maraming nakasalalay sa iyong balikat, mga inosenteng tao, namatay ang kanilang mga kamag-anak at ikaw lang, as the investigator on case, ang pag-asa nila mabigyan sila ng hustisya, hindi mo pa mabigyan kasi nga tinalo mo ang kaso. Di ba? Kawawa naman yung mga victims. Paano na sila magkaroon ng justice? Pag natalo ka, malaking kawalan sa kanila yun. Namatay yung mga loved ones nila. So, in this case, kita mo, ang justice is, the law might be harsh, but it is the law. Juralix sidlix, it might be harsh. Yan, mabigat talaga, masama talaga ang batas. Pero, wala tayong magawa, batas yan. We have to apply the full force of the law. And we are enforcers. We are not congressmen na mag-amend tayo ng batas. Wala tayo dyan. Magawa tayo ng batas. Magpanday tayo ng batas. Ang ating trabaho, mag-imbestiga based on the law. Hindi sobra, hindi kulang. So, sino man yung ating maimbestigahan, hindi tayo dapat ma-pressure. Bawasan natin, dagdag bawas ang mangyari sa atin. Pag kita naman ang inimbestigahan, naiipit tayo, so magsalita ka, bakit ako na naimbestigahan, hinigpitan nyo ko, kung kayo ang imbestigahan ko, pinagbibigyan ko kayo, magtatampo ka ngayon, wala na tayong magagawa niyan. Kasi hindi mo ginawa o ginampanan ang iyong trabaho. Be sure of your work, love your work, be honest in your work, be dedicated to your work. So, be efficient in your work. Yun, dami. So, saksak sinagol. Anyway, so you have any more clarifications from the gentlemen and the rest of the provinces there? Meron kayong tanong? Wala na yung aking mga kabats yan. Either, sabagay, buhay pa sana siguro sila. Pero nagretiro na yon. Meron akong friend yan na Legazpi. Meron ba kayong pandan? Commander Legazpi? From Legazpi City ata yan. Si Nacario. Colonel Nacario. Di ba? Magaling rin yun. Classmate ko yun. May isa pa dyan, Marshall. Asa na ba yun? Si General na rin ba yun? General Marshall o Colonel pa, yung dating spokesman ng Bureau? Wala?
Ay, Director, sir.
Anong ranggo na? Ni Marshall? Senior Soap? So...
Senior Soap na, sir. Regional Director, sir.
Kaya ako natatawa ko dyan eh. Saan ba yung opisina ni Secretary, saan bayan ba yun si Secretary Robredo dati? Sa Naga, Naga? Naga ba yun? Part ba yan din sa area ninyo? Region 5 yan, di ba?
Yes, sir. Kamsur.
Ay, Kamsur. May sunog yan sa palengke. Hindi naman ako nakapunta. Nagpunta yung mga tao ko, dinispatch ko doon. Sila ni Biko, Major Biko, Colonel na ata ngayon siguro. Nag-imbestiga sila sa palengke dyan. Nako, tapos yung investigation nila. Nung mag-upo na si Secretary Robredo, nag-courtesy call kami. Pag unang bungad pa lang namin, di pa nga ako nakaupo sa upuan. Ikaw yung nagpa-imbestiga, ikaw nag-imbestiga sa mga tao ko sa Naga. Sir, gulat ako sir. Siyempre, normal na mag-imbestiga. Investigador ang mga nandito sa task force. Pinadala kami ng sekretary. Yung pala, allergic sa dating sekretary namin. So, minsan, politics, ganun eh. But, alam mo unang ginawa niya. Di ba? Hindi nyo alam. Sinibak agad kami. Dinisban yung opisina namin. Tinanggal kami lahat. Courtesy call kami. Kinabukasan, sibak lahat. 30 of us. Sibak. Sa umaga, lumabas ang order. Sa hapon, nirecall rin niya ang order. Nirecall niya ang order. Only to realize na yung palang sinibak niya, wala pala siyang authority to sibak. Kasi yung creation ng opisina is a presidential creation. Secretary lang siya. He will be encroaching on the powers of the executive branch. Presidente pakialaman niya. Sandali, bawi. So, umaga ni-release ang order, disbanding the office in the evening and the afternoon, binalik niya ang opisina. So ganon katindi. Sometimes, tayo hindi ako natatakot sa ganon. Talagang ganon ang kapalaran natin. Basta gumawa ka ng tama, hindi ka dapat matakot, masisino. So, what happened? Nagkasunog na dito, itong incident na ito, kailan ba yung incident na yan? 2000, yan, di ba? Kailan yan? 2010, ka-assume lang nila ng, bago lang sila nila secretary diyan sa opisina ng DILG, secretary. So, yan, nasibak na nga kami. Matamlay-tamlay na kami, pero nabalik naman kami sa opisina. So, one of the days, umuwi ako ng bahay, may tumawag sa akin, Colonel Lau dyan, kausapin kayo ni Sir. Hindi ko alam kung sino yung kakausap na kay Sir. Secretary Robredo pala. Sabi ni Secretary, James, alam mo na, ikaw lang pinagkatiwalaan ko. Narinig mo ba yung sunog sa Tugigaraw? Oo, narinig ko yun, sir. Puntahan mo nga kasi para maimbestigahan mo. So, isipin mo, ikaw nang padala ko kasi may tiwala ko sa iyo. Samantalang few days before, sinibak yung opisina namin. Kasi, lalala niya, inimbestigahan namin yung mga bata niya in Naga ba yun o whatever. Hindi ko matandaan nga kasi hindi naman ako kasama yung mga tao ko nag-imbestiga. Galit sa akin kasi akong commander. Ito, ganun talagang buhay. Pero nakatulong naman ako na imbestigahan ito. Masaya naman siya. So, ganun lang yan kapatid. Huwag tayong matakot. Kung tayo ay may ginawa na kasalanan, matakot tayo. Pag wala tayong ginawa na kasalanan, gumawa lang tayo ng ating trabaho, wala tayong kinatakutan. Maski sino, hindi tayo dapat matakot. Investigador tayo, ba't tayo matakot? Nag-iimbestiga, nagpapakulong na tayo ng ibang tao, matakot tayo, hindi po pwede, di ba? Matakutin tayo sa sarili natin. Huwag, hindi tayo dapat matakot. Kasi, ginawa mo lang ang dapat. Huwag sobra, huwag kulang. Just the right thing to do. Not more, not less. So that when you appear anywhere in the courts, anywhere, you can look them straight in the eye. Hindi you will not falter in your stand. Kasi nakatayo ka on solid ground. You are standing on the ground of truth. And the truth will set us free. Amen? Okay ba? Karike?
Okay po, sir. Amen.
Huwag tayo matatakot. Kayo, maging investigador kayo. Tapos takutin kayo. Ng klaseng investigador kayo. Huwag na kayo mag-imbestiga kung ganun. Hindi kayo dapat matakot kayo kung mayroong kayong ginawang kalokohan. Yun. Hindi kayo dapat matulog kasi iisipin mo, kaso na ito talaga. Kada, ano ba yun? Hanggang sa atakihin ka na sa puso. So kasi, meron kang tinatago, meron kang kasinungalingan na ginawa doon sa yung report. Dinoktor mo, bininta mo yung kaso mo, nanganganib yung ano mo, sisingilin ka balang araw noon. Di bali, walang kita-kita, sanay naman tayo sa walang kita. Mayroon naman tayong sahod, maski maliit. Basta importante, with honor you accept what is for you. Pinagpaguran mo yan eh. Maski maliit yan, pinagpaguran natin yan. Aling gusto mo, maraming pera din galing sa nakaw, di ba? Hindi maganda pakinggan. Kita mo yung iba, nandun na sa pinakamataas na sibak dahil na-involve sa druga, na-involve sa anomalya. So, pangit pakinggan yun, kapatid. I hope soon you will be in the real investigation world and that you will excel in this world and that you will retire as a good investigator far better than me. Paano mo yun? Kasi ako, I will be proud that you are once upon a time, nagkita tayo dito sa Zoom lang tayo nakita. So, Zumba. Kumbaga sa ang bilis natin sa Zoom dahil COVID na ngayon. So, ganun lang yun. So,
sir, tanong sir, Atty. Cabrera.
Cabrera, anong question natin? General Cabrera, kaano mo yun?
Wala naman po sir.
Sa national, No, Cabrera. Akala mo? General
Hindi po,
Cabrera?
kilala sir, pero wala po
Relationship? Not related?
Not related po sir.
Pero nandiyan pa siya, di ba? Kasi pag-retiro noon, nag-join siya sa bureau pa rin as parang civilian na siya, pero he's still director there. Pero not in the uniform profession already. Magaling na na director, General Cabrera. And also Cabrera, Police General in Manila. So sana matularan mo sila, Richard. Okay.
Sige sir, sana po. Ito lang yung tanong ko sir.
That is your question.
Katanduanes po kami kasi sir. Sa Catanduanes.
Okay, Catanduanes.
Ito lang talaga yung medyo mahirap sir, yung mga sinusunog na vehikulo sir, yung mga sa construction. At yung mga posibleng
NPA.
Kasi NPA sir, parang gano'n.
Talaga.
Yung mahirap yun talaga nagkakatakot sir.
Mahirap talaga yung kapatid, pero talagang pailan mo ng kaso. Ganun yan eh. Wala tayong magagawa ako nga mahirap ba, di ba mas siraulo rin yung mga Abu Sayyaf painailan ko rin sila ng kaso. Wala akong pakialam diyan. Kasi nagtatrabaho tayo. Dapat yung mga kriminal na yan, dapat yung mga rebelde na nanunog na yan, pag gumawa sila ng sunog in our territory, dapat sila matakot sa atin. Tayo nag-imbestiga, tayo investigador. Bakit nila tayo tatakutin? Dapat sila matakot sa atin. So, we have to file cases against those people because sa normal na walang nagpa-file sa kanila kasi minsan hindi mo maiwasan, natatakot, ganon. Pero dapat Cabrera, you bring the torch of the General Cabreras in the uniform force, in the police and the fire. Malay mo kasi namatay na yung isang General Cabrera ni PNP, buhay pa yung sa BIP. But they will expire later on. Sino pa ba ang mga bagong sibol? The same family name yan. Umaakyat yan, mga parehas-parehas na apelido. Why? Because they are linked to each other. Yung tapang ng loob, minsan nasa dugo yan. So, ako, wala wala akong anak na naging investigador dito sa fire, pero mayroon ako anak sa pulis. Pero nandun man sa Cotabato area, so hindi sa fire. But wala na akong lahi above me, wala naman akong father ko, hindi naman revolusyonaryo na mga volunteer lang yung father ko, hindi naman sa fire. So, maswerte ka, you carry the name of the Cabreras, no? May kilala pa akong Cabrera, Professor Cabrera ng criminology. And remember, I'm a criminologist, so during the conventions, mamimit ko yan. Maraming Cabrera na mga magaganda mga position. So, I hope you will be encouraged to carry the torch, the burning torch of the Cabreras, ano? Huwag kang mag-feeder sa mga loko-loko na yan. You consider them as criminals. Di ba? Kaya nagsunog ka eh. Wala akong pakialam dyan. Kasi usually, ang dyan, in pursuit of rebellion, ma-absorb na yung crime sa rebellion. But, walang magpigil sa atin, mag-file tayo ng destructive arson o ano man ang ipapile mo dyan. Ay, talagang you rely on evidence. You rely on witnesses. Ganun pa rin, hindi pa naman nagbabago. Ang mga tao lang inimbestigahan mo ang medyo mga kumbaga sa may mga siraulo na hindi naman tayo namimili ng ating pinapailan ng kaso. Oh. So, ano yan siya, kung ano siraulo yan, the more nga masiraulo yan, the more na pailan natin. Dapat sila matakot sa atin, tayo ang sumusunod sa batas, sila hindi. Mga loko-loko pala sila. Kaya one thing I hate is a person commits an arson in my area of jurisdiction. Kay buntis ka, pakulong kita. Yan ang ganun katindi ang galit ko sa mga arsonista. Can afford ka, manununog ka dito sa teritoryo ko. Kaya sino ka pa dyan, pailang kita ng kaso. But ganun pa rin, you have to investigate. Wala kang ebidensya, patay kang bata ka. You will end up with a losing case in the court. But if you have a strong case, bakit hindi? Bakit yung ba mga rebelde na yan, hindi ba mahuhuli balang araw yan? Pag nahuli yan, maano yan? They can be prosecuted for their crimes, di ba? They will be answerable sa crimes against persons, crimes against property. So I hope, Cabrera, I was able to inspire you, no?
Thank you, sir.
Because of your name. Cabrera is a known family name in the
Sir, medyo mahirap lang kasi, sir, kasi walang tumatay yung witness eh. Medyo yung iba.
Yan na nga. Walang ang testigo. Pero you will still gather the evidence. Ang testigo naman later on, pwede mag-testify yan. Di ba? Ikaw, as an investigator, you can testify on the evidence that you will be prosecuting these people. May mga walang testigo tayo magagawa. Ang daming paraan paano tayo humataw ng kaso as investigator. Number one, walang complainant, tayo ang complainant. So, complainant witness tayo. Wala tayong magagawa kasi the situation calls for that. But malay mo, in the future, maglitawan yung mga testigo mo, di ba? So, kaya nga, in our standard procedure natin, meron tayong tinatawag classification as undetermined. Maybe in the future, witnesses will come out in the open, pointing to somebody, nakita niya, plus yung evidence na gather mo, it corroborates your evidence, then you have a better case. Remember, your evidence will be corroborated by a witness. It is not the evidence corroborating the witness. Hindi yan pwede, baligtad yan. Dapat ang ebidensya mo, ang mag-corroborate yan, testigo mo. Hindi yung statement niya, i-corroborate natin ang ebidensya. Mali yun. So, hindi pwedeng baligtarin natin yun. So, ebidensya mo pa rin ang ating kukulin. You have to secure all the evidence and be sure the chain of custody is instituted, is done, mas maganda ang pag-recover mo ng ebidensya, etc. And then, investigation, madaling sabi, maganda, except na wala ka pang testigo. But, malay mo, who knows, the events that will happen in a few days. It might, pala rin tayo, lumutang isang testigo, then lalong mas matibay ang kaso mo. Kasi sometimes yung mga NPAs, they're just roaming around there, in the area. Pag pinabayaan ninyo yan, wala mangyayari. So, ganun nan. Normal naman talaga yan. Nanununog yan sila. Maybe, They are